Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Grandmaster of New Era Hogwarts? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It wasn't a lonely city. It was more of a vibrant place. Everyone was well connected. Scarcely anyone lived there. Nothing was there except for a woodland and a few fields. However, the local school was the only one there for miles. Schools were rubbish. Nobody liked them much. Everybody agreed with that, especially the students at Phoenix Crest School. In their opinion, nothing could be worse than there. All the teachers hardly knew any maths or science. The students were blamed for bad grades even though they weren't taught anything on the curriculum. No learning, you probably think that's the best school ever. You're wrong. Teachers at this prison stopped the children from having any privileges. Lunch was only 10 minutes long. The only breaks they really got was walking to different lessons in different classrooms. Nobody had school trips anymore. Just this year, the school decided to start a new scheme, having 20-minute detentions at the end of the day. Children were hurrying in as slowly as possible. They loathed it there. Yet, the only time they were allowed to talk in the school day was then and the end of the day. No way! A young girl shrieked loudly to her friend standing next to her. She had just seen a girl in the distance. She had a bright smile and was average height. Her brunette hair was tied with a single scrunchie, yet it was so straight it looked like it hadn't been tied up at all. Her kind green eyes were the color of the grass on a beautiful summer's day. Mia Hazelwood. The teacher called from behind. A pleasant surprise to see you. Where have you been for the last 3 months? I've been on a business trip with my mother. I tried seeing if I could join the lesson on video call, but I couldn't, so my mother hired a tutor to help me. She explained quickly. I see, but it is still unacceptable. Did I not tell you and your mother that you cannot miss any more school time? Mia nodded apologetically. You're a good person, Mia. Perhaps stay with your father alone. Would that be much harm? She shook her head and the teacher signaled for her to go. She hurried off immediately to talk to the girl yelling her name before. The girl had blonde hair in a plait. She was quite short for the age of 11, that she was often mistaken for an 8-year-old. Harsh of her. She's already nagging you and you only got back yesterday. Right? Where did you go this time? And what did she say to you? Abby eagerly questioned. She was the headmistress who had agreed to all the new harsh laws that the school and all of its teachers abide by. If they broke even one, they would immediately be sacked without interrogation. Mia explained her whole trip to Italy with her best friend Abby. They'd known each other since reception and had been best friends. They knew everything about each other and didn't keep secrets. Did she really tell you that? Abby asked, surprised. I thought your mother told her about the family situation. Her friend nodded shyly. She didn't want to be confronted by her teacher again. It was her first day back at school after all. Seriously, Em, are you really going to stand by this unacceptable behavior? I most certainly wouldn't. You should argue back even if it gets you detention, because you could take her to court. I mean, no offense. But you are the richest kid in the whole neighborhood. She stood there anticipating her best friend's ideas that were as far away from well thought out, but she knew that her friend was being serious about one thing. She couldn't let this continue. All right, next time, I'll stick up for myself and say something. You're right. I shouldn't let Dashta. They were disrupted by a cackle of laughter from a group of girls from around the corner. In the middle was a girl who was wearing the school uniform in the trendiest way possible. She wore a collection of different bracelets on both of her wrists. Additionally, she wore a necklace which looked like it was from a designer brand. Her hair was mainly a light brown color with a pink highlight at the front, even though it was against school law. Who's that? Mia asked curiously. That's Amy. She got expelled from her old school. Our school evidently has loads of spaces, so she came here. Her minions got expelled as well, so they joined her. Be aware they can get violent and are a load of bullies. Abby explained. She looked at them and the pair of them turned their backs on them as they went to class together as they used to before Mia went on the trip with her mother. That evening, they decided to meet up in the park in the village. It was the only fun place around. Even though the scenery was beautiful, the atmosphere didn't quite match it. But it did have many shops of all different sizes. People bought all sorts of things there. Nice treats were popular, and occasionally you would see people buy gifts for their family and their friends. Abby and Mia sat there together and ate some ice cream which they had just brought, and they ate it while laughing about their recent experiences. I prefer Italian ice cream though. I mean, that's where it came from, so it tastes so original. Mia added. That was the end of their fun to their dismay. They wouldn't remember this moment after what will happen next. They were certain it would change everything. Amy walked forward wearing a leather dress and jacket which was both black. She was alone this time. She even dared to walk towards them. Abby, she laughed. And I thought that you could sink no lower. Evidently I was wrong. She sent a beaming look at Mia of hate. Two of her minions came heading towards her, laughing at the joke that they had just heard in the distance. Abby was struggling for words. Just then Mia remembered what she promised to Abby. She needed to do it. Sure. At least I didn't get expelled from my school for being not good enough. Mia reacted. Abby gave her encouraging smile and a thumbs up to go with it. She never really argued back before, but now she understood why people love it so much. Well, Mia Azelwood. At least someone loved me, you know. At least I have a father who loved me so much he wouldn't dare abandon me. Unlike yours. Where is he now? In his grave. Amy teased. Mia stayed down furious. Abby didn't know if it was even possible to comfort her best friend. She didn't even know if there was anything that could. Amy and her minions began laughing at her weakness. How she couldn't say anything back. How she was turned speechless by the mention of her father. Mia turned from distraught to puzzled. Very few people knew about her father. Abby knew, but she wouldn't dare tell a soul. So who could have said a word? How was she so stupid? Of course it was her. The principal who detested her since she first laid eyes on her. The identical reaction that Amy and her minions had. What makes you think I'm sinking lower? Abby defended herself thanks to the inspiration that Mia had given her. If she could do it, why couldn't she? Amy looked around trying to venture out for the answer like she was helping a toddler look for some food in a kitchen. She then stopped and lay her eyes on Mia and kept them there. She didn't even move them an inch. Seriously? You need someone to tell you? Because you're hanging out with that massive nerd sitting beside you. That's why. Amy replied as the trio started laughing at Abby's stupidity. Even Mia could see tears pouring out of her eyes. She was full of anger. It was taking over her, if that was even possible. Her head was spinning. She looked at Amy's face with pity that she had no common sense at all whatsoever. She then saw her hair and imagined it as what it was in her opinion. She saw a raging volcano which was willing to spread its evil comments to the world even if nobody wanted to hear them. Thinking how it destroyed many lives. She realized that there was little difference between Amy and a volcano. Except, all of them stared at Amy in surprise. None of them believed what was before them. Her two minions rushed off to call help, and Mia and Abby had a clear view of their greatest enemy at her time of need. Her ridiculous hairstyle was non-existent and was replaced by lava, as if she had turned into an actual volcano herself. Mia felt guilty. Had she just made this up? Did she have a secret? Was all this possible? She was a reasonable person after all. She knew a person having lava for hair was preposterous. The pair sprinted off. They didn't want to be found lingering around a place where a disaster like that had just occurred. They took their bikes from where they had left them. They always left it at the post office near the edge of the village, so it was easy for them to pick up when they finally accepted that they had more than enough fun for one day. Both of them went away as quickly as possible. In confusion. Obviously, Abby had 1,000,001 questions about what she had just witnessed. Did you see that? Abby asked. I never thought I'd ever see anything that far out of the ordinary. It literally defied science. Mia laughed. Abby shook her head and Mia thought again. What else had happened that made Abby go crazy about what she'd seen?
No silly.
You beefing Amy. But I can't lie. That hair thing was out of the ordinary. Wasn't it, Mia? She stayed quiet after that and nodded at Abby's suggestions of what could have happened. No matter what anyone said, Mia knew she had something to do with it. "Well, I'm home now. See you tomorrow," Mia said. She was quite happy to be left alone to her own thoughts and ideas of what could have just happened. She walked down the rest of the lonely road to her home. In the distance was a forest. Its trees towered miles above everywhere else. This was famous to all the nearby citizens. She entered her house quietly and rushed into her bedroom. Nobody knew what she was doing as her mother hadn't returned from work. Mia's mother, Miss Mainley, was a very intelligent woman. She worked very hard as a lawyer. It was hard for her. She was a single mother. Mr. Hazelwood was never there for the pair of them. In fact, Mia had never even met her father. She didn't care much about him though. For years she wished that he would return. Now her dreams had turned to dust. She sat in her bedroom alone. She picked up a pen and paper and began to mind map what she'd seen. She wanted to find out the truth. What really happened? It was midnight when she woke up and found that she had fell asleep during her research. She hurriedly opened up the BBC News website and was about to click on local news. She saw a small report about a child's hair changing in a deadly way and insisted it was a prank. A fake. She was there and detested Amy, but she insisted that all of the lava was real. Something fake could not look that realistic. Nobody believed what Amy said. Not even the press. She had heard about Amy's family. They owned a business. However, it was small and not extremely successful. But by telling everyone her parents were entrepreneurs, she had made lots of friends. "What are you doing up at this time?" her mother asked kindly as she entered her bedroom and came and sat with her. Miss Mainley hardly worked, but when she did, she had to work for long hours and at odd times. To her delight, she got a decent wage for it. Today was one of those things. She hurriedly and subtlety hid all clear evidence of what had happened away. She didn't feel much like sharing what had happened and that she had been there and seen it all. "How was the village? Busy?" she asked, trying to start up some sort of conversation with her daughter. She stayed quiet and thought about it for a short while. She didn't want to say much, but it was too late. She was now looking at her computer, at what happened to Amy. Miss Mainley knew most people in town. She was extremely confident and talkative and loved helping people in the community. That was her favorite hobby. "That's Amy. Wow, I know her aunt. You know, the one who owns that massive business near town." Mia remembered going to the business with her mother before Amy and her minions showed up around town. Mia loved it. There was lots of clothes, and Miss Mainley wanted a suit made for when she went to Italy for her business trip. The only problem was they have no staff and little funding to help it thrive. She nodded in reply to her mother's question. She didn't feel much like talking about the fact that she saw the whole thing and it just appeared out of thin air to a crazy hallucination that she had many moments before. "Did you and Abby see it? Or were you elsewhere in town at the time?" she asked in a kind way. A reply slipped out. "Yes. Not like we saw bits of it. Went as soon as we saw what happened. Didn't want to be in the way." She hated that she had just slipped out all her secret to her mother. She knew she was there. It was like she was confirming with herself that she did something wrong and that she was a suspect. "Notes, I just found this Harry Potter fanfic that I wrote ages ago and thought I should share it. In total there are 22 chapters and I will post them all as soon as possible. Tell me what style fanfic you prefer. This one or my Divergent one, what if? Reviews and suggestions are welcome." Mia was getting used to sitting here all day. Abby had joined her there. She had brought popcorn and sweets. Both of them were watching a movie together. School had been suspended. Everyone was too worried about Amy and what had happened that nobody could concentrate. All of them spent the whole day at home. "Mia, when can we do this again?" Abby asked, excited to have this opportunity. "Anytime. We can watch another one right now if you want," she offered as she picked up an apple flavor fruitella and began to eat it. "Not now. Tomorrow, perhaps. I'll text you before I come over, so you know," Abby announced. The pair of them walked to the door as Abby opened it and began walking away by herself. Mia headed back to the living room and looked out the window to see the forest. She cast her mind back to when she was younger and her and Abby went in there and explored it. She could vividly remember the waterfall right in the middle and the atmosphere of the trees. Her mother had gone to do some grocery shopping for the week as she had the day off today. Mia decided to go and play video games for a bit. She looked and saw something rather peculiar at the mailbox. She had just seen it when Abby was here. Additionally, the postman had already come this morning. She saw him. She picked up the letter and read who it was addressed to, even though she was pretty sure it was either her mother's or someone who put it in the wrong house. She read the front of the envelope in shock. Miss M. Hazelwood, 636, Redmeyers Road, Fullwood, Sheffield, master bedroom. Nobody ever wrote to her. Who would? There was so much technology about these days, and everyone except Amy and her minions had her number. She felt tempted to open it. But she thought of something else. What she did to Amy. She expected the police to catch up to her. It was evident that she was there and Abby was too. However, why send her a letter? Was it the politest way? She examined the front of the letter once more. She saw it said her address precisely. A little too precisely. How could they know her bedroom? Who was it really, then? Was it a stalker? Somebody had been following her. Perhaps they sent a letter to blackmail her. Mia knew if she didn't read it, nothing bad could happen. Not wanting her mother to see it, she rushed into the attic and hid it in one of the cardboard boxes. Nobody really went up there. Nothing was up there. There was an old bed and toys, but nothing more. Just stuff that wasn't needed around the house anymore. The door banged shut loudly and Mia jumped. This could only mean one thing: her mother was back. She rushed down to help her take the groceries into the house like she always did. "Hey, do you want to help me?" her mother asked out of interest as she stormed in. Mia had no clue what she needed help with, but she wanted to be kept busy. It was a reason for her to keep her mind off the letter. "Yeah, what we doing?" Mia asked curiously. "Do you know that the Gordon family found a bunch of treasured items in their attic? Worth about £1,000. We have loads too, so I want to know how much it's worth." Her mother exclaimed in excitement. Mia now knew she had to keep that letter hidden. Her mother finding about everything would change everything. Could she live with that? Why was she mentioning money? They were the richest family in town, even if they didn't spend it all on mansions and cars. "We don't need the money though. I mean, we have plenty, so why do we need more?" Mia stated. Miss Mainley sat in the room upset. She felt guilty. Why could she not do this? How hard was it to tell her everything? She just knew after Mia would hate her. "No. We're not. I've been fired. Only happened last week. I spent time helping in the community and trying to find more work discreetly." Mia sat there dumbfounded. She nodded and accepted it and stormed out. Heading up to the attic, she felt her life was changing. She didn't understand why her mother was fired. She was the best in the business. Except if it was because she couldn't miss any more school time for business trips. What if it was all her fault her mother lost her job? She rushed down the stairs with the letter in the pocket of her jeans. She saw her mother sitting down talking with someone. The woman was quite young and had jet black hair which was a medium length and as straight as a tree. She was quite tall, though. Everything about her seemed normal. Then she looked at her clothes and realized that there was something odd about her. She wore a long black dress and on top of it wore a black cloak. In Mia's opinion, she thought that she must have loved the emo style a lot. "Mia Hazelwood, is it?" the women asked her curiously. She politely nodded and sat down, dropping the box from the attic next to her. She stared into the women's eyes and saw the strict brown eyes staring at her like an eagle. "Do you know anything about a letter, Mia? One addressed to you?" her mother asked. What was the relevance of it? Who was the woman sitting on the sofa? Where did she come from? Why was she here? She looked into her mother's kind eyes and knew there was no way around it. She took the letter out of her pocket and handed it to her mother. She opened it and Mia stood behind her shoulder reading it. She was now interested. She wanted to uncover the secret she had been so scared to find out about for the previous few hours. What was all this about? Was it about Amy? Was it about what she did? Was it something cool? Was it something much bigger? She looked back at the paper and now looked at it impatient and began to read the following. Hogwarts Olaf Withcraf Tan Wizardry.
Headmaster. Augustus Sirius Penny Die Miss Hazelwood.
We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than 31 July. Yours sincerely, Eleanor Braveheart, Deputy Headmistress. Mia couldn't believe this. She was a witch. That was impossible. If she was, she would have known for ages.
Sorry.
What's your name? Mia asked. Professor Braveheart. I am offering you a place at the school that I work at. Mia sat and thought for a long while. She didn't know what to do. Was it worth it? She was already going to a grammar school with her best friend, Abby. What would it cost to give it all up? Why did she get offered a place? She hadn't signed up for a scholarship. She wasn't capable of magic. She hadn't ever done it in her life. Why me, Professor Braveheart? She looked at the girl sitting there confused. How could anybody question such an amazing offer? Professor Braveheart could sense something about this child. Something different to the others. Why would you ask such a thing, Miss Hazelwood? The women asked curiously. Mia sat quietly thinking if she had done anything yet. If she had proved herself. But she knew to do that she'd need some help. I've never done any magic in my whole life. I would have known if I did. So, how can I possibly be a witch and go to a school of magic? She looked at the mother. She didn't know what to say, how to encourage her. Miss Mainley had never experienced this before, but she knew this was what was best for her daughter. She needed this. Has anything ever happened? Anything out of the ordinary? Anything when you are sad? Or maybe when you were angry and bursting for revenge? Then she thought of that day. Amy. She had made her angry. Angrier than she had ever been in her whole life. Nobody had ever treated her that way. She had just met the violence of words and hoped this was the last turn. Another time came to mind. She always tried hard. It was rare to see Mia as second best in class. Except if you talk about her weakness in PE. Everyone loved her. She was the only person in the school who knew what they were waffling about. That day there was an assignment due. If you didn't do it, you found the key to detention. She was aware it was time to give up. There was only an hour till school started anyway. Just as she did every day, she went downstairs for breakfast in her school uniform, which in her opinion was extremely ugly. All of that day she was running late. She entered the class knowing what was to come. Then he came to collect all the papers. She handed hers over, not daring to look at her mistake again. It was completed perfectly in her handwriting to the perfect standard she always did her work to. At the time, she thought she must have done it and forgotten about it. What if it wasn't? Maybe it really was magic. Maybe it was still there. All the way back then. Well, Professor Braveheart answered for her by the look on her face after the many minutes of thought that she had to discover the truth. You really are magic. Mia disagreed and shook her head.
Sorry.
Even if I am, I don't want to go. I love my life here. I can't forget all that and go to a school that is dash. Where is it, Professor Braveheart? There isn't an exact location. It's a boarding school that's only accessible by a special train called the Hogwarts Express. You can write home as much as dash dot. They heard a cough. It was from Mia's mother. Miss Mainley never said a lot about her opinion really. She didn't interrupt people either. She was known all around town for her patience and kindness. Mia, you know that you can't stay here forever. You'll have to leave eventually. The school sounds like a great place. You'll make plenty of friends. She stayed quiet and watched as Professor Braveheart nodding at her mother's opinion on the matter. Her mother was going to make sure that she went now. If she wanted it to happen, it will. That was the way it had always been. But that didn't mean that she wasn't going down without a fight. Sorry, but no thanks, she announced. She stood up and turned her back to them before walking off in the opposite direction. She headed up to her bedroom and put on her computer. Looking back through her photos, she tried to get rid of all traces of magic. She didn't want to remind herself of what she was denying herself. All she did was accept she wasn't good enough and she never would be. Then she had a phone call. She heard the burst of noise like an alarm clock circling around the room. It was Abby. She let it continue. Not in the mood to talk to anyone. Not even to her best friend. Then a message popped up. Again, from Abby. At times she could be an alarm clock. For example, that moment. She opened up her WhatsApp and saw Abby sent a voicemail. That was a rarity for Abby. She only did it when something happened that made her too emotional to type. What could happen now? She pressed the button curiously, thinking it was one big joke. Hey Em. It began. I just got an email from my aunt in the USA. You know, she's helping with NASA recently. They're doing this investigation. My aunt and parents insist I do it. Basically, means I won't be around school this year as I get private education like you did with the tutor you mentioned. We'll miss you. Mia sat there in disbelief. She was alone. All she did was put the phone down without thinking about it. She didn't need the additional stress. She rushed down the stairs once more and saw Professor Braveheart sitting downstairs. Walking back into the room was a bit uncomfortable for Mia. She wanted a fun time. She wanted more friends. This meant she could find out about her secrets that she kept from herself. Another thought came to mind. What if her father was a famous wizard? Maybe he was well known. But she had little to go by, just his surname, Hazelwood. But if she wanted to, this was her best chance. I've changed my mind, Professor, she admitted with a slight smile that started to become visible. Professor Braveheart started to smile back. Not a finally after all this time one. More like a good luck and I'm proud kind of one. What do I need? Mia asked in excitement. That's on the second paper in your letter, Professor Braveheart explained. She took the envelope and opened it again, and she saw 2 pieces of paper. How extraordinary that she didn't see it first time. First-year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes, black, 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear, 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar, 1 winter cloak, black, with silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory, by Adalbert Waffling, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch, How to Care for Your Magical Garden by Leanne Gold, The Simple Guide to Potions by Eileen Snape, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander, The Basics of Defending Yourself Against the Dark Arts by Mariha Osmani, Other Equipment, 1 wand, 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, 1 set glass or crystal phials, 1 telescope, 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring, if they desire, an owl or a cat or a toad. Mia read through the list multiple times. A wand? Really? If you could get that in a shop, surely everyone knows about magic. Where can I get all this stuff? Mia asked. Professor Braveheart replied. There is Diagon Alley. Famous place. It is in a place called the Leaky Cauldron. You can see it, but nobody around you can. To them it will be completely invisible. Mia nodded. She understood what to do next. Professor Braveheart nodded and agreed. She knew that Mia knew all that she needed to know. Oh, and remember, the platform can be found by running between platform 9 and platform 10. She added before walking off. She had gone. Now she realized she wouldn't need to ask anything more. The days passed by and Abby was now sitting at Mia's house whilst watching another film. Mia dared not tell anyone about her secret. She didn't feel like telling Abby. Knowing Abby for as long as she did, it was common knowledge that she would question anything unusual or out of the ordinary due to the fact she'd done it before. It was when they were younger and the teacher said something to them. Something that changed a few things. Now we all know about the fight that happened between the 2 Year 6 pupils yesterday. As we know, all of you saw it. Now it only happened because Lila tripped up Chloe on accident, and Chloe was very angry and lost track out of where she was walking and accidentally kicked Lila. Sure, it was, she whispered to Mia in an undertone. How does Lila stealing Chloe's boyfriend become relevant? Tell me, Em. But she had spoken too soon, and everything she said was heard by the teacher. It was as if he had the hearing of a bat. Well, Abby, should I tell your mother what hallucinations are going inside that tiny brain of yours? Talking when I am is also not allowed. He looked at her, about to talk to Mia again, and he raised his voice. I'm fed up now. Abby, sit next to the bin where you belong. Now. The whole class sat there dumbfounded. Was he even allowed to say that? Abby winked at Mia from her new seat, which meant she was plotting some sort of revision. They had 2 weeks off for Easter then. All of them were hanging out for Chloe's birthday that everybody was invited to, except for Lila. However, she didn't show up. School had started again. Both of them walked to school together, and she had spent the whole morning waffling about one thing and one thing only. Today everyone was going to uncover the truth. Lila had a special skill of sneaking up on people and listening into their conversations. She'd been caught out and snitched on and spent the rest of the week at home. They both were watching the movie, and Mia knew she was going to find out eventually, and it was better if she heard it from her, and she knew it. Abby, I'm not going to that school in town. I got offered a place at this boarding school and Mother insisted that I go. So Mia admitted. Abby looked at her and her face glowed up with excitement and disbelief mixed together. Mia felt her happiness starting to rub off onto her. Realizing it was the right thing to do, she smiled. It was all she could do. Abby was bursting with questions about the school. Got your stuff? Abby asked. She thought and remembered what happened this morning. Not yet. We're going to London to get it this weekend. I dunno when I'll see you next. I'll come tomorrow, but I'm leaving the day after that. This weekend. Otherwise, I'd go to London with you. I've always wanted to go. Abby added miserably. Miss Mainley came in and both of the girls saw the time. Abby was upset and knew it was time for her to go home for the penultimate time before moving to the US. Perhaps it was the last time she'd see Mia. Notes, what do you think of Mia? How do you think she'll find Hogwarts? What house will she be in? Keep reading and all your questions will be answered.
Mia sat disappointed.
Abby hadn't come back. She never came back. The flight came early and stole away the fun of watching movies whilst having a laugh. Her mother knew she had to leave early to get her stuff that morning. Mia hadn't really thought much about the trip but realized it must be a little fun. Both of them were sitting in Miss Mainley's red Nissan Juke. The lipstick red car went down the motorway as if a cheetah. Being worried about her daughter, she started up some conversation. You might meet some of your classmates. Exciting, right? She asked. Mia nodded and sat in the back of the car just the same and was on her phone watching some YouTube shorts that she had made with Abby. Bored, she fell asleep listening to music on Spotify like she used to do with Abby. They'd known each other for their whole life and it had all changed in a space of a fortnight. They had parked in the middle of the high street walking for a long while. She didn't really know where to find it. Then, after a matter of time, she saw it there. Just like Professor Braveheart had mentioned. They spent a long while talking to Tom, who was the very friendly barman there. He was extremely kind and easily agreed to swap some of their muggle money to wizard money. Tom, having gone Hogwarts himself, had plenty advice about how fun it was and all the secrets there was to explore. He led them out into the back and he got out his wand and tapped a few bricks and the wall collapsed, revealing the secrets hidden within. All over was shops for as long as the eye could see in all directions. Packed to the top in all directions with people. Witches and wizards were with their children buying things for their children who were about to start Hogwarts. Let's go to Flourish and Blots first. Then we can get your books. Her mother suggested as they both went off. In the distance they noticed a shop. It was much livelier than the Leaky Cauldron, but there was a lot less space and it was jam-packed as well. Eventually they had got through the enormous line. And to the front of the shop where they saw a shopkeeper standing there. The shopkeeper greeted them kindly. You going to Hogwarts as well? What year are you in? I can get your books.
Mia replied.
I'm about to start my first year? The shopkeeper nodded and rushed off and her mother went around browsing the shop. Mia therefore looked around the shop wondering what she would learn. Numerous books were there. Jinxes and curses. Potions and poisons. She knew that going Hogwarts would be quite worthwhile for her. Then she saw a person hardly older than herself. He was very small and looked like someone who could boss people around easily. He was leaning on a bookcase whilst looking around at the people in the shop curiously. What she didn't realize was he was looking at her. You're going Hogwarts too, right? He asked. Mia nodded, looking happy that she met someone who she would be with while she was at school. What house do you want to be in? I want to be in Slytherin. You know my family has been in the noble house of Slytherin for centuries. Professor Braveheart had not mentioned different houses. Slytherin? Well, it sounded somewhat sensible. Maybe if all of her family was in the same house. Oh, I've not given it much thought. Mia replied, thinking whether she wanted to be in Slytherin. Do you know any magic yet? Of course, my whole family does it all the time. That is how I already know so much, and how to ride a broomstick I am literally an expert. I could fly with my eyes closed. Then he turned to face Mia. What about you? How much magic do you know? Well, actually, I don't really. I haven't learnt anything yet. Mia replied to the boy, who now was making her feel uncomfortable, as Mia now thought she would hate being at Hogwarts. He looked at her with a look of disgust and pure hate, just because she hadn't learnt much about magic yet. He was so judgmental. So, you're a mudblood, he whispered and rushed away. Then she thought to herself, maybe wizards and witches are just as mean as muggles. To her, what really was the difference between that boy and Amy and her minions? They were just as cruel as the other, behaved in the exact same way. She waited outside alone, pondering on what the boy had said to her. A mudblood she'd been called, whatever that was. Her mother came towards her and showed her the books that the shopkeeper had given her. Mia smiled weakly. She was not willing to relive what she had just experienced. They left the shop and carried on walking to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to buy the uniform for her school year. Oh, Hogwarts, are you? She nodded and began to start measuring. How are you? Excited? Madame Malkin asked while taking measurements. Mia shrugged. Ever since meeting the boy at Flourish and Blots, she realized that every world was two-sided, even the wizarding world. Don't worry, that's how I felt. At the end of it, you would wish it had lasted longer. Madame Malkin comforted to her and added a smile. Mia had her new robes sorted out and felt that this was all reality and not a dream that she never wanted to wake up from. They then went to Ollivander's to get a wand. Her mother was excited to see her get this and led her to the shop and allowed her to go and explore alone. Mr. Ollivander was a kind man. He was old and looked like he had done this for years. However, he looked like a person who would spend all night reading a good book like she would. Morning, Miss Hazelwood, he welcomed. Looking for your first wand, I expect? She nodded. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. That has always been clear to those of us who have studied wands. Wow! Mia reacted. All wands have a mind of their own. Is that what you are saying? Mr. Ollivander, sir? She was curious and engaged to hear more about wands. Perhaps she understood magic better than she thought she did. Precisely. You know, the wand matches the wizard. Say if you have a person who is quite gentle and wanted to be a healer, they would probably have unicorn hair in their wand. Yet a person who duels people often and seems as if in charge would more likely have a dragon heartstring wand. However, there can always be exceptions. She had listened carefully to the lecture and was ready to absorb all the knowledge about magic that was possible. She loved it. Sorry, I was boring you, wasn't I? I get carried away when talking about topics I am passionate about. One of them is wands. No, sir. It's fine. Mia replied happily. I enjoy learning about wands and magic. Well, that is something very few people say. Let's see if we can find the perfect wand to guide you whilst at Hogwarts. Try this one sycamore wood. Phoenix feather 13 inches. Swishy and flexible. She held it and gave it a little wave, and a shelf where 1,000 wands were kept got destroyed. They dropped hurriedly all over the floor. Mr. Ollivander quickly waved his wand to fix it. I'm sorry, Mia whispered, thinking that she was already a failure and that going Hogwarts would be no use at all. Don't worry, I'll find the perfect wand somewhere, Mr. Ollivander replied. Here, try this hawthorn and unicorn hair 12 inches. Slightly yielding. Anxious again, she picked up the wand and gave it a wave. Surely, she couldn't mess up again, but knowing herself that was quite likely. Immediately gold fireworks emitted from the end. She had found the perfect wand for her. Remember to look after it. You never know, it may return the favor one day. Wands are mysterious and can do unexpected things at any time. She left the shop. Mia ecstatic for what was to come next and what she could now learn. She went to the apothecary to buy some basic potion ingredients to help with her potion making. Her mother went to get her a fancy quill and some ink. She also got her many rolls of parchment for her to do her work on. Mia was happy she had someone to help her do shopping. She couldn't imagine doing it alone. Then they went to Magical Menagerie to get a pet to keep Mia company for the year. What about a toad? No, I'll lose it, and I don't like amphibians much either. Mia replied. How about a cat? No, like they are so cute, but what if one of my friends have an allergy and they just start sneezing like mad? That just will not be nice. So, an owl? Miss Mainly excitedly guessed. Yes, I heard that they are dead useful, they carry your post and everything. They normally have quite a long life and also an amazing companion. In the end, Mia decided to buy a barn owl which she called Holly, as this was one of her favorite plants that reminded her of snow and winter. This was her favorite season and wished every day could be winter. She'd love it then. She'd love every second of it. She now realized after checking her list that she was ready to go to Hogwarts even if she did not feel that she was ready. Notes: any thoughts/ideas? Is it any good? All feedback and requests welcome. It was the 1st of September and Mia was sitting in her mother's car. They had woken up at 4 in the morning and had left before 6. The journey there was long, but she didn't feel like staying at the Leaky Cauldron for the last 2 weeks of the holidays. They traveled down the motorway, which was at the time reasonably empty. Mia, who hadn't slept much the previous night, was sleeping peacefully at the back of the car for most of the trip. Both of them got out the car at King's Cross Station and started walking towards the train station inside. Mia took all of her new books and supplies that she needed out of the car. It was neatly packed into a trunk that she had bought. Additionally, she took out her owl, Holly, and put it in a trolley. Inside the station was more peaceful than they had anticipated. Few people were there even though the school has hundreds of students. They looked up at the brick wall. Up above were all the platform numbers as she was walking past. Platform 6, Platform 7, Platform 8, Platform 9, Platform 10. She was there. It was really happening. She was about to enter the gateway to Hogwarts. She couldn't believe it. She never would. Her mother told her that Professor Braveheart told her it was between Platform 9 and 10. They both went through. It was 10:30. She had 30 minutes till she would leave her mother. She had 30 minutes till her life was changing forever and it would never change back. The earliest she would see her would be at Christmas, which was still 3 months away. Her mother helped her get all her stuff into the compartment. She had decided to wear her pink Nike top and her black joggers. With this, she decided to wear her gray Converse shoes. However, she immediately changed to her robes as soon as she got onto the train. She was ready to begin life at Hogwarts. Then she saw her mother from the compartment. The train was gone. Now she knew she was leaving her old life behind and starting her new life of magic. But knowing none of it would be easy, she tried to catch up from now. She began reading A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot as she did not want to go around and randomly start talking to people. She did need something to do that would pass time and stop the boredom. Then 5 minutes later someone opened the compartment door. It was a boy. He seemed like a first year and also looked excited. Hello. Would you mind if I sat here? You see, everywhere else is full. Mia nodded and the boy walked in. Mia put her book down and thought that this would be a nice person to talk to. I'm Mia, by the way. Mia Hazelwood. She began introducing herself. This was, as her mother said, the politest thing to do. I'm Dexter East. He replied. He was a similar height to her. He had blonde hair and blue eyes and a very kind expression. Nice to meet you. She replied and asked, thought about what house you want to be in yet? She wanted to find out as much about the Hogwarts houses as she could before she got put into a house that she didn't like. Not really, but I don't want to be in Slytherin because only fussy purebloods get in there. They want to be treated like royalty. I'm a half-blood, so they may allow having me there, but I would hate it. What about you? He asked her very inquisitively. Not given it much thought. What do you mean when you say you're half-blood? She asked confused and curiously. It's like how much magic is in your family. Original purebloods are rare, but the new definition is a person with 4 magical grandparents. Muggleborns have no magical grandparents. And half-bloods are in between. Mia sat there trying to understand the complexity of the wizarding world. She loved it but knew it would be hard to fit in. At least now. They continued talking for a little while before being interrupted. The compartment door slammed open and 2 girls walked in who seemed a little older. New first years. Is it? The first guest. Her friend nodded, wanting to get out of there, yet the other wanted to stay there. What house do you want to be in? Do you know the house? Let me explain. Gryffindors are brave. Ravenclaws are nerds. Slytherins are bullies, and Hufflepuffs don't fit in any of the categories. The girl who was overly excited clarified for them. Both of them knew they wouldn't like her much. She treated them like they were little children who had never heard of Hogwarts. Her friend, however, seemed nicer. Not given it much thought. What's your name and what house are you in? Mia asked on a bossy way. I'm Flo, and this is my friend Annalise, and we're in Gryffindor. Now we are going to leave. Got people to find. They hurried out into the corridor and hurried away. Both of them began laughing at how they were behaving. Wait, Dexter. How do they determine what house you're in? She asked. Dexter thought for a moment or two. He was for once as unsure as Mia was. He never found that much out about Hogwarts yet. Dunno, he replied honestly. You don't want to be in Slytherin, do you? Of course not. Why would you ask such a thing? Anyway, I thought you said that Slytherins don't like Muggleborns. Wouldn't they not allow me in? She asked, puzzled. At this point, she had heard a fair bit about Slytherins, and they seemed a nasty lot, and she definitely didn't want to be associated with that. It's just I don't want to be in Slytherin, but I have a feeling I'll be put in there even if I don't want to be. Dexter admitted guiltily. She was about to say a word of comfort when the compartment door slid open once more. This time they turned to see a boy with ginger hair walking in. He came and sat with them without invitation and asked dumbly, "So, you're going to Hogwarts then?" The pair of them rolled their eyes discreetly so he couldn't see. It was certain that nobody would like him much at all. It was very obvious that they were, as they were both wearing their school robes, and that was the only purpose of the train. "No, we're going on holiday to London. What do you think?" Dexter replied sarcastically. The new arrival laughed at it as if he was actually trying to be funny. However, as soon as the pair of them looked at him, he dropped to silence without question. "I get it. You're a bully," he honestly directed to Dexter. "I hope that you have fun in Slytherin. Mr. Slytherin material." He got up and walked out of the compartment as fast as he could. He acted like acting mean to people could be contagious. Seriously? If anyone deserves to be in Slytherin, it's him. I'm excited to watch him get sorted, Dexter stated. Mia nodded. She agreed that tonight they'd all find out who was really in the wrong. She knew more about Hogwarts after she got on the train. That was easily guessed. But would she be the only one in their year? The only one to know no magic? Wait, you said you're half-blood. Do you already know some magic? Mia asked, excited. Dexter stayed quiet for a minute and pretended not to hear the question. Mia asked again. What did he have to hide? Well, my parents didn't want me becoming overconfident by being a wizard, so they didn't tell me. They only told me when I got my letter, he explained after much hesitation. That's good. Mia began. Well, I meant, somebody's at the same level as me, she stuttered. The door compartment opened another time. This time it was the famous trolley who comes around with food. The pair of them brought a selection of snacks to try. Pumpkin pasties, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs. These were amongst the selection of things that they had brought to try. What are moonlit marshmallows? Mia asked as she cautiously took one out of the packet to eat. Dexter quickly yelled, Don't eat that now. Mia immediately put it back in the packet and wondered what the problem with it was. But listened anyway and went for one of the every flavor beans. They work differently for every person, but it normally makes a person fall into deep sleep and creates fire with their hands. Best done at night. Anyway, what's with that expression? He was looking at her curiously and with a slight look of shock. She gave him a look of disgust as if she'd actually look of hate. I had a durian flavor of Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, she stated a while after eating it. Both of them laughed for a while at her bad luck, but that was very much normal when you ate Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Then there was a bang on the compartment door. It was done really loudly and disturbed the pair of them. What was that? Mia asked curiously as they both jumped out of their seats in unison to go and see what is going on. They both got out of the compartment and looked outside of the compartment and saw a girl who had sprinted past. All that they were able to see was her long, straight hair, which was the same color as fire. "Who dash?" Dexter began asking. "Please leave all your belongings on the train, they will be taken to the school separately," said a voice that interrupted their conversation. The sun had gone down and all that could be seen were fields, mountains, and a lake or two. Then the train slowed down. Then it stopped. They both stood up and prepared to leave the train. Both of them went onto the crowded platform and saw all of the students from the school in their uniform. All of them were identical. "What do we do now?" she asked him. They were standing there unsure about where to go. Everyone else knew. All of the older students, at least. Then they saw the girls who had come into their compartment. The shy one stood there and caught Dexter's eye. Presuming that they were lost, she walked towards them. As she did, the weather changed drastically. It had begun to pour down with rain everywhere. But it hadn't changed much. The scenery was still beautiful. "First years, come here, please." It was one of the teachers leading them up to school. He was surrounded by many students and Mia and Dexter went to join them. Neither of them spotted what happened next. The girl had turned back. She had turned back in slight dismay, or that was what it seemed like to her friend. After all of the first years had arrived there, they walked a short way and began to walk on the path. Trees disappeared and all that could be seen was a lake, and then towering above it was a castle. It was Hogwarts. Mia and Dexter were both surprised and were staring in disbelief. They were not alone. Everybody looked at it in awe. It was a wonderful view after all. Neither of them had seen anything so incredible in their life. It made them so surprised they stopped walking. It was as if they had been struck by lightning. Eventually they got into the boats to row across the lake to the school. Each boat had 3 or 4 people inside. Mia and Dexter sat together in a boat. Their boat had 3 people after they were joined by a boy called Charlie Bronze, whose ginger hair was brighter than the sun, who also happened to be extremely annoying. How he acted on the train obviously stopped him from making lots of friends. This was evident. Why else would he sit with them? He said they were Slytherin material. "I hope he is not in my house," Dexter whispered to Mia, who nodded. And then they both laughed. "What are you laughing at?" "The fact that you're about to become a Slytherin and achieve all of life's desires." "Mr. Slytherin material?" he asked in a dumb, childish way. They had gone across the lake and past the ivy into a secret area of the school. Surely this couldn't be the main entrance. It would be too difficult to get to. As they both got off the boat, they realized the time till they got sorted into their different houses were coming nearer. You could see students in worry. Others were totally relaxed. Everyone wanted to have fun at Hogwarts. The rumors were the most important part of that is your house. It meant everything. It was and would be the most important thing. All that Mia and Dexter were waiting for were to be placed in the same house. That was what they were hoping for anyway. Professor Braveheart had met them after they left the room and thanked the teacher who had walked them to the school. She had led them to a small chamber off the Great Hall. This was where they waited while the other students were still walking in. Being a deputy headmistress, she began speaking to them and giving them a lecture. Something that hardly anyone listened to. As you may or may not have heard, there are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Shortly, you will be joining us in the Great Hall, and then be sorted into your houses. A small boy interrupted her. "Why do you need to sort people into houses? I mean, I already know what house I'm going to be in." All of them stared at him in shock. Professor Braveheart told them to stay where they were and left pretending that nothing had happened. Charlie was standing there trying to hinder someone else. They were both pleased by this and there was no complaints. "About time," Dexter stated in a whisper voice. "Slytherin material has new prey." Mia looked at that boy. The one who had answered back to Professor Braveheart. The one who questioned sorting people into different houses. She couldn't believe how she didn't notice this before. He had that weird hairstyle and had that bossy feeling. Of course it was him, the boy she had met at Flourish and Blots. He hadn't seen her yet. She was glad. That boy seemed like trouble. She rolled her eyes and carried on talking to Dexter about how stressed they were. She didn't tell him about that boy yet. She had hated him and thought it was completely irrelevant until right now. until she found out he was in her year. Professor Braveheart had returned, and to her delight, the boy didn't say anything again. He was standing there with that smirk on his face. She continued, leading them all into the great hall where they walked between two tables. Everybody was staring at them, especially the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws whose tables they were standing next to. All of them were strangely looking forward and saw that they were staring at a hat. It looked very old and like it had survived a few wars. The hat burst out and everyone watched the hat start to sing. In the sprawling halls of Hogwarts, for houses stand tall and proud, each with its own unique essence, guiding students on their journey. Gryffindor, brave and bold, where courage burns bright within, lion-hearted souls united. In the face of challenges, they triumph. Slytherin, cunning and ambitious, their ambition knows no bounds, serpentine wisdom and resourcefulness, leading them to greatness, they astound. Ravenclaw, wise and curious, their minds sharp as an eagle's eye, seeking knowledge and understanding. In their pursuit of truth, they fly high. Hufflepuff, loyal and kind, their hearts pure and steadfast, working together in harmony. Their bond unbreakable, they last. For houses, for paths to follow. In this magical world of wonder, united in their diversity, Hogwarts stands strong, forever. When I call your name, come to the front to get sorted into your house, the teacher announced to the first years. They saw that she had a long scroll which they presumed had all of their names on it. The moment till they were going to be sorted was drawing closer. April Layla. She began. A small girl walked up. She had brown hair which was the color of an egg. The way she walked up made her look rather scared. The sorting hat was put onto her head, and after 1 minute or so the sorting house shouted, Hufflepuff, Bronze, Charlie. It was the moment they had been waiting for. The ginger-haired boy would be wrong and they'd be right. They knew what the hat was going to say. After 10 seconds the hat screamed, Gryffindor. Dexter was not happy. He couldn't believe it. How could somebody that cruel and vile be in Gryffindor? All of them knew where Mr. Slytherin material belonged. After a few names, East Dexter was called. Good luck. Hope we're in the same house. Mia managed to whisper. He hurried to sit down and the hat was placed on his head. The hat, after much consideration, decided Gryffindor. Dexter looked relieved and rushed off. Mia was confused why he would be pleased that he was Gryffindor. Surely he was upset about being in the same house as Charlie. She was reassured when she saw Dexter sitting as far apart from him as was possible. He gave her a smile of reassurance. Then, it continued saying more and more names until Hazelwood, Mia was called. She slowly walked to the front. Everyone was staring at her. But she knew where she wanted to be. The hat was on her head talking to her. You have an amazing mind and I see plenty of courage, and yes, I also sense strong determination, but where to put you? Please, Gryffindor, Mia kept on saying, following her strong belief. The hat quizzically thought and asked, Is this to do with your friend? Be aware you can't have just one friend. You need to get along with everyone in your house. Mia thought again. Now she was unsure. Whatever was best for her. As long as she was not in Slytherin. She would hate that. Gryffindor. The hat yelled, and she also relieved went to take a seat next to Dexter, and they watched the rest of the sorting ceremony. Good job. Dexter whispered, and she chuckled, and they both carried on watching at who'd be joining them next. After a while the name Malfoy Harrison was called. She then realized that this was the same person who she had met at Flourish and Blots. He was the one who said sorting was not required. The second the hat went on his head it said, Slytherin. Wow, he must be a bad one. As I expected. Dexter whispered. Mia replied with a look of confusion. With a family like that. Of course they were all in Slytherin too. Who? Mia questioned. Lucius, Narcissa, Bellatrix, Draco. They were big supporters of you-know-who when he was big. But don't forget half of them betrayed him in the end. Dexter stated. Wow, he must be evil being part of a family of dark wizards. Mia guessed. He nodded and carried on listening to the sorting hat, who was now on Weasley, Ginevra, and there was only one people left. They had only just realized how long that conversation had lasted for. Gryffindor, the hat announced after the hat touched her hair, and she ran to sit with them at the Gryffindor table, but she acted like she didn't want to say a word to them. Finally, the hat sorted Wolf, Kian into Ravenclaw. Then Eleanor Braveheart stood up and said, "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, and let the feast begin." As she said this, the table filled with lots of glorious foods. Everyone began eating what was there. "Ginny," Charlie asked, "are you related to Harry Potter?" All of the other first years looked at them and she nodded. Everyone was surprised, even Mia, because everyone knew who Harry Potter was. "I don't want to talk about it," she replied, as she got up to ask the head girl if she knew where the toilets were. "She is not very exciting," Dexter said. "Maybe she just does not want extra popularity, you know, she might be really shy." Mia reminded him. "Seen the Malfoy?" Charlie asked. "He seems like such an idiot. I mean, what else can he be with ancestors like his? Unfortunate that you aren't joining him. Don't you agree, Mr. Slytherin material? You have to share a dorm with someone annoying. What could be worse?" Mia teased. Charlie gave her a little smile and thanked her. "Finally, somebody understands what I'm talking about. Thank you, Hazelwood." Dexter began laughing and Mia whispered to him quietly, "I wasn't even talking to him, the idiot." Then, once everyone ate the food they wanted, all the plates disappeared. The headmaster stood at the front and began his speech. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Please do remember that the Forbidden Forest is forbidden for all students and Hogsmeade is out of bounds for all those in first and second year and students without permission. Now you all need to get to bed before the whole year of studying that is ahead of you all, no matter what year you are in." All of the students got up, starting with a select few older students. They went up to where the first years were sat and were all wearing a badge. All of the badges were pretty much identical. The color was based on their house and the same words were engraved in the center. "Prefect." They all followed them through the school to a different room. Where they were going? To their common room. The room you were just in was the Great Hall. "That's where you have all your meals," the boy announced. They all looked around. All of them were exhausted and wanted to go to bed, not have a tour of the whole school. What would they remember? It seemed that they got the wrong impression of the fifth years. They only talked when a teacher was around. Really, they loved gossiping. "Chelsea, how was your holidays?" the boy asked her curiously. She looked a little annoyed, as if he had asked her 1,000 times already. None of the first years paid much attention. "Anton, I've told you like 10 billion times. I didn't do much. Listen, can you walk them back to the common room? I need to talk to Benson." He looked at her quite upset. She, distracted, didn't seem to notice at all. He nodded and she rushed off. Chelsea was a short girl for a fifth year and wore a lot of makeup, and you didn't need to be an expert to notice it. She had brown eyes which matched the color of her honey-colored hair. Anton, on the other hand, was a shy person. He was slightly taller than average. He wore glasses and had jet black hair the color of ink. "What's that?" a tall girl asked. She was pointing at the figure that was lingering above them. He had a cackling laugh which signaled he was up to no good. "Peeves. He's the poltergeist. Stay out of his way if you can. He causes too much trouble," Anton warned them. All of them looked at the figure who was floating above. It was juggling around the heads of different gargoyles that was made of stone. They all continued walking around the different staircases. Hogwarts was rumored to have 147. Yet, everyone was unique. Some were small. Some were even invisible. Some changed every Friday. Now they were on what was called the Grand Staircase. Portraits covered every part of the wall, making the white paint behind it impossible to see. "This is the gateway to most places. Just follow the staircase and you'll eventually find your way around," the prefect stated. All of them looked around. They all saw the staircases that ran for miles both above and below. It looked as if there was no end. When would it end? He carried on walking with them. Multiple corridors they had traveled to, but they were all too tired. So tired they couldn't even remember where they had been. Then they came to a standstill. It was the end of an empty corridor, except for all the portraits, of course. The biggest one lay at the end of it. It was of a young woman. She wore a long pink dress as if she was going to a royal ball in the Victorian times. All around her was plants. However, they didn't look the prettiest. It was Ivy. She looked at him. Congratulations on that badge, Anton. You deserve it. He called for everyone's attention, and they all listened immediately to discover the next big secret of Hogwarts. The first they'd discover. Ferox Amicus. At these words the portrait had opened like a door. Surprised they were to find a passageway behind as they were expecting a wall. This is the Gryffindor common room. This is where you will spend most of your time. Especially when you don't have any work to do, Anton explained. Also, you need to remember the password into the dorm. I see that you have all met the fat lady then. It's a lot at first, but give yourselves a month and you'll love the place and hopefully not get lost on your way to breakfast. But I'm making no promises. Chelsea jumped in and explained in her cute voice. Chelsea was a prefect, but sometimes the way she talked was perceived by others as extremely childish. The first years didn't meet this side of her yet and hoped that they wouldn't have to. Anton couldn't help but smile when he saw Chelsea again. This time she didn't notice, so she was quite happy as well. Your dormitories are upstairs. All of your belongings are already up there, Anton announced. They both began walking around the common room, nagging them to go to bed. Some obeyed immediately. Others didn't go down without a fight. Florence Clearwater, you always run late. At least be early once this year, Chelsea asked her. Listen, Chelsea, that badge doesn't give you the power of bedtime duty, she stated, standing up to her superior. She was still sitting relaxing on the armchair that was closest to the fireplace, and she didn't feel in the mood to move. Fine. If you're late tomorrow, I'll tell Braveheart why, she finalized, and she went up to her dormitory. The Scarlet Room was like a jewel to them. Mia was reassured that she was going to feel at home here soon. She then got into her bed, which was as cozy as ever, and fell asleep, excited for what this year would bring. Mia woke up the following morning and looked around her dorm. She saw Ruby, who was a nice person, and Bella, who both seemed to be best friends. There was also Katie, who was very quiet but loved sports. She was very tall and wanted to play Quidditch one day. All the posters she had about Quidditch made that obvious, and her attitude about it. What's Quidditch? Mia asked that morning after seeing the poster on the wall she had stuck on that very morning. To her surprise, Bella answered, It's our sport. Everybody watches it. They do a small tournament at Hogwarts too. You'll love it. I did. I even went to watch a few games. Lucky. Cool. Katie squealed. Who did you go with? Bella was rather hesitant about the details, but eventually she just said, Mother, Father, my sister, and my cousin. Nobody asked her anything else about the match. But they did talk about Quidditch for most of the day. There was also Ginny, who had not come to the dorm yet. But she was definitely a Gryffindor. She was with them last night at dinner. Mia got all her things ready as quickly as possible and headed down to the Great Hall, so she could have breakfast and figure out where her classroom was. Katie, who loved getting up early and exploring, went down to the Great Hall with her. She talked about how adventurous she was. I already made aims before I started Hogwarts. I want to finish them by the end of my time here. One is to find out all of the school's secrets. The other is to go to the forest at least once. If I get the chance, she shared passionately. They were joined at breakfast 25 minutes later by Dexter, Bella, and Ruby. Charlie apparently had no clue where he was going. What took you? Mia asked them. Dexter gave her a look of disbelief. Seriously? I got lost like 18 times. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and I'm already lost. The timetables got handed to them by the girl. This one they hadn't seen before, but she walked away almost instantly, not wanting to talk to them. Their first lesson was herbology, which they all knew was in the greenhouses outside, and they would not be hard to find. Wow, look at today, we have herbology, double potions, and double history of magic, Mia announced after reading her timetable. You can't say it is an interesting first day, can you? Dexter replied. The others agreed by nodding their head. Obviously, all of them were shy. At least right now they were. They had only met yesterday or this morning. So, who else in first-year Gryffindor? Ruby asked in curiosity. Well, all of us, Ginny and Charlie, right? Mia replied with what she had already found out. No. You forgot the other boys. There's Jack, Ethan, and Oliver. They are walking around the grounds as they came to breakfast early. Dexter corrected her. Come on. Let's go, we don't want to get a detention on our first day. Mia said, and the first years headed to the greenhouses. Bella worried asked. They can't give us detention on our first day, can they? They entered the greenhouse and saw that the Hufflepuffs had already arrived there and saw Professor Longbottom standing there. Mia saw 3 Gryffindor boys, but she did not see the vibrant red hair of Ginny Weasley, who she had met briefly the previous night. Where is Ginny? She whispered to Dexter. He shrugged. No idea, he whispered. Professor Longbottom began the class by doing the register. He did not draw attention to the fact Ginny was nowhere to be seen. He began by telling the class about herbology and its importance. Herbology is about how to handle and care for many plants, whether you find them in your garden or you need them for potion making, which you will learn about later this week. Many of them were already a bit bored of the lesson, especially the group of Hufflepuff girls who were sitting and chatting at the back. This week, he continued, we will be learning about Devil's Snare and what to do if you find it. Is it just me, or does this seem really enjoyable? Charlie asked Mia over sarcastically, if that was even possible. She rolled her eyes and shook her head. He continued, in pairs, you will read the chapter on Devil's Snare for a mini-test that I'll give you in 20 minutes. They all got put into pairs. Bella and Ruby went in a pair, Charlie and Dexter, quite unwillingly, were together. Ethan and Jack happily were a pair, and Katie went with Oliver, which left Mia to go with one of the Hufflepuffs called Layla April. She was one of the girls who were sitting at the back of the class talking. The way that she acted was very irritable and annoying, but she didn't say a word.
I'm Layla.
Layla April. I don't like reading and I don't really care about herbology. But I already know about Dev's hair or whatever it is called. But if you need help, I can help you. I'm Mia. She introduced. What's wrong with herbology?
I'm pureblood.
All of my family told me it's a waste. Oh, unless you want to be a potioneer or. I only care about defense and transfiguration, the fussy girl complained. So, do you need help? I think I'm good, thanks. Then she carried on talking to her friend, who was also in Hufflepuff, as she went other to work with Dexter and Charlie. Mia was of the opinion that Layla was more annoying than Charlie, if it was even possible. They left the classroom soon after being told the test was delayed until next lesson, and their homework was to write a short summary about it. They then hurried off to potions. They did not know where it was. To their delight, nearly headless Nick was pleased to help. He was the resident ghost of Gryffindor House, and his death was very well known among the students. At least he could have cut my head off properly. How hard is it? He asked them, but they were paying very little attention. Evidently, they were late. All of the Slytherins' reaction proved that. They entered the ice-cold dungeon. Professor Shield hurried them all in. They all sat in silence in rows as the tense air started to walk in with Professor Shield. Dexter silently whispered, I heard his hero is Severus Snape. He was biased towards Slytherin as he was one himself. Everyone hates him.
Ido kropka.
He took a register and all of them answered their names. Tension was growing and some of the Gryffindors were hating it. Dexter East. He questioned. Here. He replied, and Mia nudged him really hard. Here, sir.
Mia Hazelwood.
He continued. Yes, sir. She replied, listening very closely to what he was going to say next. Why do you find it suitable to talk in my lesson? His rage, which he was well known for, was bursting out. Sorry, sir. She muttered. Learn your lesson, Hazelwood. Or it will be detention. Mia nodded clearly. I can't hear you, Hazelwood. He replied in his anger voice. His voice was always quiet even at that very moment. Yet, everyone heard his every word. Sorry, sir. She apologized sincerely. That goes to all of you. During that lesson, nothing improved much. He started by telling them how to set up a cauldron to begin making their first potion, the forgetfulness potion. It was difficult to make at the best of times. It was even harder to do when a giant monster is following you around. Nobody in Gryffindor liked him. However, Slytherins were the total opposite. All of them were being praised as if they had made a new potion themselves, and Gryffindor got scolded for doing everything perfectly. They were put in pairs, and Mia was with Katie working on a table with Jack and Ethan, whilst Dexter and Ruby were on a table on the opposite side of the dungeon with Oliver and Charlie. Professor Shield thankfully didn't put them with the Slytherins. But the real reason was that he didn't want Slytherins to lose their potential. Talk about favoritism. The boy next to her muttered quietly to them. Mia, who wasn't paying much attention to them, kept on working. "You stupid boy," they heard a low, petrifying voice say from the other side of the room. Everyone turned their heads to watch without hesitation. Exploded berries were all over the Slytherin table. In fact, it was the one Malfoy was working on. Yet, he was telling off the Gryffindors. "East, what do you have to say for yourself?" The menacing voice asked him. Dexter stood quiet. What did he do? It wasn't even him. His face did not look like one of a guilty person. So, why was he in trouble? "I'll tell you your mistake. You didn't cut your mistletoe berries. You also didn't wait before putting them in. How much of a donut are you?" At the word donut, the Slytherins started laughing and Dexter couldn't help but join in. But when he tried to hide it, Shield caught him for sure. He was fed up and yelled in anger. "East, leave the classroom and don't come back. If you do, then bring an essay on your mistakes in this classroom, and don't you dare repeat him." The cold voice he had that was shouting alarmed them all. Even the Slytherins. Nobody had ever seen him that angry. Mia and the others knew this wasn't right. A split second before she was going to speak up, the boy next to her whispered so only she could hear. "Don't." He warned her. "Don't get involved. You'll be in trouble too." She nodded and didn't say a word. But that didn't stop her. That didn't stop her from sending him a piercing look of hate whenever she saw him. After what felt like an eternity, the lesson finally finished and they all rushed off to lunch. Mia set herself a mission. She had to find out. All of them sat down. Dexter was among them. He wasn't happy about the outcome of the lesson and didn't have much clue what to do. "I'd be told off if anyone caught me. That's why I hid in the toilets." "What would you have done?" he shared. Mia spotted Shield at the high table staring whilst in conversation to Braveheart. He was looking at the Gryffindor table. He was looking at someone in their group. He was looking at Dexter. "Chill. You'll be allowed back in. Plus, you will enjoy it. I hope." Katie comforted him. Then a cold voice came from behind them. "Sorry to disturb you three, but I need to talk with you, Mr. East." Dexter nodded and went to walk with him. They all could guess what that meant. That kid is a rebel. Seriously. A first year is having beef with Shield. Good luck to him. A girl laughed. It was the girl from the train. She was a third year. That's what they had learnt. She didn't like rules much, but she knew where to draw the line. "That's cruel, Flo. He's only dash," her friend complained. Flo laughed, adding, "Not like you, Annalise, standing up for the new kids." Except, they stayed quiet. They were now sitting with Mia, Katie, Bella, and Ruby. "Hey, do you know what happened?" Annalise asked curiously. Ruby started saying, "We were in potions and dashed up." Mia stood up. She interrupted all of it. Ruby stopped talking. They were all staring at her. She was now the center of attention in the group. "You don't need to know. It's none of your business. So, we aren't going to tell you anything." The others took her side and nodded. He didn't deserve this. A bad reputation for a simple mistake. A simple mistake he didn't even make. "Except, if you're hiding something from me, Annalise." Flo finished. Mia rushed off to the common room and saw a prefect. It was Anton, the one who gave them the tour yesterday. "Please, can you help?" she asked. Then a girl came along with her friend. She was also a prefect by the name of Chelsea. She sat on the sofa comfortably. She said, "Don't worry, she's probably lost. I'll tell our head of house if she does not turn up later, but she probably will. Now hurry off to your next lesson before you get a detention for being late." She hurried off to History of Magic, which they had with the Hufflepuffs. Clearly, she was the last person to arrive to class and took a seat next to Dexter, which he had saved for her. "Thanks," she said, sitting down. "But why did I need to save you a seat?" he queried to his friend. Even though he had only known Mia for 2 days, he guessed that her being late was out of the ordinary. She wouldn't do that without a valid reason. "I'll tell you later. You need to tell me about Shield," she asked in a curious way. "He's going to tell the headmaster. He seems nice, right? I hope he doesn't get me expelled." He dismally told her of his potential outcome. In History of Magic, they had to listen to Professor Binns, who was the only ghost teacher at Hogwarts, gobbledygook on about goblin revolutions. The class was expected to write notes for the whole 2 hours. However, within 10 minutes the whole class was in deep sleep from ennui. After what seemed like an eternity, they were able to go to dinner. This was after being set homework, writing 2 foot on what Ranrock did when he started a revolution against wizards. Nobody had a clue who he was. All of them went to dinner hoping that every day for the next 7 years would be like this. All of them started eating dinner in a hurry. Mia was so happy about her first day. It was a success. Having already finishing her homework, she decided to write a letter to give Holly to send to her mother. She needed something to pass time while she was helping all her friends with their homework. Dexter, on the other hand, was struggling to do his homework and kept on looking through the book to find more information. Charlie, on the other hand, was trying to see if he could look at anyone's essay. Nobody could, as they had not finished it, and Mia refused. "How will you learn if you copy me?" Mia would say. Charlie looked at her in disgust. "I see Slytherin material spreads to everything it touches." When he was saying this, he was eyeing Dexter, who was sitting on the other side of the room doing his essay. Mia disregarded him and ambled away. After being exhausted from a hard day's work, Mia had decided to go to bed and thought she would send her letter tomorrow. It only made sense. Everybody was going up to bed. All of them had enough of homework for one night. "I don't get how you finished your essays." "Both of them. Didn't you do 4 foot 6 inches for the History of Magic one?" Dexter asked, exasperated. "You just need to write a strong introduction. Waffle and explain your points in full detail and write a short, summary conclusion." She clarified. He looked up and carried the books he had up to his dormitory so he could work on the essay some more. Bang! Everybody was facing them. All of the books were cluttered around the common room. Flo was sitting down nearby. "Sorry, first years. Was only trying to prank Chelsea." She apologized with a smile. Mia helped Dexter to pick up all his things. That's when Charlie noticed something. That's when a piece of paper fell out of her pocket and fell under the sofa. To Charlie's delight, she hadn't realized yet. Everybody was quite tired at this point and decided to go up to bed. But not Charlie. Charlie waited until everyone else had gone to their dorm. He didn't want anyone catch him doing it. But it wasn't much of a crime. It wouldn't be copying. She found it easy and would just write another one. As Charlie crouches in front of the red sofa, he feels the fabric's plush surface beneath his fingers, a comforting yet deceptive barrier. Peering between the cushions, the bright piece of parchment he's searching for seems tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. He stretches his arm forward, but his wrist bends awkwardly. His fingertips barely graze the edge of the paper, causing it to shift deeper into the cavern of the sofa. A small frown creases his forehead as he adjusts his stance, shifting one knee to the side for better leverage. The angle felt awkward. He managed to push back the cushions with his other hand that the older students had left on the floor. After a few moments of fruitless reaching, Charlie leant further into the sofa, his shoulder brushing against the soft fabric, which further envelopes him. He feels an oncoming wave of frustration mixed with determination. He can't let a simple piece of paper get the better of him. The feeling of the sofa's depth began to swallow his hand and focus. The paper remained elusive, slipping away further into the center. Each time he feels like he's almost got it, the paper jumped out of reach, taunting him to try harder. He let out a soft sigh, momentarily frozen in the awkward position, contemplating his next move. Charlie moves once more, hoping a new angle will yield better results. He was tilting his body slightly, trying to squeeze his arm deeper into the world underneath the sofa, but the rock-hard wooden floor felt unforgiving, wrapping around him as if reluctant to let anything escape. Every small movement seems to only push the paper further away, deepening his resolve but also his frustration. "I can do this," he muttered to himself. He buried himself back into the world underneath the sofa. He grasped it. Finally, keeping a firm grip of it, he began to pull it out. It was very arduous. He had to ensure he didn't rip it. If he did, all his work would be worthless. He had succeeded. He flattened the paper straight and opened it. Now he would be the cleverest kid. He would have the best essay. The price? Retrieving the paper from under a sofa. He was excited to read all of the answers. What if this was a secret plot to get him expelled? He realized by now that they all hated him. He got the paper out and read the paper, which was covered in neat handwriting. Dear Mother, my first day at Hogwarts has been simply amazing. I miss you so much, but I love it here ever so much. I have already made so many wonderful friends. One friend who I am particularly close to is Dexter. I met him on the train and we have been good friends ever since. We're both in the same house, Gryffindor. But there is one person in particular who is really annoying and nobody really likes him. He is called Charlie. He says we belong in Slytherin as we are all Slytherin material. Hoping to see you soon. Mia. Charlie had now read his worst fear, that everybody actually hated him and found him annoying. He picked up the letter and ripped it into tiny pieces before chucking it into the fire. He watched it all burn to dust in seconds. The roaring fire contained his fears. It destroyed all he hated in a matter of seconds. Nobody would find out he did it. Why would anyone need it again? After a sound of footsteps, he rushed up to his dorm full of anger. He didn't want to be caught at the scene. That was always a bad sign. All of them were eating lunch whilst having a laugh. Today they were eating sandwiches and soup. Shield hates me. I have finished the essay, so I have to go. Don't I? Dexter asked them all in annoyance. No, but do you, Dash? Katie began replying as she was taking out some tomato soup for herself. What do they want now? Give me a sec. She was talking about the Hufflepuffs. Layla April and her friends wanted to talk to her about something. What? They had not the slightest clue. Hey, what are you doing here? A boy asked him. He had short brown hair and brown eyes that matched the color of an acorn. He looked at all of them confused. Everyone in attendance knew who he was. They were in pretty much every lesson with him. It was their Gryffindor classmate, Ethan. Do you know that Flo girl is having a fight with the Gryffindor Quidditch captain? The captain doesn't care one bit. Very few people have seen it yet. I'll show you from the window upstairs. Come on. He invited the group of his fellow Gryffindor classmates. All of them left their lunch unfinished as they all jumped out of their seats. All of the first years were present except for Katie. Charlie, what are you waiting for? Ruby asked curiously. None of them liked Charlie much. That was common knowledge to them. However, it was strange that he wasn't following them. I'm not into this excitement, he explained as he carried on eating his soup. All of them forgot about him as they hurried into the entrance hall and up a spiral staircase nearby. They stared at the outside view. The Quidditch pitch was in sight, and so were the two girls who looked like they were arguing. The taller one walked in front minding her own business while the other was holding her wand at her about to cast a spell. That moment, Professor Shield hurried down and stared at all of them confused. They'd done it. All of them were going to be in trouble once more. What are you all doing here in a forbidden corridor? He asked them as guilt began to spread across all of their faces. Teacher's corridor. Private offices are here. There was a murmur of voices from the group of them of apology, even though they knew that their efforts would remain useless. Don't let me catch you here again or you will be in detention, he whispered in his cold voice. All of them would make sure they weren't caught there again. Surely, his warning would be scary enough to prevent them from repeating it. All of them walked off slowly to lunch in the Great Hall. He didn't stop them and let them go. Dexter was the last, and as he turned to walk down the stairs, East, you are running around breaking rules. I hope you have finished your essay, otherwise you'll be in big trouble. His emotionless voice interrogated. Yes, sir, he replied before following the others down to lunch. His face filled with worry. All of them walked back into the Great Hall. Dexter lingered outside unsure of what to do. He was hopeless at writing essays. Nobody realized he wasn't there. Nobody would notice if he snuck out to the library to write out a failed attempt. Nobody except Dash. Mia, help me. I haven't done the essay yet. I need it doing within the next 10 minutes. He burst out saying. Without another word, they went to sit in the Great Hall away from everyone else. They began talking about what to do as Mia gave him a piece of parchment and a quill. I think I'm done, he said 5 minutes later proudly. They weren't the last to arrive. To their surprise, Ginny Weasley had attended the class and was standing in the corner not wanting to talk to anyone. Bella and Ruby were the first who rushed downstairs after them. They only arrived seconds before Professor Shield, and he was always late. "Where's everyone?" Mia asked them. After regaining her breath, Bella replied, "Somebody spiked Katie's soup, probably while we were upstairs. Anyway, they put a potion in there, and to make a long story short, she's not well. Everyone is escorting her upstairs to the hospital wing or changing. You see, she puked all over us." Ruby added, "It wasn't very pleasant." Professor Shield invited all of them inside and made all of them take out their textbooks and begin to take out their cauldrons and ingredients. All of the Gryffindors hurried in late. Shield, as expected, was not very impressed by this. "What are your worthless excuses?" he asked, annoyed. His voice had already proved that he was past caring and that he was going to give them all a detention. "And you, East? Where's your essay?" he snapped. He was happy to have pulled out a satisfactory essay and handed it to him. He flipped through the essay and was nodded. All he hoped for was good news. "Behave in class, East. You've proved you know how." He held up the essay and put it on his desk. He nodded. Instantly, he let them all off. The only reason was that Dexter's essay was good, that it had put him in a decent mood. He began putting everyone in pairs. All the Gryffindors were together except for Charlie, who was working with Harrison Malfoy. "Can you?" Charlie asked. The blonde boy released a cackling laugh. "Being as evil and malicious as you are, I am surprised you are not in Slytherin? And yes, for sure I will. I always wanted to stop them coming here." When he said this, he was looking at Mia, and Charlie instantly agreed, knowing that they could be expelled. "Tonight," he suggested, "as long as you have a worthwhile plan and location." "Well, do you?" they replied as if they were in power. The Gryffindors sat together. It was the end of the day, and they were all doing homework except Mia, who had already done her homework. That was expected. Everybody knew she was the cleverest person in the year. She never had any work to do because she'd finish it all in 30 minutes to a higher standard than everybody else's. Dexter was writing a letter home while he got Mia to check his homework, which she did happily. He couldn't be bothered to do his history homework yet. He hated essays. He couldn't understand the point of them. All they did was make life hard. Devil's Snare is a deadly plant which can kill people in a matter of seconds. It likes the damp and cold and therefore hates heat such as fire. "And this is what you did in 2 hours?" she asked. An older student who was walking by and had heard began to laugh at him. He ignored her and didn't answer the question. "Come on, Mia. Just get to the point," he asked, once more annoyed. Why was this so hard? Could he not get a straight answer, people? He sat there in the chair. What happened next was expected. He was obviously going to be told dash. "Mia answered. Fine. It is good, but just add it hates light and you will be fine." Dexter stared at her in shock. This wasn't what he had anticipated. Maybe he was good enough after all. Maybe he shouldn't have believed dash. "Thanks a million," Dexter replied after he had recovered from the shock. He fixed his mistake and he carried on writing his letter. He was the only one who hadn't written home yet. Obviously, nobody had got any replies back yet. "Hey Ruby, do you know where Ginny is?" Mia asked, and she shook her head in response. She had just realized that she hadn't fulfilled her mission. Maybe she could now that she had free time. However, something, or more like somebody, was stopping her. Charlie came to talk to her. He was rushing to her as she was about to get up to leave the common room. On the way there, he had pushed at least 3 people and trampled all over Bella's history of magic homework. "I know where she is. Ginny. She went to visit Katie in the hospital wing," Charlie said. All of them were surprised he knew this. None of them dared question him, though. They all had over-worried about it. "At this time? She'll be in trouble if she gets caught." "I'll go and find her," Dexter said. "I'll come too," Mia insisted. She then turned to Ruby and Bella. "Can you cover for us?" "Of course we can," Bella replied. She was happy and acted as if it was an honor. As if nobody had ever asked her for a favor before. "Thanks a million. I owe you one," Mia said as they raced out of the common room. They had managed to slip out without a prefect catching them. Chelsea always was gossiping and talking with her friend, Benson. Anton was the one who was keeping them all in check. Luckily, he had fallen into a deep sleep. The pair raced across the corridor hurriedly. They had to find Ginny before she got into detention. None of them could speak because they were so full of worry. "Where will she be?" Dexter asked as they were in the hospital wing corridor. "Levi Corpus." A voice muttered and Dexter was dangling helplessly by his ankles. Mia looked around to see if she could find the culprit and instead saw a lot of darkness. She took her own wand out and effortlessly muttered "Lumos." A white light was emitted from her wand and she saw nobody. How could this happen? Who could possibly use a jinx in a corridor if they were all alone? All alone in a deserted corridor at night. She then began to lower her wand. All she had to do now was try to remember or find out the counter curse. Besides, there was nobody there. She was safe now. Before she understood what was happening, she was trapped in a bubble and realized the Abublio jinx had taken place. She then saw the attacker. They were sprinting in the opposite direction. They ran so quickly all that was seen of them was their short light blonde hair. Many thoughts burst into their heads. The Abublio jinx was doing likewise. Mia plummeted to the ground. But she knew that there wasn't much time. The criminal had caused such a racket with the chaos that obviously somebody had heard. Of course, somebody would go and investigate. They had very limited time. She pointed her wand up at Dexter and whispered, "Libera Corpus." He fell to the ground unexpectedly. He jumped up and looked around. He wasn't sure what to do next. "Who's there?" A man bellowed. He was slowly examining the corridor to try and find them. If they got caught, they couldn't let that happen. They didn't want to face the consequences. The pair of them sprinted as fast as they could as the voice prowled ever closer. Evidently, by the sound of his voice, he was much older and it would be a good attempt to outrun him. Both of them rushed down the stairs near Clock Tower. At the quick glimpse above, it was nearly midnight. Surely no excuse could save them now. "We're doomed," Dexter yelled. He had lost hope but still carried on sprinting just the same. Both of them were good runners but they couldn't carry on much longer. The man on their tail was much faster than they assumed. Without hesitation, they both went into a nearby door and carried on running. There was only one problem. They had gotten into a classroom. This time it was the defense against the dark arts classroom. A second later the door locked shut. They were trapped inside and they were going to be caught. Mia was peeking underneath the door. Unable to see anyone, she ran out of hope. Had he gone to call someone? Was it the headmaster? Were they going to be expelled? Her heart sank. What now? She finally managed to ask him. He sat there, puzzled. He sat on the windowsill staring outside. Their chances of escaping was quite low. They were next to nothing. "Idunno, Mia." Dexter replied, not looking at her at all. His eyes were still fixed on what was outside. He was full of shame. He let his friend walk into trouble with him. He couldn't let that happen again. "Maybe we should turn ourselves in. Before they catch us." She looked at him and thought for a while. Maybe this was the only way. Both of them got up and was about to get out. They checked again and now saw a person standing out there. It would be the responsible thing to do yet. It would cost them their place at Hogwarts. "Wait!" They both stopped as they heard a loud shriek. Both of them began looking around. Who could have been there? They both quickly ran around the room in circles trying to find the cause of the mysterious voice. They both saw the mysterious figure come out of the shadows. They didn't suspect them to reveal themselves. It came as a huge shock as they saw Ginny. Dexter yelled, "That's Ginny," she added in unison. Both of them were confused, but she held up something in her hands. It was like a long piece of fabric. It was the size of a blanket, but as thin as crinoline. "What dash?" Dexter asked. However, Ginny cut in. "We have no time, so, unfortunately, you'll have to save your question for later, Dexter." She both looked at them. "Well, get under here then. Except if you'd rather be expelled." Both of them rushed to hide without hesitation and all three of them were hidden. Nobody could see them now. The next moment the door flung open. It was Professor Braveheart. She was in her dressing gown and slippers, which was in a royal blue color. On closer examination, the dressing gown looked like it was made of silk. She was now scavenging around looking for the students. The door was wide open, and in an instant they all rushed up. Concealed from the sight of everything, they rushed to the common room as fast as they could. It was the fastest they had ever got there. Ferox Amicus! Dexter rapidly exclaimed, and the door had opened and they all rushed in. He muttered to himself, "I have no clue what it actually means." Mia looked at him and replied, "It means fierce friend, but it's just in Latin." They all sat by the fire together. The common room was deserted for the first time. All of them managed to get the best armchairs, and they knew they could ask questions now. "What is it?" Dexter asked once more. Ginny looked at him. "This is an invisibility cloak. You're half-blood, Dexter. Surely your parents read to you the tale of the three brothers." Dexter sat there quietly. He never talked much about his parents. Mia could never remember him saying anything about his parents. He plainly replied, "No. They were busy." "What's the story?" Mia was also interested. She hadn't heard any of these stories because she had grown up in a Muggle family. But, by the way she talked about it, it sounded like a children's book full of nursery rhymes. "Never mind. It's an invisibility cloak. My family have passed it down for centuries. Since the Peveril family. I haven't told anyone yet, but, as friends we could perhaps keep it a secret. I found out what you did, Bella, and Ruby told me." "Thanks," Ginny said. Dexter still had a thought that was lingering in the back of his mind. He couldn't eject it. The thought of it was still haunting him. "Who did it? Who attacked us?" Dexter asked. "Me," a voice said as Charlie walked into the middle of the room. It had been obvious. Who told them where Ginny was when nobody had talked to her since she started? Why didn't they consider questioning him? How could they be so stupid? Why didn't they guess this before? "Why?" Mia asked. "How come you all couldn't tell me?" Charlie furiously interrogated the group of them. All of them sat there confused. What was he talking about? What were they all hiding? "The letter. The one you wrote." He shot at Mia when he saw their confused faces. All of them stared at her. They were all puzzled at what he meant. None of them had a clue what he was on about. "Was it a lie?" "I didn't mean it," Mia expressed angrily. "It was our first impression," Dexter added. Charlie replied in no more than a whisper. "Such Slytherin material. And it wasn't even yours. You had no permission or reason to read it." Ginny yelled back to him. "What's Slytherin material? You will be in trouble." Charlie added in his sly voice. "What?" All three of them yelled in unison, confused. None of them knew what he was talking about. "You can't report whoever did it. You'd have to report it and admit you were out of bed. One of my excellent ideas." He laughed. Mia just realized it like the rest of them and burst out. "You told Malfoy to jinx us." They all stood there in disgust and hate. He hated all Slytherins. Why would he reach out to their enemy? All he ever talked about was how much he hated Slytherins. He had called them Slytherin material. "Cruel is not even the word, you are vile." Ginny ended. It was a surprise to see her speak up. Nobody knew much about her. She loved staying in the shadows. This was rare. Not saying much. "What your friend said was at least 10 times worse, or at least in my opinion it was," Charlie moaned whilst looking at Mia. "Words may not be intended to hurt someone. Nasty spells, hexes, and jinxes do hurt people." Ginny continued in an argumentative voice. Mia and Dexter had never seen her so confident. She was always the quiet one who did not want to be noticed. She did not want to be involved and felt that this meant that she must like them even if they were not best friends. "Wow, I never realized that," he sarcastically replied. "But it is not about me though, is it? It is all about you or who you want to be friends with. The two very unfortunate people standing next to you, Mia, will one day regret being in your company." He ended as he walked up to his dormitory. The three friends were left alone in the dormitory, speechless. It was several minutes until the silence was finally broken. "Ignore him. Just ignore him. He's just jealous, that's what." Dexter comforted her. "Listen, we're all friends. All three of us. That means that we need to be there for each other, especially when times are tough. I trust both of you. I enjoy hanging out with both of you. I would never give that up," she proclaimed in a wise manner. All of them looked at the fire which was crackling before them. It brought much more to the room than light. It brought comfort. It brought a feeling of home. They all missed home most. Everybody at school did. They all sat on the armchairs for a little longer before they finally decided that it was time for them to head up to the dormitory. They all agreed on one thing: they had too much adventure for one night. The sun was starting to fade. All of them knew what this meant. Leaves began scattering all over the floor. Coldness was finally starting to reveal itself. Autumn was coming. Ginny, Dexter and Mia were still fuming at Charlie. Every time that they saw him, they shot hate straight at him. Strangely, he didn't care one bit. "You know, I saw him hanging out with Malfoy the other day. Weird, because he always hated the whole lot of them. Slytherins, I mean." Katie was telling them at breakfast a few weeks later. All of them were sitting there laughing. They found it funny that he was hated so much that he had to hang out with his worst enemy. Ruby suggested, "Maybe the Sorting Hat made a mistake and he was meant to be in Slytherin. He would act just the same way." Mia, Dexter and Ginny agreed with the others. Only they knew how friendly he was with Malfoy. None of them wanted to tell the others. If they told someone, then they could all be in big trouble. They expected Charlie and Malfoy to come out with a big lie. The group of them headed up to the common room. They all needed to collect their stuff before they headed to any lesson. When they arrived, they saw the whole common room gathering around the small board where notices were normally put up. Nobody in that group was really tall except Katie, who was the tallest in the group, began to read the notice to the others as they all listened in interest. Important notice: all first-year students will have Quidditch lessons as follows. Gryffindor and Slytherin, Thursday 10 a.m. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Tuesday 3 p.m. Gryffindor Quidditch team tryouts will take place on Saturday at 1 p.m. "That is terrible," Ginny moaned. "There is no problem with flying, is there?" Mia questioned, as she had never flown on a broomstick before and was scared that it. "No, it's that we are doing it with the Slytherins. Obviously, we have the worst luck," Bella finished. "What makes you say that?" Ginny asked. "We have potions with them before that. Having them twice in a row will be so annoying," she answered. All of them started walking to their first lesson potions. They knew what was going to happen the whole time. That's what they're going to say for the whole of potions. "I'm going to be so fed up by the end of the lesson," Dexter stated. "You needn't worry, I have had a lot of practice with horses and brooms and I am all right. Maybe I'll try to make the house team, to annoy him. First years scarcely make the team," Katie assured them all. The day went as they expected. All of them sat in their potions lesson with the Slytherins. All of them were laughing and discussing what would happen later. Malfoy loved showing off and his minions were all listening to him like he was a famous celebrity, whilst all the Gryffindors held back laughter. Malfoy bragged, "We have every good model of broomstick. I also do it all the time. My uncle was once selected for the England team, but he turned it down as he preferred working at the ministry." After the lesson, they all headed outside the castle to the Quidditch pitch where the lesson was due to take place. The whole group was buzzing with excitement. To their delight, they had arrived before the Slytherins, but they didn't take long for them to arrive. A few minutes later, a man came in from above. He was in navy blue robes and they could see his bright brunette hair from a mile away. This was surely their flying teacher, Professor Hill. "Now," he began, calming down all the students, "I will need a volunteer to help me." Nobody was volunteering. The Gryffindors were too scared at doing something they'd never done before, and the Slytherins wanted to laugh at the Gryffindors. He carried on. "How about you?" he said, pointing at a girl in Slytherin. They had not seen her before. She was getting pushed forward by one of the Slytherin girls. The girl looked shy and didn't want to be there. "What is your name?" he asked her. "Lucy, sir, Lucy Cove," she replied in nothing more than the quietest whisper. Nobody else could even hear her. "Have you ridden a broomstick before?" the teacher asked her curiously. "Of course she has," someone interrupted before she had a chance to speak. "What do you think she is? A mud-blood?" All the class was flabbergasted Malfoy had used such belligerent words. The Gryffindors all took offense while the Slytherins just laughed. Mia was sat there in confusion. What did this mean? But, by everyone's reaction she could guess it was bad, and she was also fuming. Malfoy, you come with me this instant, he ordered him. His face showed he wasn't impressed. And where are we going, Professor? He asked bossily, pretending to be polite. To the headmaster, and you'll be lucky not to be expelled. Then he turned to the rest of the class. Your homework is to learn the theory behind using a broomstick. Class dismissed. Mia and Ginny hurried up to school so they could get some work done. Meanwhile, the other Slytherins were still on the Quidditch pitch with Dexter, Jack, and Ethan. I hope he's not get expelled. I mean, he did nothing wrong. He was only being totally honest. A girl with long black curly hair laughed. Insulting someone's parentage is okay then, is it? Ethan accused. It was clear that what Malfoy said had affected him, as he never seemed to talk much to anyone. Ethan only really talked to one person, Jack. Only when something big took place would he talk to the rest of them. What are you on about? You standing up for all the Muggleborns too? Or are you one yourself? Another of the Slytherins questioned. Say another word and we'll use wands. Ethan announced in a threatening way. Some of the other students left. That only left 5 people there. The 2 Slytherin girls, Jack, Ethan, and Dexter. Obviously, the others didn't want to get in trouble. But you hardly know how to duel. The curly-haired girl burst out with a laugh. Muggles don't use magic. Only real witches do, right, Gabriella? She turned to look at her friend, who instantly replied. Yes, Bellatrix, all Muggles are dumb. They can't even put 2 words together without making a mistake. You want to see real lack of knowledge, Ethan said, raising his wand threateningly. At his words, Jack and Dexter also raised their wands as if they were expecting an attack. Gabriella and Bellatrix also raised their wands in preparation. For sure, Bellatrix replied. At her words, sparks flew out from the end of all 5 of their wands as Professor Hill walked back in. For a while, they didn't acknowledge his presence. Then, dueling now, are we? This is banned, you know. I will have to report you and 100 points from each house for misconduct. Please don't look at me like that, Mr. Wall. I have to punish you. Additionally, you will all receive detentions. Do you understand? They all nodded, and he led them out so they could go back to the castle. All of them noticed him, and all of them were angry. Unusually, the 2 girls were pleased. It was if they had succeeded in doing something. Were they purposely trying to provoke them? Meanwhile, Mia and Ginny were in the dormitory alone. They were both examining something very carefully. Both of them seemed very pleased. Just don't tell anyone, Ginny pleaded as she put the piece of parchment back in her trunk rapidly. Of course not, Mia reassured her. I knew I could trust you. She smiled vibrantly. The 2 girls rushed down the steps into the common room and looked around, and when the 2 of them did not see their friend, they decided to go to the Great Hall for lunch without him. Both of them were starving, so they started eating without waiting for the others. They would all arrive in a second. They ate their lunch and were surprised that the boys had not arrived yet, but they didn't really worry much. Guess what I just found out? Malfoy nearly got expelled, Katie said as Ruby and Bella came to join them. None of them really thought this as big news. All of them were there at the time, so they knew the whole story. All of them expected him to be expelled for such despicable behavior. Yeah, we know it was because he was. Ginny started as she reminded Katie that they were all there too. Wandering around at night. Katie interrupted. Both Mia and Ginny were horrified. All of the other Gryffindors weren't as shocked as they thought that it was expected of him. The only people who knew about this event was Malfoy and a few of his Slytherin friends. Also, Ginny, Mia, Dexter, and Charlie knew about it. When you say nearly? Mia questioned. He revealed it when he was in the head's office and was to decide his punishment after what happened in flying. Admitted he ran into the caretaker. Katie replied. How do you know this? Ruby asked. Katie hesitated to answer, but after a while she managed to say, I have my sources, and it won't get me in trouble. It was totally allowed. It was now 10 minutes until the start of their transfiguration lesson, and they still saw no sign of any of the first-year Gryffindor boys except for Charlie, who they did not dare talk to. Also, a boy in their year called Oliver was easily found. He spent most of his time playing chess with his brother who was in Ravenclaw. "Where are they?" Mia asked. All of them were lining up outside Transfiguration waiting for Professor Braveheart to come in for the lesson to start. "They'll be fine. We'll see them in Transfiguration," Ginny reassured her. However, she didn't really believe what she was saying. She was doubting what she had just said. She didn't really believe it. Professor Braveheart, who was their head of house, was walking. She was followed by 3 boys. 3 first-year boys. Dexter, Jack, and Ethan. "What are they doing? They're not in trouble surely," Ginny whispered. Mia was unsure as they walked into class and sat at the back in their normal seats. The pair of them took out their homework out and left it on their desk as normal for it to be checked. Professor Braveheart had returned, but Ethan, Jack, and Dexter were nowhere to be seen. She had been gone for a few minutes of everlasting worry. During Transfiguration, they did not arrive. Mia was always good at Transfiguration, but today she could not concentrate as she was too busy worrying about the others. Had they been expelled? Everyone got homework to practice turning a ladybird into a button. This was a surprise to everyone as Mia would normally master it in the lesson and wasn't in need of extra practice. At the end of the day, they headed to the Gryffindor common room and saw Dexter sitting on the windowsill. Mia, in slight relief, went to join him. "What dash?" she began. He handed her a paper instantly and she stopped talking. The paper in her hand didn't help. Surely there wouldn't be anything important on there. Just a load of work. "Read it, then. Is what we've been doing since Transfiguration finished, or was it halfway through?" "Anyway dash." She unfolded the paper that turned out to be a letter and began to read. "Dear Professor Hill, I deeply apologize for the inconvenience which was caused today. I need not have started dueling, and I should have left the Quidditch pitch as soon as I could. Additionally, I should not have done the actions which I did, which are of course the worst. I believe that I have fully deserved my punishment of a deduction of 100 points and, additionally, being set a detention. I am deeply sorry, and if this happens again, I will be punished most severely. Yours sincerely, Dexter East." "I can't believe it." Ginny began as she had just turned up and read the letter behind Mia's shoulder. They had to read it multiple times to let it sink in. To believe that this has really happened. "Duel? Why dash? Who dash?" Mia asked as Ginny went to get some more parchment. Dexter then recounted what happened to her. Ethan just didn't like what he said. "To be honest, I had never expected him to fight with someone," he admitted. "Nobody heard much about him until today. I actually wanted to ask you something. I just find it embarrassing asking someone else, but you know the word Malfoy said, what does it mean?" Mia asked her best friend because she trusted him most. The way she said it easily showed that she was trying to hide something. It was like she never really wanted to ever ask it. "It is not that nice, as you could guess by all of our reactions. It is in fact a really foul name for someone with non-magical parents," he explained. "Someone like me," she muttered quietly. Not expecting him to hear her, she was surprised when he said, "I thought you said you never met your father. You also told me your mother never found out his blood status? You could just as easily be half-blood, like me?" "Wait, why are you asking me about this?" "Because Malfoy said dashed up." Mia quickly began to answer him convincingly without a moment's hesitation. Dexter shook his head. He could tell that she was lying. They had known each other for so long it was obvious she was lying.
"No.
"We both know that's not the real reason," he whispered so nobody else could hear. They were friends, there was no use of hiding it from him, so she told him all about what happened at Flourish and Blots. "That is sick," Dexter said. "I know. He made me feel I would never fit in. Made me doubt why I wanted to go if people here would be like that," Mia admitted. "I have so much to do, I just hope he doesn't send it back with a note saying it's not satisfactory. You know how bad my writing skills are," he complained. Mia replied, "You're getting much better at it." "I was getting the letter from my brother," Ginny announced as she re-entered the room. "I was struggling to find it." She held up the letter. "Ginny, it's good to finally hear from you. I am proud that you finally left home to go to Hogwarts. Sad that you were last in our family. I miss all of you, but you know after what Mother and Father said, I can't live with you anymore. You know what happened even though you were a baby at the time. Ever so proud of you for being in Gryffindor. I got your letter about Malfoy. You know I work at the ministry and due to his family history, we have to keep an eye on them. I'm part of that team. Ginny. Don't go telling everyone as this is top secret. We have uncovered a new secret society. They're trying to take over the wizarding world. Or at least that's what everyone warns us about. Mother wouldn't be pleased to know you are hanging around Malfoys. They're all dangerous. Stay safe, Ginny. I miss you all. It is so sad I never spend much time with you. Yours truly, your brother Alex. P.S. I'm busy, so please don't send me letters again, except if it's really important. All of them read the letter in curiosity. Ginny had never mentioned having a brother. She always talked about having fun with her sisters. She always said about her many older siblings, all of whom had already left Hogwarts. Ginny hated being the youngest and made sure she told them about that as frequently as possible. But she thought never being noticed helped her become responsible. You have a brother? Dexter asked in shock. Ginny hesitated and replied, Oui. He's the oldest. He works for the French Ministry of Magic. Both of them were surprised that she didn't have much to say on the subject. Normally, when it came to family, she would be talking about it nonstop. What did your mum and dad say to him? Ginny didn't hear the words that had come out of her mouth and pretended to yawn and hurry up to the dormitory as if nothing had happened. What's wrong with her? Dexter asked. I dunno. Mia began. But I'm going to find out. Have you seen the notice? Katie asked as she came up to them. It was the next morning and Ginny hadn't given in and talked about her brother yet. All of them were sitting down in the great hall eating breakfast as normal. No, what did it say? Ginny asked, hoping it was something worthwhile or exciting. She hadn't thought of the best way to make her two friends forget about her brother. They didn't need to know. She wasn't ready either. We have flying today at 2. Don't miss it, Katie said as she walked away to talk to Bella and Ruby, who were sitting on the other end of the table. All the post owls arrived, and to his surprise Dexter had got a letter. The pair of them had a puzzled look about why he was so surprised. He responded, I haven't written home again, and well, I only got a letter back the other day, he said as he opened the letter. He read it and immediately dropped it on the table with a look of terror. Mia and Ginny, who were curious, began to read. To Mr. East, I have read your letter for apology and I do realize that you are sorry for your actions, but I must also give you a punishment which is unfortunately a detention. I would like you to meet me tonight at 7 p.m. sharp at the Ollery. Additionally, you will not be allowed to try out for the house team this weekend or take part in the flying lesson later today. Yours sincerely, Mr. Hill. That is ridiculous, Ginny said. Ethan and Jack joined them. Got your detention too? Well, we may all be together. Ethan replied, trying to cheer him up. They all continued with the flying lesson that afternoon. The class was now missing 6 people. Bellatrix, Malfoy, Gabriella, Dexter, Ethan and Jack. This time, the Slytherin girl made sure that she was well hidden so that she didn't get picked again. During the lesson, Katie got told how wonderful her flying skills were, and even Mia had a good idea of how to ride, and Professor Hill insisted that she should try out for the house team. She hurried up to the castle so she could talk to Dexter about the lesson they just had, and Ginny went and joined her happily. Hi, she said after finding him in the library. What have you been doing all this time? Oh, I've written home complaining, but I can't send it as according to what I heard a prefect say earlier letters may be checked. He replied dully. Maybe I can check it and rewrite it, while you're in detention, Mia suggested. He nodded and they went down to dinner. On the way, Dexter realized Ginny was rather quiet. It was unusual for her not to say anything at all. He looked at her and asked, What's up? I'm not good at flying. I thought I'd be good. I used to play with my sisters all the time, but they were no good. I always beat them. Yeah, but at least you didn't crash like that Slytherin kid. I mean, serves them right, they always boast about how they are all pure blood, and they all know the, secrets of magic. It is utter nonsense. Mia replied. All of them laughed. That was the summary of all Slytherins. The description was nothing but perfect. Everyone was in a good mood about Malfoy being kicked out of the lesson. He was no longer acting like he ruled the place. Yet someone's smile faded too quick. "What's wrong with you?" Ginny added to Dexter. "I'm not really hungry and there isn't much I can do really. I only have an hour and I still need to find out where it is." He replied annoyed. "Are you worrying the detention is going to be awful? Well, it's not. You just do a little work, nothing too difficult." Ginny continued. Mia looked at her in surprise. On the other hand, Dexter still wasn't paying any attention as he couldn't be bothered. It was as if she was comforting her food. "How dash?" Mia began. "Remember on the first week I missed loads of lessons. I got in trouble when they found out and gave me a detention where I would catch up. A proper one like you are going to do tonight." When she said the last sentence, she looked at Dexter. "It's all right to be nervous." Ginny comforted him. "Who said I was nervous?" he yelled in defense. Then, he stood up and walked away. He left alone. Katie walked in at a similar time and went to sit in Dexter's vacant seat next to Ginny. "I don't think he's too happy," Ginny continued. "Of course, he's not. I mean he has a detention and had to miss the whole of flying." Katie replied, slightly annoyed that she didn't already know that. Then she added to Mia, "You were amazing today. I'd be surprised if you didn't make the house team." "What are you talking about?" Mia asked in slight surprise. "Remember this weekend we are going to try out for the house team," Katie reminded her. Ginny was fuming at not being acknowledged. "Oh yeah," Mia said as Ginny, who was annoyed, walked off. She was fed up. More fed up than she had ever been since she started. "What position do you want to play?" Katie asked. "I was thinking about being a chaser." "Position? What's a chaser?" Mia asked. "Why don't you come down to the Quidditch pitch with me, so we can see what your strengths are?" Katie offered. Mia didn't have any plans this evening and thought that it would be fun to do. "Sure, why not?" And they both hurried out the great hall to head down to the Quidditch pitch. Meanwhile, Dexter was heading to the Ollery to his detention. It was a relief he managed to find it. Happily, it was a long walk so he could clear his mind. But something stopped him. He heard someone scream, "Wait up!" There was no mistaking that vibrant red hair and those dark brown eyes. It was Ginny. "I'm going to be late. And I know you're angry," she guessed. "You have the most amazing theories." He bellowed sarcastically. "See what I mean? All you are doing right now is shouting at me," she said calmly, turning to walk away. It was weird. How did she know everything? He guessed that it was the fact she had lived with older siblings her whole life. He knew very well how much people hide as they grow up. Without notice, "Wait up!" he yelled. "You are going to be late for your detention," she warned him. "And I know you want to talk to me," he replied. He then realized talking to her was stopping him from worrying about what he was about to face. "But I don't." She laughed and he did too. He turned his back on Ginny, smiling, and began to walk to the detention, which was at the moment the thing that he feared most. When he arrived, he saw Jack and Ethan standing quietly, who looked not at all nervous. Then he saw Bellatrix and Gabriella, who looked like they were not meant to be there and looked as if they had done nothing wrong. "Good to know you are all on time," Professor Hill began. Professor Hill had been there the whole time and was relieved that he was not late. He had arrived at 6:59. All of them dared not utter a word. "Each of you will have something different to do tonight, so don't think you'll be with your friends the whole time." The expressions on their faces changed. It was as if everything had dropped in an instant, without a second's notice. He began to walk and the others followed him slowly down the stone steps behind him to the greenhouses. All of them looked confused. Professor Longbottom needs help with some planting and collecting resources from rare plants. He started as Professor Longbottom walked over to them. "Mr. Comery and Miss Nightingale will be helping to assist you," he continued, and Ethan and Bellatrix walked up to Professor Longbottom. Ethan looked disappointed. Herbology wasn't his best subject, so he knew this would be hard work, much harder than every other possible detention. He continued walking and led them back into the castle and down into the dark, damp dungeons. As they followed, nobody dared to speak a word. Jack and Dexter abhorred Professor Shield as all Gryffindors did. None of them would be envious of the one who was selected. "Professor Shield needs help sorting his potion ingredients," he said as the potions master appeared behind him in his cloak, which he always wore. Many people thought he was the scariest teacher by far, except for the Slytherins who loved to be in his company, as he always favored his own house. The cloak gave all other houses the impression that he was a Dementor. Technically, he took away all the fun and happiness. Miss Leaf and Mr. Wall will be assisting you tonight, he continued. They both walked to the center of the classroom desperate to finish. Dexter, relieved, looked into those menacing black eyes once more. He felt solemn disenchantment. Dexter knew, if he had the choice, he would punish him harshly. He loathed him since he first walked into the dungeon. Dexter was led out of the classroom by Professor Hill, and then he continued. The caretaker, Mr. Foden, requires help with cleaning an old room out. Only discovered it last week and is extremely dirty. You will help to assist him. He was worried if rumors be true, then this was not good. He was not well known for his generosity and hated people who caused trouble. People said he could be worse than Professor Shield if that was even possible. He was led up to a corridor. At first glance it looked empty. Professor Shield walked backwards and forwards a few times. A door appeared to his surprise. If his instincts were right, this was the room of requirement. Ginny told him that her sister Lola had hidden countless times there to avoid trouble. It was a small hideout that was impossible to get to. He felt a sense of relief that he would take the same steps as other Hogwarts students who were getting up to mischief. Then, he looked up and saw the caretaker, who had a plain expression and messy gray hair. The aroma of rotten eggs filled his nose in an instant. Stained mustard took over his teeth. He was dragging another boy who looked much more handsome with blonde hair that looked much more fashionable than his own. Others would say it had been bleached. It had been none other than Harrison Malfoy, the enemy. "Oh, Mr. Foden, this is Mr. East. He will also be helping you tonight," Professor Hill introduced. Without hesitation, he had ran off. Another blonde one. He began looking up at his hair. "I'd say there is no difference between you two. Well, boy, make yourself useful and start cleaning the floor." He picked up the mop that was on the floor and started wiping it clean. Muggle cleaning wasn't that hard. That was how he helped at home. After what felt like hours, he was persuaded that he was a lunatic. The caretaker had fallen asleep, to his delight. After many minutes of talking pointlessly to himself, Malfoy was pleased and sat on the cleanest sofa in the whole room. He put his legs up and relaxed. His blonde hair turned and he faced Dexter. "Hey East, is it? What a ridiculous name. You can clean. This is slave stuff. It is not what I'm meant to do," he complained as he started chucking his wand in the air for fun. "But I'm not your slave, Malfoy. Do it yourself. I would if my family's reputation was as ridiculous as yours." "How dare you talk about my family like that?" His face filled up with disgust. He pocketed his wand and stood up as if raring for a fight. "Yet you find it all right to insult other people's family?" he challenged angrily. "Listen, East. Don't betray your true path. Your heart. People will feed you lies. Gryffindors are famous for that. Muggles and Muggleborns aren't worth it. Open your eyes. They will wage war with us. But we can destroy them together," Malfoy offered with a smile. He held out his hand as if he was expecting Dexter to shake it back. Without hesitation, he pushed it away and shook his head. "What do you mean? There are not enough pureblood families left. Without Muggles there would be no wizards left, Malfoy," he explained. "Maybe you need to open your eyes to the real world rather than this fantasy you're stuck inside. This lie. There are more than you think." Malfoy laughed. "I don't expect a Muggle lover like you to understand." Then Mr. Foden woke up with a start and looked at the two children who were talking and not working like they were supposed to. "Oi, get back to your work," he yelled. Dexter picked up the mop and pondered on what Malfoy said. Was there more purebloods at large? They could be plotting the destruction of Muggles. That couldn't happen. Surely the Ministry wouldn't let it. After what felt like a lifetime, Mr. Foden let him leave. He hurried up to the common room, raring to tell his friends what Malfoy had let slip to him. Perhaps they would be able to investigate it. He returned to the common room and saw Mia sleeping on one of the sofas with her homework on the table nearby. Ginny was nowhere to be seen. Mia had seen someone wandering around and she sat up rubbing her eyes and yawning. Then, she looked at him. How was your detention? Where have you been? Ethan and Jack got back ages ago. They said you were all doing different things. Dexter explained. It was Mr. Foden, the caretaker. He kept me there for an age. I can tell. Lessons start in an hour. I've been tired after waiting for you and I fell asleep. Ginny must be in the Great Hall having breakfast or sleeping in the dormitory. Well, he certainly kept me there for a long time. I mean, he even fell asleep and Malfoy was there, and you won't believe what he said. Then he began recounting everything he had been told. She listened intently and was starstruck when she was informed about what Malfoy had managed to say to him. Both of them were confused. Dexter recounted. He said to me that there was purebloods and probably more Death Eaters. Ginny guessed as she walked in and sat down with them. Not necessarily. Miarguid. Ginny looked at her with a look of bewilderment. She had known about wizards her whole life. She'd grown up in a wizarding family. Dexter questioned. What's that supposed to mean? Well, Mia began. There are people who are good and pureblood such as Neville Longbottom and Sirius Black. How ? He asked. Ginny told me about them. Remember? Mia reminded her. She nodded and they all finished talking about that topic. However, Ginny had other things that she wanted to talk about. Dexter, are you going to practice charms with me this evening, or are you going to help Charlie again? She wondered, annoyed. Mia raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why would Dexter help Charlie over Ginny? It was common knowledge to them that Charlie was malicious and insufferable. What? She asked, confused. Dexter threw an annoyed look at Ginny. Instantly, she forgot and whispered, Oops. You're hanging around with Charlie? She questioned. She was offended. The nod that he gave didn't help. Honesty didn't pay. Nothing could. Guilt filled his face. Regret did likewise. Mia gave a look to Ginny. She couldn't believe that the betrayal had ripped out her heart. She stormed out of the common room. The others left and headed to the Great Hall. The pair sat down and began to eat breakfast. What made you say it, Ginny? I can't believe you. I told you not to tell Dexter angrily yelled. Ginny cut in. Your best friend? Don't deny it, you'll only make a fool of yourself. I didn't know.
Listen, I'm sorry.
I thought you were talking like my sister Alexis. She tells me don't tell anyone, but she doesn't mind me telling my other sister Alia because they get on really well. I'm so sorry. I won't do it again, Dexter, I promise. He couldn't care less. Saying sorry isn't going to fix anything. He managed to whisper before walking out. And there won't be a next time. Leaving Ginny alone, she sat and ate her breakfast. After catching sight of Charlie, she walked up to him and said to him, Well done. She whispered sarcastically. Because of you, 2 people's friendships have been ruined. I bet you're happy, he managed to say. I'm not. It was too late. She had already stormed out of the Great Hall and out of sight. He didn't have a clue what she was on about. The girls' dormitory was where Mia sat. She couldn't believe it. Tears leaked out of her eyes uncontrollably. Betrayal was the most deadly poison. Hi! A voice rang out. I want to talk. She recognized the voice immediately. She was the last person she wanted to talk to or see. She wished that she wasn't standing there. I don't, she whispered. But I thought we are friends, best friends. Ginny whispered softly. She looked up and saw Ginny sitting on her bed whilst combing her vibrant red hair straight. I couldn't find you all day. I asked everyone and nobody knew where you were. Dexter's a bit upset. Not coping well at all. He wants to talk to you. He wants to be friends with you. It's just I don't want to talk to him. Mia headed to the door as she predicted what she was going to say next. Where are you going? She asked curiously as she dropped her hairbrush onto the floor. Nowhere, she answered plainly. Lying was easy. She couldn't believe that she hadn't found out about this earlier than this. You will never avoid me, Ginny said, running into the deserted common room after her and out into the corridor. Because I care about you, Mia. I've been trying to find you all day, Katie said. Ready for tomorrow. She was sitting in the corner of the library where nobody would look for her. However, she had guessed wrong as Katie eventually found her. but she hoped giving her the silent treatment would make her go away. Listen, I know things are a little tense. Between you and Dexter. Ginny knows everything, right? Reason you're not talking to her. How? She whispered. Mia had forgotten about the fact she didn't want to talk to anyone for a long time. Surprise had gotten to her. Came as a huge shock. Your reactions. Katie answered happily. What? But I haven't talked to him since. Mia continued bewildered. Exactly. You've always hung out together since you started here. If you guys weren't talking, I knew something would have happened. Katie explained. Well, it's just he's hanging out with someone that the two of us really hate. At least that's what I thought until Ginny let slip and spilled the beans. I get it. Katie continued. Mia was in shock. All this time, someone had understood everything she was going through. Don't let him break you. There are plenty of people who can be your friend here. Not just him. Me and my brother learned that lesson the hard way. You have a dash? Mia began. Yes, he's a squib though. It means he has no magic powers. Rare to find in half-blood families. He was bullied by neighboring wizarding families when he could not go to Hogwarts with them. My parents were worried for a long time that the same happened to me. That was until I was 5 and some kids were bullying me saying I would turn out the same as my brother, and I got mad and the next morning their bedroom was on fire. My parents were upset about the damage but proud that I was a witch. Katie explained in a summary. I'm going to bed because we have a long day tomorrow. She agreed and they went to bed. The next morning, Katie and Mia went to breakfast as they did not want to talk to Ginny. Katie felt that talking to Ginny would lower Mia's mood and she knew Mia would be amazing on the team. She was hoping they would both make it together. How are you feeling? Ruby asked as they both went to sit with Ruby and Bella. Fine, Katie said, but Mia stayed quiet. Mia, Ruby said. Mia had been looking at the table the whole time and did not pay attention to what they were saying. At the mention of her name, she looked up. You should eat. You need some energy so you can perform your best. Bella immediately put some toast, waffles, and fried eggs in her plate and also poured her some orange juice. Mia smiled and as a sign of appreciation started to eat. They only knew half of what was worrying her. It was not the tryouts. She didn't care much about that. She wanted Dexter as her friend again, but doubted his honesty towards her would stop it once more. She looked down the Gryffindor table again and saw Dexter talking to Charlie. He never liked Charlie. He had said so on the first day. Mr. Slytherin material. Now she felt betrayed. Nothing could make her feel better. According to Ginny, he wanted to be friends again, yet he was still talking with the foe. She ate as quickly as possibly, determined to leave the Great Hall as soon as possible. The pair of them were Slytherin material and as bad as each other. Slow down, Katie snapped at her. You'll be sick if you ate any quicker. It's fine. I've eaten as much as I've wanted, Mia replied as she got up to leave. Katie carried on eating before chasing after her. She headed outside for a walk. Nobody really went outside much. Who would guess that she was out there? Nobody would. Nobody, except Dash. Hey Mia! A voice said behind her. She turned around and saw it was Jack. He had never talked to her before. She replied. What's up? She wanted to find out the real reason he was talking to her. Did he want the gossip about her and Dexter? Did Ruby, Katie, and Bella ask him to? I heard you were trying out later for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. I came to wish you luck, he said. Thanks, she replied with a slight smile on her face. You know, if you get it, it'll prove anyone can be good enough for the house team. Not just the older kids. You are great anyway. I saw you in flying the other day from the window. Anyway, see you later. Jack rushed away and Mia was left outside all by herself, smiling at herself. Maybe she could feel better. Mia walked down with Katie after lunch but didn't tell her about Jack. She wanted to keep that to herself for now. She could keep excitement to herself. Ginny came to talk to me as she couldn't find you. She was really sorry about yesterday. But let's not focus on that, we're about to be Quidditch heroes. They walked out to the pitch and the two of them looked around. In the stands, she saw Jack, which made her feel slightly nervous. She saw Dexter sitting with Charlie and immediately turned to look elsewhere. She wanted to feel her best today. Hello? I'm Scarlet Wood, and I'm the Gryffindor Quidditch captain this year. The girl said she was tall and had straight, long brown hair. She looked as if she was in her 4th year at Hogwarts. She has been chaser since her 2nd year. According to what I've heard, she is amazing. I didn't realize our competition. Katie whispered as she realized, and she was in shock. She ordered everyone to get into different groups depending on what position they wanted. Mia and Katie went with all the other chasers, and she looked up surprised to see Ginny sitting in the stands with Jack and Ethan. They watched as the beaters and seeker tried out. Then they chose 2 more chasers. Scarlet was already a chaser. Mia held onto her broom, and when directed she began flying around the stadium at the speed of lightning. Then, she saw the ball fly into the air and raced to it. She had to dodge everyone in her path, including a few older students, and was getting closer until she scored a goal. Then she scored another. In the whole 10-minute session she scored 3 goals. Well done, she'd be mad not to choose you. You were amazing. Katie screamed. Don't count your chickens till they hatch. We'll see later. But that penalty was poor compared to what you did. She warned. But you were better overall. Katie said. They both laughed as they walked up to the library. They spent most of the remainder of the day in the library doing the homework. Katie had left shortly before to go to lunch. Mia refused. She did not want to see Dexter and Charlie again. There you are, Jack yelled as he ran to where she was sitting in the middle of the library. She was writing her charms homework. Mr. Wall, please do not raise your voice or run in here again, otherwise I'll make sure you get a detention. The librarian yelled. Sorry, he whispered. Won't happen again. She turned her back and shook her head whilst walking back to her desk. What do you want? She whispered, curious about why he wanted to talk to her so badly. He had only had a proper conversation today before the match. They were not even good friends. All they were together in the same house, the house of Godric Gryffindor. Because of this, he whispered so he would not be caught by the strict librarian. He was surprised she had not heard the news yet and thought it would be obvious that everyone had known about it. He held out a piece of parchment which she read. Gryffindor Quidditch Team, Chasers, Mia Zelud, 1, Scarlet Wood 4, Ted Gold, 7 Beaters, Lucia Green 2, Benjamin Tonks, 6, Keeper, Annalise Berrycloth, 3, Seeker, Flo Clearwater, 3. Mia looked in disbelief. How was her name there? She had made the house team. Then she examined it again. She realized what was missing. Katie had not made the team with her. She was overjoyed yet felt a little guilt and disappointment. There is a party in the common room. Everyone will be upset if you don't come. Katie, Ginny, Dexter. Everyone. He continued. At the mention of Dexter, Mia raised her eyebrow in confusion. What was going on? I need to finish some stuff first, maybe later. She thought that it was silly to go and thought about staying in the library. Jack sat down next to her. He took a deep breath and began. Dexter told me about the other day. He wants to try and make it up to you, but you rightly keep on avoiding him. To be honest, he was acting like such a bitch. Both of them laughed at this. You should listen to him. He may say something surprising. An explanation. She looked up at him and nodded. I'll go now. Only so I can see if his explanation is as worthwhile as you hinted out. They entered the common room, which was roaring in celebration as they were aware that this was the year that they would be once more victorious and beat Slytherin. I'm glad to see you, Dexter whispered as he walked towards her when she entered the common room. I thought the last thing you wanted to do was talk to me, being so full of betrayal. Mia shared the presumptions with him. No, I wanted to dash. He cut in, trying to justify his actions. His face was full of regret. Yet you make friends with the person who attacked us. You said it yourself. You used to hate him. You used to hate Charlie. Mia argued once more. You don't understand. I was frustrated. I was mad at myself for lying. Dexter confessed. So, you want to be friends again? Mia cuestioned. Is that even a question? Of course I do, he excitedly replied. Well, let's put this behind us, she said. This was the most excited she'd been in days. She had just realized how happy she could be, and how happy her best friends made her feel. Ginny could be seen standing in the corner of the room smiling. The wind began howling once more. All of them were used to it by now. Trees became bare and smiles began drowning. Older students could be seen holding books or writing essays. Months had passed, it was Halloween. Everyone loved it at Hogwarts. They had been promised the most enjoyable night of their lives. That morning everyone looked happy. Then, Dexter turned to Mia, who had looked upset, as if worried and in need of advice. "Mia, you all right?" he asked, concerned. "Oh, it's nothing much. It's just I've sent 10 letters to my mother, but she hasn't written to me in 2 months. She answered. "I'm sure," he began. Ginny had heard the whole conversation, as expected, and instantly did what she always does. Tell an anecdote of her sisters. She waffled. "You know my sister Martha? She runs a hair salon. First magic one in the world. Anyway, one time she ordered a new hair dye and it didn't arrive for months. In fact," she shrugged, "I dunno if it ever arrived." Panicking she was. For weeks, nobody listened much to her lectures except Charlie. He liked being involved for a change. "Mia, that's Holly," Charlie burst out. The 4 of them turned to see the owl up above flying to join them. "What's wrong with her? Look, she can't fly properly," Ginny pointed out. Holly fell into Ginny's bowl of cornflakes. She had a small message tied to her leg. But Mia wasn't bothered about that. She was more worried about how Holly was going to be. They spotted the wing had been pulled and partially broken. Mia was worried. She was unsure of what to do. How was she supposed to save her beloved friend? "We should go and take her to someone. Maybe Professor Braveheart." Dexter responded to her shocked looks on her face. "I'll go. You can tell Professor Longbottom where I am," Mia announced. Dexter got up. "I'll come too." He continued walking with her to her office in a hurry. Many students passed their way who were hurrying to lessons. Mia was cradling Holly in her hands like a newborn baby. They had got to her office and Mia knocked on the door lightly but slightly worried. "Come in," they heard a strict voice say. They both walked in slowly. "Miss Hazelwood, Mr. East, what are you doing? Surely you should be in your lessons." She snapped at the pair of them angrily. "Sorry, Professor. You see, it's my owl. She is injured. I didn't know who else to go to," Mia explained. Professor Braveheart gave a look of approval to her. Then, she turned to somebody else. "Dexter. And you, Mr. East? Why are you here?" she asked, intrigued. He did not expect to be questioned about why he was there. "I was helping? I'll let you off this time, Mr. East. Do it again and I'll have no choice but to give you a detention," she said in her strict but warning tone. "Yes, Professor," he said. "Now, both of you go back to lesson," she said, hurrying them out of the office as fast as possible. "What about Mia's letter?" Dexter reminded her. "Here is your letter," she said, taking it off of Holly and handed it to her. They both left the office. "Are you going to read it?" Dexter asked. They were in the corridor walking normally to class, maybe slightly slower than average. "Of course," Mia replied. They opened the letter and began to read it. Except it was completely empty. Not a piece of parchment in sight. They both stood staring at it. Mia stood confused. Her mother wouldn't send her an empty letter back. She always had fun stories to share or questions to ask. "What?" Mia eventually said. "You're not explaining anything," Dexter managed to say, annoyed. They both knew this was his way of asking for information. "Oh, now you are in trouble," a voice said softly. Dexter and Mia were worried. It wasn't Peeves. He was too cunning and his voice sounded nothing like that. Yet the duo recognized the voice. "Who's there?" Dexter asked, worried. "Me, Naomi Quince," the Ravenclaw girl declared as she revealed herself from her hiding place. "What do you want?" Dexter lazily asked. "Show me what you were doing and I won't report you," she negotiated. It wasn't a question. It was a request. She seemed extremely bossy, worse than Malfoy. "But surely that's impossible." "Fine," Mia replied. "But it'll be no use to you." She handed it over. Naomi started to laugh. She wanted to catch people doing things wrong as she hoped it would increase her chances of getting head girl. "You should know I'm an expert in codes. You have a really good one here, I think." What is it? A blank envelope. Dexter asked sarcastically. The pair were trying to hold back laughs. Ignoring them, she replied, "Your owl was intercepted. Means someone is trying to find out about you. You should tell someone." Naomi suggested. "Go away. It's not to do with you anyway." Dexter yelled, and she walked away upset. "Don't say," she declared, about to walk away. "I told you so." The two of them rushed off to Charms, worried about the contents of the letter. They both walked into Charms, but hardly anyone paid much attention to their lateness. "Miss Hazelwood, Mr. East. Professor Braveheart told me you were going to be late," she said to the two of them quietly. They both of them headed to the seats that had been reserved for them near Ginny and Charlie, both intrigued to find out how Holly was. "We are all in pairs practicing the levitation charm. You can both go together. We are using the swish and flick movement we have been using, and the incantation is Wingardium Leviosa." "Well, get started." They both sat down and started trying, but nobody had mastered the charm yet. Even Naomi, who they had just met, had not mastered it. She was working by herself. "Has she not got any friends?" Dexter asked Ginny quietly. "Of course not. She used to talk to Husna a lot, but she is better friends with other people. You see, they had an argument and she got dead rude. The whole package." But Naomi wouldn't listen. Husna is a year older than her. She is quite popular by what I've heard," she replied. "How do you know all of that?" Dexter asked in shock. She knew all about her siblings, but not much about people. "Everyone talked about it and bullied her for it," she replied in a quiet whisper. "That makes sense." He laughed. "Wingardium Leviosa," Mia said. Then the feathers she was practicing with had levitated. "Wow!" Dexter said in amazement. Professor Brown gave everyone else homework to practice the incantation so they could give it another attempt next lesson. They all went to lunch and Dexter, Ginny, Mia, and Charlie sat together. They were still talking about the letter and Naomi. "She is the loneliest kid around," Charlie moaned. "You are lucky, Mia," Ginny announced. "How come?" she wondered. "She is good at sports. You can beat her in Quidditch," she replied. Katie sat down and asked, "Who you talking about?" "Nerdy stalker." Ginny and Charlie nodded. They looked up to see an owl fly into the Great Hall, which was peculiar as all post owls normally arrived in the morning. The owl came to where Mia was sat. It wasn't Holly. In fact, it was a Hogwarts owl. She never remembered sending an owl to anyone, other than her mother, who would write to her. "It's addressed to me," Mia said, surprised. "Well," Charlie said, "what are you waiting for? Open it." She then did so and read the following letter aloud to her friends. "Dearest Mia, I'm sorry I couldn't write. I had to go to Amsterdam for work for a few months and I didn't know where any owls were, so I couldn't write. So lucky I found this one. I am sure you must be worried about me. I see you have been on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. That must be so exciting. You're a chaser as well, that is amazing. I was reading the book you left at home called Quidditch Through the Ages. It is very intriguing. Just don't get attacked by a bludger. I don't want you to miss school because you have a broken jaw or something. I also needed to ask you about the Christmas holidays. Yes, I know today is Halloween, but you're allowed to come home for Christmas and I hope you can join me. If any of your friends wanted to come with you, then they are also welcome to come. Just send me an owl so I know who to expect. If you would rather stay at school, that is fine, just tell me by owl post. I am hoping to see you over the Christmas holidays. Tell me your plans soon. Love, Mother X. Do any of you want to come to mine for Christmas? She asked them all when she finished. Sure. My parents are probably going abroad to see my cousins. I only like one, but she's going around with her siblings. And I've always wanted to see how Muggles do Christmas. Ginny said. No. My parents said I have to stay at school. Charlie said. But I don't mind being here alone if you guys want to go, but I may try and persuade them. I need to write home and check, but I probably will go. Dexter guessed. Wait, that's your mother's. Ginny guessed. Yes. Mia carried on stating the obvious. I need to go to practice, otherwise Scarlet will be mad at me. We should do the charms homework, Dexter suggested, before we go to the Halloween feast this evening, right? The common room is empty as it's a Hogsmeade weekend. Katie told them. Doesn't anyone from the team want to go? Charlie asked curiously. No, Scarlet is fed up. Benjamin and Ted were banned after using magic against citizens there last year. Annalise hasn't got her permission slip signed. Flo wants to stay with Annalise and me, and Lucia aren't old enough. Mia clarified to them. How? Charlie asked. We discussed it last practice. She replied. See you later, she announced as she walked out of the Great Hall to the Quidditch pitch. Mia walked down to practice alone as she could not see anyone and presumed everyone else was already there. Mia held her clean sweep 13. She was hoping she may get a Firebolt Pro for Christmas or her birthday. As she walked in the grounds of Hogwarts, she looked and saw Jack. Hi, he said as he walked up to her. What's up? She asked him curiously. Found out you and Dexter made up. She realized this was the first time they had talked since her and Dexter were friends again. And she remembered it was him who encouraged her to talk to him. Yeah, thanks for the advice. Without you, I wouldn't have gone. Mia thanked him. He laughed. No. You told yourself it would be good to go. It had nothing to do with me or the party. Jack corrected her. I better let you go. You don't want to be late for practice. She looked at the time and she was very nearly late, so ran to get to the Quidditch pitch. When she arrived, everyone had already arrived and flying laps. Mia, nearly late, Scarlet stated. It was clear from her facial expression she wasn't impressed. Sorry, Scarlet. I lost track of time.
Mia apologized sincerely.
Don't do it again. Otherwise you will be kicked off the team, she said with a hint of warning in her voice. It won't happen again.
Mia hurriedly promised.
Good. Listen to Lucia. She is doing the warm-up today, she informed. Meanwhile, in the library, Charlie, Ginny and Dexter were arguing whilst trying to learn the levitation charm for their charms homework. It's not that hard, Dexter, Ginny yelled. I mean, you treat it like rocket science when it's nothing like that. Come on. You should do this easily. Says you, Ginny, you can't do it yourself. Maybe master it before bullying other people for not being able to do something? Is that what you are? A bully? Dexter, you should take that back. Right now. Charlie advised in a whisper. She was focusing on the wand Charlie had left alone on the table and muttered. Wingardium Leviosa. Charlie's wand was in the air above. Hey Jin, was that you? Dexter asked, distracted about what he was talking about previously. Yeah. Ginny replied timidly. That means Charlie began, disappointed. Ginny replied in her bossy tone that she only saved for important occasions like this. I'm teaching you? Yes. Charlie began to grunt and get annoyed. How did she get it first? Yes, she was fun, but she was decent at spells and strict when it came to teaching. You need to work on the movement and ensure you say every word correctly and clearly. She began in a complaint which sounded like a baby crying. A few hours later, they had all mastered the spell. In their opinion, a miracle had just occurred and they were all pleased of it. To celebrate, they all went to dinner and to enjoy the feast. I hope practice went well. Ginny began. We'll have to ask Mia after when she comes. Look! Dexter exclaimed as he pointed at the entrance to the Great Hall. Here comes the team. There is Ted and Benjamin. Practice must be finished. Really? I thought they were flying to France and back in 1 hour. Charlie replied. The pair rolled their eyes. This was more than what was expected of him. He did it all of the time. They didn't see Mia though, and instead they saw Lucia come walking towards them. She did not look happy. This was odd as she was always cheerful.
Y Lucia,
Ginny said before asking. How was practice? That's why I'm here. It's about how dismal practice was. Worst one yet by far. Where is Katie? By the way, Lucia asked. I'm here. Why am I needed? She asked, taking the seat the trio reserved for Mia. We were all flying, and well, I was trying to stop a bludger hurting Annalise. Mia had scored a goal. Flo was impressed and didn't see the bludger behind Mia. Benjamin wasn't paying attention. He's not on the team anymore. Scarlet kicked him out, no questions asked. Well, Mia fell from a distance and may not play in the match. And Dexter? He was surprised to be addressed and looked up. Professor Hill said you guys can try out for a reserve chaser or beater. Where's Mia? Dexter asked. He didn't care about the team at all. Rather, he cared for his injured friend. Nobody said what was wrong. Not yet, anyway. She's in the hospital wing, Lucia said. Dexter and Ginny immediately leaped up out of their seats. But you can't go, at least not today. Ginny sat back down obediently, but Dexter stayed standing. Why not? He questioned. They have to examine her condition, to see if she'll be all right or if they have to move her to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. She told us to go as soon as we bought her up. Scarlet answered when she arrived and joined the conversation. We're all going tomorrow. She'll be fine.
Scarlet,
Charlie said as she sat down next to him. As Lucia has probably told you, Benjamin has been kicked off the team. So we need a replacement. Trials are tomorrow. Katie, for trials would you mind being chaser and being reserve chaser? It's just because Mia can't play tomorrow. Plus, you were probably next, best. She informed them. I won't mind at all, Scarlet. Katie whispered as if she had just been given an award. Great. I didn't want to do trials for another chaser. She happily replied before whispering in an undertone so only one person could hear her. And Dexter, I have seen her myself and she is doing just fine. Scarlet, you told me Mia was unconscious. A girl said as she went and sat next to Katie. Apparently, Scarlet whispered a little too loudly. The girl appeared. In fact, she was the one they met on the train and was always making trouble in the common room. For once, her friend was out of sight. Flo, Scarlet whispered. You're not helping. Say what you want. Ginny said just tell the truth. Even if it hurts more. It's a lesson I learnt when Sabrina was pranking Lola and when Mother asked Dish. So Scarlet, Charlie asked, interrupting Ginny. She admitted after hesitation. I told Flo the truth. Scarlet got up, whispered something to Ginny and went back to the common room. Ginny looked at her in surprise but nodded before she left. What did she say, Gin? Dexter asked. It's none of your business, she replied. Katie suggested. I'm not hungry. Can we go to the common room? The others nodded and they all began walking out of the great hall. Ginny hung behind the others, which enabled her to talk to Flo without the others finding out what they were discussing. Flo, Ginny whispered. Keep an eye on him. Scarlet said not to let him go under any circumstance. Sure. Flo replied happily. They got back into the common room and read the sign Scarlet had put on the notice board. You're back early, Scarlet asked whilst shock filled her face as if invading it. Well, I mean we weren't really hungry. Guess we all lost our appetites, Katie replied. Scarlet listened as they all joined her on the comfy sofas near the fire. Scarlet was holding a piece of paper tightly in her hand, reading it through thoroughly. Where do you think you're going, Dexter? Flo asked him as he was standing near the door. He was trying to get out unnoticed. What's wrong? He asked them. Scarlet thought on the spot and quickly said, Aren't you helping me, Dexter? You know, putting the word around about trials. He felt so much like yelling. Shouldn't the team be doing it? However, he held back this temptation and reluctantly nodded. She handed him the parchment for him to put up and he angrily went and did it. He knew he had times to do other stuff later. Important notice, on the 1st of November anyone who wishes to try out for a beater on the Gryffindor Quidditch team may try out. Tryouts will take place at 1 p.m. Try to talk to Scarlet Wood before you go to tryouts. Tomorrow? Dexter asked Scarlet curiously after reading it. I'll sign up. All right, Scarlet said. Accio parchment. Then some parchment came flying to her. Charlie, Ginny? Sure. Charlie said, why not? She added, listening intently. Scarlet noted down the name on the parchment in a scribble. They all headed up to bed except for Flo and Scarlet, who Ginny presumed were going to sit there all night making sure Dexter was not going to sneak out. The next morning, Dexter woke up early wanting to check on Mia. But he knew the others would not approve of it, so he didn't bother telling them. Dexter was going to try out for beater that day too. He wanted to spend more time outside with Mia rather than being locked up in the torturous library doing homework with Charlie and Ginny or playing wizard chess with Ethan. He left the dorm and saw Flo and Katie talking in the common room. Curious, he tried concealing himself from their view for a little longer. I hate it when my mother writes to me. She always puts my dearest Florence. I mean when we are at home. She never calls me Florence. She's done this for 3 years now. A confident voice whispered. On the contrary, I hate it when anyone doesn't call me by my full name. There's not a nickname I can think of. The familiar voice of Katie replied. Except me. I need to think of a great nickname for you. Just let me think. She pleaded. Shut up, my dearest Florence. Katie revengefully replied.
Oh, idaxte.
They had just acknowledged that he was on the staircase. There wasn't much point of listening to their nonsense. Flo got up and ran upstairs as she claimed to have forgotten something. They were all hopefully going to visit before tryouts. All set and 15 people have already signed up. Scarlett ecstatically yelled as she jumped up and down in excitement. Nice one, Lucia said as she came in behind her whilst Flo came rushing behind. Amazing! Who's signed up? Ginny asked curiously as she followed them to the common room. All the first years and some more. The captain replied calmly. They all follow Scarlett, who walked down to breakfast in the Great Hall. She had promised them afterwards, and only afterwards would they go and see her. They ate and tried to keep it natural, like nothing was going on. But all the houses had heard by now. News spread like wildfire at Hogwarts. It always did. But Dexter didn't feel any normality. If he got his way, he wouldn't be sat with Scarlett, Flo, and Lucia. There was no chance of that. He would be sat with Charlie, Ginny, and Katie. They'd be having a laugh, trying to make a joke, not being tense and confused about what was going on. After what felt to Dexter like an eternity, they all left the Great Hall and headed to the hospital wing. Then they saw Professor Hill walk past. He came to Scarlett. Miss Wood, he cried. Looked everywhere for you. Asked to give you this. He handed her a letter which she opened it and read it. They carried on walking. She then stopped. We can't all go in. Not at once anyway. The letter says. Will she be fine? A voice mumbled. Stop stressing, Dexter. His friend replied as she arrived at his shoulder like she always did. Thanks, Jin. He whispered quietly so only she could hear. She gave him a little smile. Me and Lucia are going in first. Team always goes first, Scarlett announced. Remember to wait out here. Don't think about moving. She added a wink at Ginny and Flo. They both went in and spent a long time in there. Dexter had just realized how much time they spent on the Quidditch pitch without him. What fun he had been missing out on. Katie, Flo, and Ginny, she said after they came out and they walked in after her. How is she? Dexter asked Lucia, concerned. Not good, Lucia honestly replied to him. Her mother is there. She's a bit tense and upset. Scarlett had given her the stop talking, you're saying too much look. Lucia had stopped talking and it did not continue, and they waited for an eternity once more for the others to leave. When they had left, Scarlett gestured for him to enter. Everyone else had already gone, to his annoyance. Maybe Dash. Possibly Dash. Could it be Dash? Another one. The matron mentioned, beckoning him towards Mia. Her look was of annoyance. She must hate visitors, or there was simply too many of them coming in and out at one time. We might need a transfer if she stays unconscious for another 2 hours or so. Miss mainly for documents. What's her birthday? February 29th. She replied with a little sob. Dexter looked in shock. I didn't know that. So, technically she's only 2 years old. She doesn't show off. To be honest, Mia was never much of a talker. Liked to stick to what she knew. Loved being alone. He smiled. Being with the friend he had been longing to be with was right next to her. It was a miracle. It was, what's your name? She asked brightly. Oh, sorry, I didn't say before. It's Dexter. Dexter East. He replied. It's nice to meet you. You're the one who my Mia writes about all the time. She says how much of a good friend you have been. All I can do, all I can say on Mia's part is well, thanks. Boy, you need to leave. You have stayed too long. The matron yelled as she came hurrying towards Mia. He waved to her mother and turned to leave. It had gone too quick. Felt like 2 minutes, not a half hour. He looked at her one last time before walking out. Hiya, Scarlet said to somebody else. Who? He had absolutely no clue. He couldn't see a new face at first glance. How's things? He asked them all. Great. Practice is gonna start soon. An unidentified voice. He saw a girl with sparkling honey hair in long butterfly layers. She was taller than him but very slightly. She stood relaxed, whispering to Flo. We haven't met. She continued, addressing him.
I'm Annelies.
Annelies Berrycloth. Nice to meet you, Annelies.
I'm Dexter.
Dexter East, was all he managed to say. They both smiled as they all went to the Quidditch pitch, as there was nowhere near any time left for lunch. Scarlet complained and blamed her judgment. Should have gone after. And silly me. Or how stupid of me. I'll never be given this role again. Was all that could be heard of Scarlet. Scarlet, Lucia, Flo, Annelies and Katie rushed down. This left Ginny and Dexter alone together. She had a spark of anger in her eyes. He hadn't done anything wrong. You can tell me, you know, Ginny explained calmly. The hint of mystery she had gave him the impression that she knew the unknown. Tell you what? He questioned, having no clue what she was referring to. Oh, don't play dumb, she yelled in frustration. Dexter could tell at this point she was very furious with him. But he could not remember what he had done wrong. Was it about Mia and how he would love to secretly run up to see her? Just for another second. Or was it about the real reason he wanted to be on the team? Or was it Dash? I don't know, Dash? He carried on, closing all the dreams and erasing them from his mind. You do. And I know you do. Seriously, I thought we were good friends and you'd tell me. You know it doesn't bother me at all. She whispered in his ears. What are you, Dash? He tried once more. She gave him a piercing look of anger. He stopped talking as he didn't want to face her anger once more. About you and Annelies, she whispered. His face was as red as Ginny's hair. His face could be easily mistaken for a tomato. This was the last he thought Ginny would say. Yet she said it. Had he made it really obvious? Was he blushing? He tried to question Ginny's suspicions. What do you, Dash? He continued again. You know exactly what I mean. You like her. All the blushing. The way you look at her. You've been acting funny since you first laid eyes on her. You're in love. Only I've noticed because we've been friends for so long. I'll keep it quiet, but you should too, she advised. All right? He continued, confused at what was going on, but he didn't draw a lot of attention to it. He didn't want more people to find out. He thought about how much he had to deal with. And that's without what Ginny was suggesting. They got to the Quidditch pitch and there were already loads of people there. Just as they anticipated. Then they saw the team and Katie, who was standing in for Mia. You all know why we're here. We need a new beater. Because Benjamin has been kicked off the team for reasons I'm not allowed to discuss with you. If that's why you're here today, then you may as well clear off now. Go on then, Scarlet yelled. Nobody moved, but many people looked dismal at the fact that what they wanted could not be achieved. But they still wanted to try out despite this. They all started tryouts by flying around the whole pitch. Dexter kept on stressing as it was his first time on the broomstick, and Ginny kept on being nervous that her broom would crash. On the other hand, Dexter flew decently and was beating Ginny in trial. Maybe it comes easy for some people and rocket science for others. Scarlet looked at him in a way she had never done before. It looked like she was pleased or maybe even proud. He felt his first try was better than Ethan's. He got fed up within 2 minutes and chucked his broom aside and stormed off. But Jack flew all right. He was not as good as the others, but he tried his best to keep up. Practice had finished and Scarlet sat down, try and decide. At her side was Flo and Annelies, who helped to assist her. We will tell you who is the new beater tomorrow in the common room. It'll be on the notice board, Annelies said in her sweet, gentle voice. Everyone began to leave and Annelies smiled at him. He may have been imagining it, but her cheeks had turned redder. Was it possible she was blushing too? Was it possible she liked him? She then gave him a thumb up and turned to talk to Scarlet. Told you so, said a voice in his ear, and saw a whole trail of ginger behind him. Dexter looked up and all he could see that cheeky smile she had. That always happened when you do something you say you're not when you're friends with Dash. Ginevra Weasley. A little paper burst out. Dexter jumped. It had been a howler. How dare you miss another homework assignment? Don't ignore me like you always do. You have another detention for it. I think this is not punishing enough, so I will punish you. You will not come home for Christmas. The paper went on fire. Dexter looked at her confused and muttered the words. What? I missed Charm's homework and my mother found out. She was going to take me abroad to see my cousin, Phoebe. She just got back from the trip. You know she is a year younger than me and she wants to come to Hogwarts next year. I am very excited if she comes. Cool. He discarded all of what she just said and continued. I was talking about what you said before the howler came. Dexter replied, rolling his eyes. Oh, that? You like Annalise? He looked at her with a look of annoyance and confusion. There's nothing to hide from me. I don't why I confused, was all he could muster. Can't talk or explain properly. These are signs. The most common ones. But I knew you were always going to tell me. We're such close friends and you knew I would rather die than tell anyone your secret. I could ask Annalise what she thinks of you if you want me to. She offered. Dexter decided to get lost in his thoughts rather than listening to Ginny and her nonsense. He at that point was so annoyed and began walking up to the Great Hall for dinner. You can tell me rather than storm off. Ginny yelled and walked in the opposite direction to him. She was annoyed at how he couldn't listen. She was sure Mia being gone had an effect on him. If she was here, she knew he would act very differently. Or perhaps if she was Mia, he would listen. Dexter meanwhile was in the Great Hall having dinner with Charlie, who always stopped him from thinking about the negatives in life due to his humor. Haven't spoken all day? He questioned curiously. Thought you'd been murdered by a werewolf. Are you a donut? He asked in a serious voice. He wasn't in the normal comedic way. You know, I remember calling you a hindrance due to how you act in times like this. He stated. Proud of it? Charlie interrogated with a laugh. Sounds like Slytherin material? Ginny whispered, sitting next to Charlie. That's your catchphrase. All you ever say. Having Ginny around was worse. All she did was question everything and relate it to her own life story. Something they didn't care much about. If anything, it caused more harm than comfort. Course not, he replied, defending himself. Dexter, a voice softly said in the distance. First thing you said when you arrived too. On the train, actually. Dexter added. Dexter. They said a little louder. Charlie added. Remember when you lot all hated me? Didn't dare say it to my face. Were you all a bunch of wimps? I certainly would hate to be around you. All of you are such Slytherin material. Dexter. They said louder. Well, you can't be in Gryffindor if you're a wimp. See, you have to be brave. Right, Ginny? Dexter said to his friend, hoping she'd back him up. Dexter East. The voice roared before Ginny could respond. Everyone sitting nearby began attempting to locate the source of the noise. Annalise, please can we go to the dorm? Flo whispered. Not make a scene. Flo was tugging forcefully on Annalise's arm, trying to get her to move. This was a hard task as Annalise was much stronger whilst Flo could hardly be distinguished from a tall stick. Go then. I'll see you later, she replied. For once, she wanted to do what she wanted, not what she was told. Then don't go crying on my shoulder when you get a detention. And Flo stormed off angrily as usual. She had clearly given up on getting Annalise to depart the Great Hall alongside her. May I sit down? She asked Dexter at her nice polite tone again. It was surprising how drastically her behavior could change. Sure, you can, he replied, and she sat next to him, and Ginny gave him an encouraging wink. Have you heard about Mia? She asked him. It was evident that she didn't notice Ginny's wink or didn't care. The second one was more likely. Ginny was known for waffling on about her life story. All I know was they were thinking of moving her. If she didn't become conscious in a few hours after I left. He replied, concerned for his friend. Annalise broke the news. Pity filled her voice. You're right. She's been moved. She's coming round though. She's staying home for a day or two, then coming back to school. Expected to make a full recovery. Why are you telling me? Ginny gave Dexter a disapproving look and quickly spoke. I mean, when did you find out? Scarlet got an owl from her mother. And I'm telling you, as Scarlet wanted to make sure the whole team knows. Annalise said with a smile. I've made the "you're joking, right?" Dexter asked. Dexter looked at Annalise, who shook her head. Maybe this wasn't just another fantasy. All he could see ahead was success, and he'd help achieve it. Ginny burst out. Wow! Congrats, mate! Charlie added, but neither of them acknowledged what he said. That's brilliant! Was all Dexter managed to pronounce whilst being overwhelmed with shock. Scarlet came and said to him with a smile, You were the best one there today. Well done. In the weeks that followed, everyone had not worried as much about Mia due to the fact that they knew that she was going to be all right and make a full recovery. Dexter had stopped worrying too. Everyone found that quite a vast surprise. Now, he had a brand new way to distract himself, Quidditch. It was all he ever did. It was as if he was there every hour of the day and night. Scarlet also thought that he was quickly improving and had started teaching him new flying tricks. Meanwhile, Annalise kept on talking to him in her calm, chilled way. Perhaps it helped him to focus? He was so fed up of Scarlet yelling at them all. Ginny also decided she was staying at Mia's for Christmas. After the howler, she knew she couldn't go home. Dexter wrote to his parents to see if he could do the same. It was destined to be a success. Dear Mother, unfortunately, I'm unable to spend the Christmas at home with you. This is because I am going to go to my friend's house and celebrate with them. But of course I'll send you lots of gifts by owl. Also, I know that Dad doesn't want me there. Also, I have made the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a beater as the old one, Benjamin, got kicked off as he never paid attention to the bludgers. He was so bad that one of them hit one of the players, so my friend Katie is also on the team. Don't worry, this is not disturbing my academic studies. I have learnt the levitation charm, which is Wingardium Leviosa. I know how much you want a fully trained wizard in the family. Does Dad still not tolerate magic or having a wizard or witch in the house? I know you'd do anything for him to use magic again like he did before he started at Hogwarts. It's unfortunate you couldn't go. I haven't met anyone with a sibling like you who was a squib. Maybe they're hiding it. Missing you both so much and hoping to see you soon. Dexter. He sent it off with one of the school owls. He found this unusual as he would normally use Holly, Mia's owl, to send letters home. The Ollery easily had hundreds of owls. Most were small barn owls, but others were quite large. It couldn't even sit on your shoulder. These owls were surely ones that people brought from home. Annalise said as he went to sit with Dexter, Katie, and Charlie. All of them were sitting in the great hall eating breakfast as usual. That was how it was now. They just had to accept change will happen sooner or later. You and Flo still arguing about something, or has something happened? Dexter asked, concerned as he saw Flo sitting with Scarlet on the other side of the table. Yes, it's something really silly, she said as all the post owls arrived. She didn't want to draw attention to it. Dexter felt someone harshly kick him under the table. He looked around and saw Ginny. She was sitting adjacent to him. She tried to tell him something, but what? He didn't know. What dash? Dexter began in an undertone whisper to Ginny. Then an owl arrived to where he was sitting alongside all the other post owls. Katie realized something was funny straight away. Did you send a letter recently? Katie asked, looking at his puzzled expression. Yes, this morning. Like literally before I came here. I sent it too recently. Dexter replied. That makes no sense at all. Annalise added. Nobody has ever got a letter back that quickly. It was for him. It was so clear. Crystal clear. His name written in the most wonderful handwriting. It looked friendly. It looked like an old friend who had been lost, but he had no idea where he had seen it, but was certain that he had seen it so many times before. Have you heard from Mia lately? Ruby asked as she walked past with Bella. Ginny replied first and managed to say, Yes, she's been doing better. All of the first years were quite shaken by what happened to Mia. Collectively, they wanted one thing, for her to be all right. By the way, Ginny continued sitting next to Dexter and Annalise. She's left the hospital and is expected to come back to school pretty soon. On closer inspection, Ginny realized that it wasn't any old owl. It was an owl. All of them had seen it so many times it had been stupid for them not to notice it. "Oh, that's Holly," Ginny told the others. "That means Mia has written to you." "Why does she look different?" Lucia asked, sitting next to Charlie. Dexter remembered when he missed a part of a lesson with Mia. It was because someone intercepted the owl. Somebody had hurt Holly and broken her wing. "She's been a bit ill lately," Ginny continued. "I know it's very unfortunate. Well, I've made sure she was all right, and I then sent her back to Mia's house." Scarlet had heard this and sat down with them. Flo, rather reluctantly, went and joined them. Flo sat as far as possible from Annalise. "Open it then," Scarlet asked, excited, and the others nodded in agreement, and he did so and read the following. "Dear Dexter, I hope you are all doing well. I've missed you all so much. I'm feeling much better than I was after that Quidditch practice. I reckon Benjamin should be kicked off the team as he never pays attention. Lucia was on the other side of the pitch dealing with the other bludger, so it's not her fault. Tell Scarlet that if she doesn't know all about it already. I bet she does though. Mother is staying home with me but needs to go to this work trip in a few days. This one is in Argentina. Sounds cool, but I know better. I know I belong at Hogwarts. Therefore, I'm coming back to school on Monday morning at around breakfast time. Professor Braveheart said I do not need to do any lessons on the first day back. But she advises I should catch up in my own time. Hope you've been paying attention. I also want to know if any of you are coming to mine for Christmas. My mother insists I come home and says she won't take no for an answer. Please do try and come. Ginny also wrote to me telling me how you and her had a little argument. I'm telling you from now that it's not worth it. She's great mostly and has good advice. Trust her, and stay friends. Remember she saved us when Malfoy and Charlie tried to get us in trouble. You still trust him. I think you should give her one more chance. Plus, Ginny told me she promised never to tell anyone about your secret, and she didn't tell me in her letter. She is very loyal to you even if you don't realize it. See you on Monday. Mia. P.S. Talk to Ginny. Dexter read it shocked. Everyone else was too. Nobody knew what happened between him and Ginny. He didn't expect her to tell Mia who was their best friend. But she was right. What she needed was a second chance. Guys, today is Monday, meaning that Mia is coming back today. Like now. Scarlet pointed out, excited. They all got up. All for different reasons. For one of two reasons. Where are you going? Scarlet asked them. Lessons are about to start. You can see Mia at break, lunch, dinner, and after dinner. I'll get there in time. I'm in care of magical creatures, which is over there anyway. Annalise replied, and Flo nodded. Plus, Scarlet, you only want to ensure we don't get detentions. Scarlet was angry. She could hardly be distinguished from Ginny's hair. She muttered, Annalise, do you want to win this year? Of course I do. Is that a question? She replied without hesitation. I can't stay. I'm in potions with Professor Shield. Lucia sadly said as she rushed out the great hall and down the corridor. We're in herbology. We'll be fine, Dexter said, and all the first years nodded. They all began running outside to try and find Mia before they went to class. Mia! Ginny yelled in the distance as she saw someone standing there. Ginny, you good? She asked excitedly as they began hugging each other. They acted like they hadn't seen each other in years. Perhaps it was because that's how it felt to them all. But they would never forget each other. Never better, she replied as her best friend went to greet Katie. How are you, Mia? We missed you so much. Katie added with a smile of relief. Mia answered. All right. Had a concussion and slight memory loss, but they fixed it like that. She clicked her fingers and all of them were relieved. Flo and Annalise gave her a little hello talk before rushing to their lesson. By what they heard, care of magical creatures was on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, which was rumored to be deadly. Mia had a short conversation before giving Katie a small hug. The pair of them always got on well together. Then she turned to face Dexter. They smiled in unison and Mia put her hand out, offering him a handshake, which he accepted in an instant. How've you been doing? She asked. Managing, was all he could say. They were both happy to be reunited with the person they'd missed most. He added as the shock wore off. Have practice now. Got a bit too much on my plate to be honest. But I like it, Dexter offered. Need help taking all of your belongings up to the common room? Mia didn't want to disappoint him, but she managed to explain. You see, I've already found a volunteer to take all of Miss Hazelwood's belongings inside, Mr. East. But thank you for offering, a voice said. They looked up and they saw Professor Penny standing there smiling. He was the headmaster. They were shocked. Dexter the most. He had been personally addressed by the person who let him come here. It was nothing, sir, he replied in a muffled voice. Additionally, Mr. East, as I understand it, you'd be in further trouble if you were late to any more lessons. That is what Professor Braveheart told me. The headmaster added to him. Did this mean dash? Sir, he pleaded as he was trying to plead a lost cause. He held his hand up and Dexter stopped talking in an instant. He spoke and said, I'm not going to listen to your explanation, Mr. East. Nor am I going to listen to Miss Weasley's, Miss Wright's and Mr. Bronze's. He continued, you will get a detention tonight with your head of house. Mr. East, you'll additionally get a letter sent home. That is the school policy. He walked off to herbology angry at the mistake he had made again. He didn't dare do as much as make eye contact with the others. He was too ashamed. Scarlet, Mia said as she saw her walk down and she gave her a massive hug. She was also in slight confusion. Scarlet stuck to all the rules. Surely, she wouldn't come alone to purposely visit her and get a detention. She's taking your stuff in to your dorm. Professor Penny explained to answer her bewildered look. What about me, sir? She asked. Will I take it upstairs with her or Dash? I need to talk to you in my office. He replied. Don't worry, Scarlet. She is not in trouble nor is she permanently off the team. The two friends parted ways and Mia followed him into the office. It was a large room filled with mysterious items and portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses. You can't be on the team until you catch up and Professor Braveheart agrees. He began. It made a lot of sense. This wasn't permanent like a ban. Instead, it was more like a break. It was possible that she could be on the team by the next match. Yes, sir. She agreed. Now, she wanted to work hard enough to be on the team once more. There is also another matter I wish to discuss with you. Before you leave. Mia was confused. She hadn't done anything wrong? Was it about Dexter? Or perhaps something different altogether? Mia curiously asked. I don't know what you are talking about, sir. We are trying to find out more about your father. That is to say, who he is. He continued. I don't care about him. He abandoned me at birth. He doesn't know who I am. He'll never even recognize me. She yelled with confusion and upset. I want to know if I can tell you something. If I can trust you. You can't tell your classmates, though. Professor Penny continued. Yes, sir. I promise. She agreed. Troubling times are coming ahead. People will be judged on their blood status. For your safety, if you're half-blood, it may save your life one day. He began. Mia looked and there was a lot of things that were on her mind. There was a lot for her to question at the moment. She chose a few. Mia began. Why is blood status important? It doesn't change who people are. Without muggles, there'd be no wizards left, right? You are right, Miss Hazelwood. But I don't know if you know about Gellert Grindelwald. She shook her head. Mia was well educated about wizards. She loved learning the whole history and would often be found in the library reading about it. Yet Gellert Grindelwald was not a name she recognized. Well, he began. He wanted to get rid of all muggles and muggle-borns. Many followed him after he scared them into thinking that muggles would wage war against us. He was finally defeated in 1945 by Albus Dumbledore. But why are bad times coming? She asked curiously, bringing it back to the topic they were talking about. That, he replied. I can't tell you. Hello, Mrs. Horse, he said as the door opened. A young woman was standing there. She had short blonde hair with a hair clip in the back of her hair. She was wearing a shirt and blazer with a short skirt. Augustus, we need to talk. She demanded, not acknowledging Mia's presence. Of course, Daphne. Then he turned to Mia. Wait here for me to come back. Feel free to have a melting mint. He pointed to the pack of mints on his desk. Mia nodded. Both of them left the room and she was alone. She looked around and found the mints. She took one out of the packet. She put it into her mouth and it started flaming. It was as if she had eaten fire. It was too hot. Desperate, she looked around the drawers for something that could help cool her down. Dropping things on the way, she found a way to an outside staircase. Rain was pouring. She felt a single water droplet slip down her throat. Pain took a break. The effects of the mint wore off. Heading back to the office, she looked around and put a few papers she had dropped back on the desk. Some of them she read in interest. Thereafter, she was exhausted. Professor Penny was yet to return and she sat down. Leaning against a wall comfortably, she was thinking what would happen next. Would she catch up? Would she win the Interhouse Quidditch Cup this year? Something distracted her thoughts. The wall wasn't a wall after all. It opened to reveal a secret hidden door. Would there be a secret in there? Mia looked around and saw a door handle and opened it. She saw a basin with liquid inside. Intrigued, she looked at it. Her head looked closer into the substance. She picked up her wand and started stirring it. The color transformed to a dark green. She looked closer inside, trying to uncover its secrets. Without notice, she fell inside. A world was created around her. There were lots of trees like a forest. She didn't recognize it at all. There was a lake which meandered through the whole mysterious forest. It seemed deserted and it was quiet. So quiet you could hear the birds sing loudly every morning. She wished she lived here. She wished this could be her home. Then a conversation broke out between two young children. They were on the other side of the lake thinking how they were going to discover this side. "Come on, Becca!" The younger of the two girls screamed. She was quite short but seemed the adventurous type. One of the girls looked about 5 and the other looked 6 years old. She was sure they were not older than 8. They looked like they must have been good friends or perhaps sisters. "Felicity, come back," the older one demanded as she was rushing after her. The older one, Becca, was not like her sister and despised the idea of exploring. By the way she acted, she seemed to hate walking around through leaves and mud. It always happened in autumn. "Felicity," she called out again. She was clearly worried about her. All she could hear was echoes. She was panicking. She had lost Felicity. She frantically ran around. Then, she didn't realize and tripped over a large tree trunk. Splash! Becca fell into the lake. It was windy and the current was too strong. She was floating closer to a waterfall. "Help!" she yelled when she realized what was ahead of her. "Somebody! Help!" Oh! It was no use and she knew it. There was nobody in the abandoned forest. Only her sister knew where she was, but she was lost. "Mia raced forwards," she called out. "Don't worry. I'm here to help." Becca continued yelling recklessly, unaware of what Mia had even said or of her presence. She was struggling, but she was grabbing hold to a weak branch. She couldn't climb, but she was fully aware it would collapse soon. "Becca!" Felicity yelled, running after her. She was a cheetah hunting down its prey. In the distance was a waterfall. It was hopeless. Felicity couldn't run anymore. Trees were blocking her path and so had the waterfall that was to come. Crack! Couldn't carry the weight much longer. They fell into the water once more. Splash! Impossible. That current couldn't be defeated. Felicity saw a tree and focused on it. If only the tree branch was a little bit lower. If only she could grab onto it. If only it could bend and get her back onto the forest floor. As if by magic, the tree magically extended. It had reached Becca. She grabbed it and the tree bent so that she came back on land. Just like Felicity's imagination had imagined. "I'm telling Mother," Becca yelled, staying as far away as she could from Felicity. "You know you're a witch. Society won't accept you. You'll be moved away." "Becca, I'm your sister, you can't dash," she yelled. Mia thought how unfair she was treated. If she was Becca, she'd be grateful that she was alive. Not care about how it happened. "How dare you use a nickname? How dare you treat me like a friend? How dare you even address me? I do not have a sister and you can't tell me what I can and can't do." She stormed off, leaving Felicity alone near a tree crying. She felt a force pulling her out of the basin and back into the office. It was Professor Penny. "Nice to know you are adventurous. Miss Hazelwood, he began. Not aware of what was going to happen, she explained. Sorry, sir. I found it. I saw it. It looked intriguing and it was just dash. What was it? What happened to the girl? Felicity, she asked as her mind was bursting with questions. He explained briefly. That is a pensive, it shows you memories. As for Felicity, she was a witch who came to Hogwarts a long time ago. Very brave. Perfect representation of Gryffindor's dash. How do you know that? She interrupted. He stayed quiet for a while. Trying to think of the right answer, he looked at his desk. Came to him. He said, she was at school with a member of staff, Professor Shield. He told me about this. That's how I came by this memory. So it was Professor Shield's memory? Mia asked once more. Professor Penny corrected. Oh no, it was Felicity's. Professor Shield got it from Felicity and thought I may find it interesting. He was quite right. Sir, I never knew how hard it was for people who had magic powers. I mean, my mother understood everything. Yet, Felicity got bullied by her sister, she was literally disowned. Mia continued. Professor Penny lectured. Alas, that's not the only case. There are many who go through what Felicity went through. Some people left home, ran away, they felt ashamed. Some people have a very medieval view on magic. And Becca? Did she get punished? She asked, trying to find out if they did punish people for this. By her parents, perhaps? But you can't fight fire with fire, Miss Hazelwood. They'll think we're bad people. I suppose you know why the ministry exists. He asked her. Isn't it in case dark forces try to attack us? Like you know who did? For our safety. She guessed. He expressed. Quite different, actually. The ministry exists to hide our presence from muggles. It is against the law to use magic in front of muggles, you know. If they all knew, they'd ask us for help to solve all of their problems. We're better left alone. Please don't talk to people about Felicity's story. People may experience the same thing and may be scared to speak up. Or hear similar stories. She nodded. Also, Miss Hazelwood, please focus on your studies. She nodded and took this as her cue to leave the classroom and get on with her catch-up work. You missed 3 weeks. I reckon you could catch up in 3 days. Dexter complained to her. They were sitting in the common room after dinner and Mia was reading a few incantations they'd practiced during her absence. There's a difference between learning stuff and remembering stuff. She explained to them. I for one wish I did the second one more. Scarlet pointed out. Don't regret it when you're in your OWL year or in 4th year. Come again. Dexter asked her as if he had no clue about what she was talking about. You're the most oblivious half-blood I've ever met. Ginny stated. You are aware of that, Dexter, right? That's mean, Ginny. Charlie barked. That's such Slytherin material. They're wizarding exams. They determine what subjects we can continue and what job you may do once you leave school. Annalise explained. What do you want to do, Scarlet? Katie asked her. They all wanted to know what careers were available. I want to play Quidditch. I feel like that's natural. Yet my parents disagree, feel like Quidditch is bad. That I'll get injured. That's why I didn't tell them what happened to Mia. So instead, I want to work in Hogwarts or be in the ministry. She told them before asking. What about you, Annalise? It's your turn in 2 years and it flies by. Especially with Quidditch. I'm not sure, maybe a healer? Well, I'm going to bed, Annalise said, and she raced up to her dorm. Scarlet and the others followed until it was only Dexter and Mia left. Dexter, can I ask you a question? If you don't want to answer it, I totally understand. She asked him. It was the first time that evening that she had put down the book she was reading. Immediately, he understood it was significant. Sure, Dexter replied. Why not? From his mind, he couldn't find something that was really bad. Nothing he could be questioned about. Nothing except, Ginny told me not to tell anyone, but I'm not persuaded by what she said. She was saying something stupid like you fancied Annalise. I just wanted to know if it's true. She asked curiously. No, we're just friends. Dexter replied. Hey, look, you've got an owl. She pointed out. They both saw an owl. It was gray like the lead in a pencil. It was quite large. It was nearly as tall as Mia's head. It looked cute. "Oh no!" Dexter shrieked. She was confused. It was just a normal letter, not a howler. "You all right, Dexter? You're as pale as a sheet," she asked, concerned. "It's nothing." He felt bad lying to her twice in a row, but he couldn't tell anyone. It was embarrassing. She looked at him. They had been friends for a long time. Certain she was that something was wrong. She looked at him tensely. He explained. "My father is a wizard. He went to Hogwarts, but he got bullied a lot. He married my mother, who was a squib, expecting her to hate magic. But she loved it. He also knew I was magical and hoped I'd turn down my place here and live like a muggle. He disowned me for going, yet my mother was so proud of me." Dexter whispered. "I never knew," she began. She was crying as the story had made her so emotionally. "I knew I could trust you. I was embarrassed to tell anyone, including you." He replied, pleased that she understood what he was going through. "For a while it must have been rough," she asked. "So, you think he sent you that owl?" "Yeah," he replied with a laugh. "You should open it," she suggested. He thought for a few moments. He eventually nodded and did so. He read it to himself slowly. Dexter's reactions told her everything. "It was not good." "It's terrible," Dexter replied. He said, holding the letter in his hand, not wanting to ever read it again. She asked him curiously, "What does it say?" "He's saying about how I can talk about him that way in a letter," Dexter continued. "He seems like he has a bit of Slytherin material," she replied. Then, she realized what she said. "Sorry, I meant he was a bit vile." Dexter laughed in hysterics, and she gave him a look of frustration. Why would he laugh at her bullying his father? Or was it the fact that she never thought of calling someone Slytherin material? "I never thought I would see the day you insulted someone," he explained. "How come?" she asked him in curiosity. "What do you mean?" Dexter queried. "Because you insult loads of people. You insult Malfoy, but I mean he deserves it, and we haven't done it for ages. Maybe we could plan to, I dunno, make some trouble come his way," she hinted. "We have had a bad influence on you. You are aware of that, right?" Dexter asked her. Playing along with the joke, she inquired. "What do you mean?" Never mind," Dexter replied. "So why did he write?" she asked. "You know, your father," she said, going back on topic. "Damn it. I forgot my mother was in the Maldives on holiday." Dexter replied, annoyed. "Hey, look on the bright side," she continued. "I get to stay at yours for the holidays," he said with a smile. "Yeah, but what about Charlie?" she queried. "He'll be fine. He has Katie and the others," Dexter replied. "Well, I need to go to bed," she said, and walked up to the dorm, leaving Dexter alone in the common room. She collected all of her books and headed upstairs and collapsed into bed. It had been such a long day for her. Ginny was waiting for her and didn't look impressed. "Did you do it?" she asked eagerly. "You know." Mia nodded. "He says he doesn't like Annalise." "Not at all." Mia watched her best friend sit upset once more. She didn't know what to say next. But she had already asked the next question. "Did he do what he always does?" she asked. "Did he tell you another downright lie after it?" Mia thought and didn't answer. The following weeks were full of catching up. Snow filled the grounds constantly, so now she was revising in front of a warm, toasting fire. It was not a long time until the Christmas holidays started. She was still sitting relaxing. But now she was writing to her mother. She had told her all of them were staying for the holidays and that she was getting on well. Under no circumstance did she want her mother to worry about her again. She went to the Ollery so she could send it to her mother like always. It was just after dawn and was therefore deserted. "Hello, Holly," she said as her loyal owl came to her. She was doing much better after she had been intercepted. "Missed you so much," she chirped around. "Stand still. I need you to send this home. It's so Dexter and Ginny can come home during the holidays," she told her patiently. It obediently came, and she tied her letter onto her leg tightly. She flew away immediately back to her home. She watched her leave, and she turned to leave. Something stopped her. She heard the sound of snow. Someone was coming. She hoped that it was not Mr. Foden insisting to check the letters. by what Dexter told her on the day of his detention. She was doomed. Then she saw a swish of blonde hair come through and she realized that it was Annalise. She was wearing a blue hoodie and some jeans. "Howdy," she said as she saw Mia. "How are you?" she asked her. "Not so good," she stated, being completely honest with her. She had a smile on her face though. "Oh," Mia began. She was slightly shocked she could still be so energetic and asked, "How come?" "You know, stress," Annalise replied. Mia asked curiously, "Who are you writing to?" "Mother. She just wants to know about any developments with Dash." She stopped and realized what she just said and shut up. "What?" Mia squealed in shock. "Pretend I didn't say the last bit," Annalise said as she hoped she wouldn't tell anyone. "Are you dating anyone?" she guessed. "Promise to keep it a secret," Annalise added. Annalise was happy, relieved. She couldn't believe her luck. At least, she'd be able to keep her secret hidden for now. She couldn't risk course. She added, "Yes, I do. That's why me and Florence keep on arguing. I'm dating someone. Known him for ages. He said he liked me since first year and since he first lay eyes on me and talked to me," Annalise added with a smile. "Epic," Mia said. "Wish I knew somebody like that." "I know. I didn't mind dating him, but Flo had other things on her mind," she added. "For example?" Mia asked, unaware of what evil that Flo could be plotting. Annalise started to become emotional as she answered. She really liked him. She was, to say the least, jealous. She wanted me to dump him so she could go out with him. I wouldn't have it, Mia replied. "I didn't," Annalise explained. "She was making really mad. We were in the bathroom and I locked the door and we started dueling. She was so mean." "That's bad," Mia mentioned, appalled. "It's against the school rules. You do know you could be in trouble for doing that." She nodded and said, "Don't be like Braveheart." Anyway, it got worse like the other day when I was talking to Dexter at dinner. She wanted to make a scene by telling me not to. Florence just wanted his attention to show him she was sensible and I was a lunatic. But to be honest, she is one herself, so she can't talk. "I realized you weren't talking," Mia continued. "All of us did. She's just the most annoying bitch that I've ever met in my whole life," she yelled. "You can talk." "Annalise Isabel Berrycloth," a voice said in the distance. She added a cackle of laughter right after. "So can you, Florence Pearl Clearwater?" Annalise replied as she recognized it. "Such a hindrance that you are able to. Isn't that right?" "Stop it, Flo. Stop it, Annalise. You're both being really pathetic, she yelled over them. "How's your friend?" Flo continued, ignoring Mia. "How's your grandmother Penelope?" Annalise asked, cheekily attempting to get revenge. "You'll pay for that one," Flo yelled and pointed her wand at her crucio. Annalise screeched in pain and fell to the floor. Mia looked at Florence in shock. She did not realize how vile she could be. She saw Annalise weak on the floor, struggling to get up. She didn't want to be involved, but somehow, it was too much. She rushed out of the room and headed into the dorm and got her books and then rushed to Braveheart's office. She didn't want to tell anyone, but Flo was punishing Annalise and used the Cruciatus curse. Yes, Annalise insulted her. But nothing was that bad. She knew Flo would get expelled. She turned her back on the office and headed to the Great Hall. "She was insane," Dexter continued, pointing at the entrance of the Great Hall. "Look who it is, she said to Dexter and Charlie. "Why were you late?" Dexter asked her. "Slept in," Mia said, pulling off a yawn. "Nice try. Ginny said you weren't in dorm," Charlie replied. "Where were you?" "I went to the library and fell asleep," she said, doing another loud yawn. "Doing what?" Charlie asked curiously. "I mean, you've got the books needed to do your catch-up assignments. Also, you're top of the year." "I doubt that's true. Plus, everyone needs to revise," she added. "Okay, but your work was on your bedside table," Ginny challenged as she went to sit next to her. "I left 'em, that's—" "Oh, I wanted 'em, couldn't find," wondering where it was. She managed to say, "Just leave her be. If she doesn't want to talk, leave her." She has enough stress on her plate as it is. That's without confronting where she is every second of the day. A bossy voice approached and signaled for Mia to come and walk with her. She turned her back on the others and followed Scarlet outside. I need to talk to you, Scarlet began. About what? She wondered. What happened this morning? In the Ollery. Scarlet replied. Braveheart's gonna look for you and ask you, what have I missed? She asked Scarlet. Not much. Just Flo reported Annalise for insulting her grandmother who died recently and who she was very close to. Flo saw you and said you will tell the truth, Scarlet said. Annoyed, Scarlet yelled at her. Seriously, can you answer me instead of daydreaming? Quidditch, she muttered. What about it? Scarlet asked. Mia realized she had been daydreaming. Scarlet had no clue about Flo and Annalise. What Flo had done. Your team will be messed up. You know, if I don't catch up. It's all right. Need a bit more help. Maybe you could. She suggested. I will. But if you need anything, tell Professor Braveheart. Scarlet advised. She'll help. She walked into the castle. To her delight, Scarlet didn't follow her. Realizing she should have done this as soon as she left the Ollery, she went back to the office. She faintly tapped on the and heard a strict, Come in. Mia obeyed and walked in. Professor, I need to talk to you, Mia said to answer her puzzled looks, and she let her into the office again. Last time she was here, she had Dexter with her and her beloved owl Holly was injured. Mia then went on to explain what happened at the Ollery. Everything Annalise said to Flo using a curse on Annalise. You did the right thing. She was reassured. What did that spell do, Miss Hazelwood? Do you remember? Professor Braveheart wanted to know as much information as possible. Perhaps it was to choose an appropriate punishment. Mia explained. It was Crucio or something. Professor Braveheart stood in shock and paced around the office in disbelief. You are sure? Mia nodded and asked. Why? Is there something really bad about it? Professor Braveheart replied. It is the torture curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. The other 2 are the Imperius curse and of course the last and worst of all, the killing curse. The use of any of them will get you a one-way ticket to Azkaban. Azkaban? Mia asked. The wizarding prison. Used to be guarded by Dementors. Betrayed the ministry. Now they have dragons there. Professor Braveheart explained. Does that mean Flo's going there? Mia asked, worried for her former friend and classroom. Perhaps. For now, she will be unable to attend class and awaiting a hearing. She added, by the way, don't mention this to anyone. The ministry is very protective of what they tell you, and this is a banned subject at Hogwarts. She continued. She nodded before asking. So how does she know? Flo? She can't learn it from anyone here. She can't use magic outside of school because of the trace. I do not know, and I will not allow you to hear any theories that I may have. She replied slightly angrily and concerned. I'm sorry, Professor, I was just curious. Mia replied, sincerely sorry for what she had said. It is fine. You need to go and do your lessons. You don't want to be held back a year for not doing any classwork. She replied. Mia left the office and headed to Charms and quietly slipped into class and sit next to Jack instead of next to Dexter, who she would normally sit with. Jack was quiet and Mia knew if she said no, he wouldn't ask about it anymore. However, Ginny would. However, if Dexter asked once and she didn't answer, Dexter would be quietly shouting at her with anger. Ginny would be offended and would make it her mission and would carry the burden of trying to find out the truth. Hey! Jack said to her, and Ginny had realized that she had just entered and had not sat near them. What are we dash? Mia began, practicing the tickling charm in pairs. We can dash to Miss Hazelwood, the teacher said, walking up to them. Could you work with Mr. Wolf as you are both still slightly behind? She eyed Jack in an envious way and said reluctantly. Yeah, sure. Jack went to work with one of the Ravenclaws, whilst Mia went to work with Kian Wolf. Kian Wolf was in Ravenclaw but was not at all clever, which was quite unusual as that was what his house was famous for. He had never successfully cast a spell and never used magic successfully. All he did was bully people and mess up everything. He had even set Bethany Harp's hair on fire by accident when practicing the levitation charm. Rictum sempre. Mia yelled, pointed her wand at him, and he began laughing as he fell to the floor. Is that the best you can do? Kian teased. Mia asked. I only went easy on you because your biggest achievement is holding a wand. Wonder what would happen if you could cast a spell correctly. Why you are. I can beat you in a duel. Come on. Yumi. Right here, right now. Or are you too scared? He asked curiously. She looked around and saw nobody was watching what was happening before replying. Come on. Let's see your best shot. Sectum sempre, he said wrongly. His spell hit the table and cut it on half. It was damaged completely. But nobody was looking at that, everyone else was crowded around. Someone else. It was a Ravenclaw girl she had never talked to before. She was average height and had brown eyes. She had charcoal black hair which was short and curly. She was lying unconscious. Professor Brown was trying to see what had happened to her. The whole class was trying to see what happened. Class dismissed. Professor Brown called. And Miss Weasley, can you go to the hospital wing and call Madame Rose? Ginny nodded and walked away with everyone else. Hey, Dexter said to Mia as they both left. Why are you avoiding me? I'm not. She lied plainly. Dexter questioned. Why did you sit with Jack in Charms rather than with us? I don't want to. Listen, I'm not avoiding you, it's just I didn't want to draw attention to the fact that I was late. She told him. You sure? He questioned. Yes, how come? She reassured him. You were my first friend here. I know you best. I can tell you are hiding something and don't want to tell me. By the way, you're making Ginny more suspicious. Also, you left me partnerless, so I had to go with Lily Miracle and she's just fainted. I was with Kian. The most annoying kid I've ever met, if you ask me. You know, the dumb Ravenclaw. She explained. Where are you going? He asked her. To the Chamber of Secrets. She said sarcastically. What do you think? I'm going to the common room. Oi, jokester, you're going the wrong way. He pointed out to her. A voice made them both stop talking and walking. They hid under a portrait. It wasn't a great idea, but it was better than standing in the middle of an empty corridor. That was for certain. Help me. You can't. This blackmail. I'll report it. I won't allow you. They heard a voice screamed. They both hid under the portrait so they could listen to the conversation that was taking place on the overside of the wall. Imperio, another voice said. By what Braveheart told her. Mia knew this was another unforgivable curse. The Imperius curse. Who would want to have full control of someone? What you doing? Another asked them. Putting her to sleep. All she is trouble. The first voice answered. They couldn't see them. Nor could they see the girl that they were controlling. However, they were desperate to find out more. I want to know why? The second asked once more. They seemed to have hate for each other. There was no way that they could be friends. It would be impossible.
I've tried it have.
The first man explained. It ain't enough though. The second argued once more, trying to defend the girl. Our defenses were weakened, as you very well know. He justified. They were right. The first man was cruel. From the second they heard him say the Imperius curse. They knew that he was evil. Has nothing to do with me though in it, the man defended once. You useless muggles can't even speak properly. The first man barked at the muggle man. As you can even do your job. You'll be killed. Especially if she finds out. The muggle man continued to speak wisely. One wrong word and the consequences would be fatal. The wizard replied to the muggle with a tone of annoyance. You don't understand, that curse weakened us all. She doesn't want to listen anymore. Wasn't she close? The muggle guessed. Course. The wizard continued, upset. A month at max would have done it. You sure it as im? He squeaked. They're in that year. It is likely. Though she never found out his birthday. The wizard shared with him. I can believe ye'd do that to your daughter. The muggle burst out without realizing. I'm doing it for power and domination. It's for her. Her future and generation. Do you think she wants her job stolen by muggle filth? But she'll never be the same. He ended. Mia cautiously looked up and saw that there was no one there. They both stood up confused with what they had heard. They couldn't hear a word more. Listening to this was punishing enough. Now they had other things on their mind. The girl. We keep this between us. Let's not tell Charlie or Ginny, they'll freak out and want to know more. Dexter continued, there's nothing better than an unsolved mystery, right? She replied enthusiastically. But, what about the kid they were talking about? Should we try to save them? Dexter suggested. It's not our job to do it. It's the ministry's and they're useless. Don't waste your time on it. You have other things to do like schoolwork and Quidditch. Mia advised him. Fair. But can we write an anonymous letter to the ministry? It'll be fun. He joked.
No.
It'll just cause more trouble. She replied as they walked to the common room in silence. Mr. East. Miss Hazelwood. A familiar voice yelled behind them. They both turned around and Dexter whispered to Mia, "Oh shit, we're in trouble." To their delight, the person didn't hear what Dexter said. It was a relief that he wasn't in a month's detention or perhaps more. Why aren't you in class? Charms? If I'm correct, Professor Braveheart asked them. Yes, we got dismissed early because of what happened to Lily. Dexter said. What do you mean, Mr. East? Braveheart replied, evidently unaware of the events. You know she was unconscious, so Professor Brown dismissed us all. We were in Charms. Dexter explained briefly. Mia nodded. Who was it? She interrogated. Lily Miracle. She's in Ravenclaw. Mia answered. Miss Miracle. Well, I heard Miss Weasley run past. Is this somehow related? She asked. Yes, Professor. Professor Brown told her to call Madame Rose. Mia quickly replied. Mr. East. You must have work to do, so go to the common room and do not distract my lesson or it will be a detention. She said, and he quickly rushed away. By the tone of her voice, he could tell that this was no good. Dexter didn't want to put her in a mood. Now, Miss Hazelwood, I need to tell you about your detention. She added. Detention, Professor? Mia asked, completely bewildered. Yes, because of what you were doing in Charms. Professor Braveheart added. That was the reason I was looking for you. Mia complained in shock and defense. But Professor, I was just in Charms. I am talking about what you said to Mr. Wolf in the lesson. You said his biggest achievement was holding a wand. Professor Braveheart replied in a disapproved voice. She was surely unimpressed. I didn't mean dash. Mia corrected herself. You also challenged him in a duel. She cut in. He started it. He called me a coward as I was reluctant to do it. Mia continued telling the story. Talk no more. Listen now. This cannot go unnoticed, so you should get a detention. Should be more. The after effect of your actions was horrifying. If you want to know how bad it is, ask Miss Miracle. It'll be a miracle if she fully recovers, you know. Professor Braveheart fully explained. But I didn't cast a spell. All I used was a tickling charm, as that was what we were doing in that lesson. She defended herself. Silence! She yelled and then continued. Listen, we thought you could catch up, but your behavior can result in many things, and at the moment we are thinking of moving you down a year. But you can't, she began. Prove yourself. You'll also be off the Quidditch team even if you catch up. Your behavior must be improved. No detours. And don't step a toe out of line or you know the consequences. She warned her in a finalized tone. One she didn't like. Yes, Professor, she said as she continued walking down the corridor to the common room. When she arrived, she sat in a corner by herself. Oi! Dexter yelled when he found her. Listen, we were thinking of, going outside. Slytherin are playing and Malfoy got in, so we wanted to put a hex on him, and we need someone who is amazing at magic. He added in an undertone. Which is you. I can't, she explained. If I get caught, then I'll be held back a year. What dash? Dexter said, completely appalled. Not believing his ears, she cut in. Braveheart said. Whoa. Scarlet said as she walked up to her and said, you and all of you lot messing around has cost us. You're way better than everyone else. And you can't play. When Scarlet said, you lot, she was talking about Dexter and the other first years. She darted a piercing look of hate at Dexter. He rightly ignored her. I'm gonna argue. It's not fair. If you're down a year, then we will too. Dexter said, determined. Yeah, that's certainly gonna work, genius. Scarlet sarcastically said. Evidently, She had more experience with Braveheart. She'd been going to Hogwarts for 4 years now. She knew exactly how it works. Why should I take your advice? Dexter casually asked rhetorically before asking. You're the most ginger person I've ever met. What? Me, ginger? You must be joking. She yelled angrily. She was looking at her hair. Naturally, it was a light brown color. It was impossible for her to be ginger. The two colors surely didn't look alike. Come on, everyone knows you're Charlie's long-lost sister. Dexter backed up his view. Come on, Mia. Isn't she ginger? No, but she's more ginger than me. Mia whispered quietly, not wanting to be involved. Professor Braveheart's words had taken a toll on her behavior. You're supposed to back me. Scarlet yelled heatedly at her, looking quite betrayed. I've got work to do, Mia said to the others as she got up. At that moment, Dexter and Scarlet stopped bickering and dropped to silence. Both of them shared something perplexed expressions. Where are you going? Dexter asked her. Library. Somewhere I can get peace and quiet. She walked off. Dexter angrily hollered so that the whole of the common room was staring at them. This is all you fault, Scarlet. Me. Did I get her involved? She replied after being offended once more by his treachery. You asked, Dexter argued. One more word and you're off the team, Scarlet said as she walked off. It was as if she just remembered that she had some sort of authority over him. To his dismay, she decided to use it against him. That shut him up. He sat alone thinking about what he should do next. He couldn't leave his best friend. She needed him and he needed someone he could have fun with. Then, something disturbed as he saw an owl came into the common room. It was recognizable. It was a beautiful female barn owl. Its brown color fitted into the mountain scenery divinely. It was Holly. Hi, he said as she came to him. I'll give it to Mia for you. She's not happy right now. Might not want to see you, Dexter continued to say. It was weird. He knew that she wouldn't talk any words of comfort to him. It helped him to be honest. He saw its bright orange eyes staring at him in interest. Instead of leaving, it just stayed there, and the letter could not be retrieved either. Stationary. Not flying away. Then he saw that she was injured. This time it was not her wing. It was her leg that had been injured. He quickly rushed down to Braveheart's office and he was about to knock, but he heard a voice shouting and decided to listen instead. I did. But she used the Cruciatus curse on me. The first voice complained softly. He was sure he had heard this voice, but he could not remember whose it was or where he had heard it. All he knew was it was bad. But you did something wrong. Even if she did something much worse. The strict voice of Braveheart replied strictly and calmly. Yes, you know this. Didn't you have the only eyewitness? The other person replied, and not a very persuasive one. Quite biased in my opinion. Braveheart replied. You would be too, if you saw what really happened. The girl argued. The superior answered her questions once again. Alas, I was not there. But the headmaster can give his views on the matter. Of course, it is in my hands. I can expel you and I can send Miss Clearwater to trial at the ministry. Professor Penny replied. Dexter realized who they were talking about, Flo. He was sure her name was Clearwater, or was it something else? To him, it sounded close enough. Sir, you can call her here for yourself. The girl replied. The witness, Miss Berrycloth. With all due respect, I am talking about your actions, not Miss Clearwater's. Professor Penny continued. They all fell silent for a second. Dexter was able to think for the first time. He couldn't believe what was happening. Flo used an unforgivable curse on Annalise and someone had seen it happen. Or was he completely off point and heard it all wrong? He started questioning who it may be. Lucia? They always were great friends. Scarlet? She was determined and they had known each other from the team or maybe even earlier. The problem was that he could never imagine Florence fighting with Annalise. Forget about them even dueling. They were the best of friends. Everybody knew that. Call in the witness. Go on. You can hear from her, sir. Annalise eagerly replied. You can't. She is behind and will dash to. Professor Braveheart interjected. Professor Penny held his hand up and she fell to silence before replying. Come on, Eleanor. This will only take 5 minutes. Not half a year. But she has enough on her dash. Braveheart began protesting once more. I will not hear a word of it. Send for her to come here. Penny ordered. He watched Holly go to hide in a nearby classroom. He carried on walking and then heard a loud voice yell. Mr. East, what are you doing? A strict voice yelled. He turned around to see Professor Braveheart standing right behind him. He had no clue, so thought quickly and forget what he had just heard. Walking, Professor, he said innocently. Very well, she replied. However, she was not fully persuaded. I have a job for you and do it quickly. What is it, Professor? He asked as if he had no clue what was to come. Call Miss Hazelwood to my office. She asked. She didn't do anything. All she's done is revision. He replied anxiously. Who says she did anything wrong? I want to know how her catching up is going, she said, and he walked away not fully convinced. Then she added, and after that call Miss Clearwater. He rushed to the library. That was where Mia always went when she was distressed. As for Flo, she could be anywhere on the grounds. Flo sweetly said to him, gesturing for him to sit down next to him. Hello, Flo, he said as he accepted the invitation and sat down. He was oblivious to what she could potentially be capable of. What's up? She asked him. She acted as if it was a surprise to see him in a library. Oh, it's just Braveheart needs to see you, Dexter told her. Fear grew in her face, but Dexter didn't notice. Well, tell her I'm not going as I'm busy, she replied quickly. She smiled at him.
Ok.
He said as he walked away awkwardly. Then he saw Mia sitting with somebody else. She was on a table with another girl she had not met before who was in Ravenclaw. Listen, you just need to aim it right and move your wand. You can do the incantation perfectly, she pointed out. Better than me. Thanks, H. Appreciate you taking time out. Mia thanked her. You didn't need dashed anytime. Wait for my owl to tell you, she said again with a big smile on her face. I will, she said as the Ravenclaw girl hurried away and out of the library. Hey, Dexter said to her as she sat next to her. Mia acknowledged him and didn't want to talk to him. She had a strong urge to kick him, but he resisted. It was very tempting. What are you doing? She said, annoyed at him. Dexter replied in an instant as if it was well rehearsed. I needed to say sorry and Braveheart wants to see you. All right, I'll go. Want to walk with me? Tell me about what's been happening, she offered. After a nod of agreement from Dexter, they both left the library and went to see Braveheart's office when Dexter asked a question. Who was that kid in the library? He asked curiously. Oh, it's Husna Sidat, Mia explained. She's helping me catch up. You have been friends since when? Dexter asked her curiously and a little concerned. It's none of your business, she replied unwillingly and annoyed. But if you really want to know, we met in the library the other week. Do you know why you're being called? Dexter asked her curiously, wanting to steer the conversation away from another argument. Not really, Mia replied untruthfully but very persuasively. At least it convinced Dexter. I need to tell Braveheart that Flo doesn't want to come to her office, he explained as he said the real reason he was there. They got to her door and he knocked. She saw Mia and let her in immediately, and then Dexter explained about Flo. Thank you. Now run along. He nodded and pretended to hurry away. After he had thought she had gone, he came back to sit near the door once more. Miss Hazelwood. Always in trouble, aren't you? Professor Penny started. I don't understand what you mean, Professor, she replied. Now is not the time for any explanations, as our other friend is not coming, he said after a nod from Braveheart. If you invited Flo, Annalise began to yell. I would not feel safe. Perhaps you forgot that she tried to curse me with an unforgivable curse. Miss Hazelwood, can you tell us about the events of that day? He asked, not acknowledging the burst of anger that Annalise was in. Yeah, I needed to send a letter to my mother and I went to the Ollery to send it using my owl. I was about to leave and I saw Annalise and we started talking. Mia briefly explained. What about? Braveheart asked. Oh, nothing important. It was just how Flo kept on being mean to her. She went on about her dueling her in a bathroom. She also said about how she wouldn't let her express her own voice. She continued, "Expand." The headmaster calmly said, like if she was talking to her friends, Flo would try to make her look really bad. Flo was trying to make herself superior, make Annalise look foolish, just because she didn't want her hanging out with someone. Mia carried on saying once more, "Who?" Braveheart asked ferociously. "I dunno. She never told me." Mia replied quite honestly. That was all she said there, the truth. "Miss Berrycloth?" the headmaster asked. "I don't want to. It's confidential." Annalise Berrycloth finally replied. "Very well. Continue, Miss Hazelwood," the teacher said to her. Mia nodded and said. Then Flo walked in. They said a few hurtful comments. Flo said, "How was your friend?" and Annalise asked how her grandmother asked. It made Flo really angry. It must have been. Otherwise, she wouldn't have done it. The Cruciatus curse. Thank you, Miss Hazelwood. You may leave now. She nodded, stood up, and walked away. She saw Dexter and was appalled. "What?" Mia asked, totally unaware that he was eavesdropping on the conversation the whole time. "Why didn't you tell me?" Dexter asked her madly. He was supposed to be her best friend.
I'm sorry, Dexter.
But I couldn't. I felt bad I was there. But listening through the door, that's just rude. We have no privacy. She continued, "Listen, I'm looking for something. I need to find it. I'll see you later," he said as he went into the nearby classroom. He quickly got Holly and headed outside. He pressed his ear against the door and listened to them again. Persuasive, if you ask me. Professor Penny stated, as if trying to tell Braveheart, "I told you so." "Very." Braveheart agreed with him. "Here are the measures. I'm going to write to the ministry and then she will more than likely expel her and potentially she may go to Azkaban. Oh, and can you tell Miss Hazelwood not to mention it to anyone?" Professor Penny explained the procedure. "Also, we would prefer you to go home for Christmas so you avoid the questions. Miss Hazelwood is also going home to her family." He added, "I'd love to," she said as she wanted to go home to see her family. She acted like she had never done it before in her life. He carried on walking as he was prepared to come back to the common room all alone to meet Mia. Holly was sitting comfortably on his arm in excruciating pain. "Mr. East, is it?" Professor Fox called to him. "Yes, Professor," Dexter replied. "Is your owl okay?" He wondered, looking at Holly closely as if examining her.
No.
"She's injured," he said, concerned. "I've wanted to meet you for a while. Did you know that?" he asked. "Told to expect great things from you and your friends." "No, sir," he said as he continued walking with Professor Fox and walked to an unfamiliar route to a corridor he would never forget. He looked into the portrait, which was empty. Maybe he had been here once before. This corridor was the only one that they'd never forget. "How old are you again?" Professor Fox asked him as he was cradling Holly in his arms. "I'm in first year. I was born on the November 11th. So, I've just turned 12. He explained to the famous Care of Magical Creatures teacher. "A while till you can take my lessons," he added in a solemn voice. "It is, unfortunately," Dexter replied in agreement. "Well, I'll work my magic and she'll be as good as new in no time." After a muttered gratefulness, he walked to the common room, pleased to know Holly was in safe hands. "Hurry up," Mia yelled at Ginny. "Otherwise the train will leave without us." It was the morning and they were all leaving to go to Mia's house for the holidays. All of them were due to be downstairs, in the common room, 10 minutes prior, but Ginny was evidently the exception. "Hey Mia, why don't we get seats while Ginny gets her stuff packed?" Dexter suggested in slight panic.
Mia hesitated.
She couldn't leave her friend. They didn't want to be near Malfoy and the Slytherin junk on the train either. "All right, sure," she reluctantly replied. Both of them rushed past as they swiftly took their last glances at Hogwarts. They would not be seeing it until their return. Both of them were relieved to see a large crowd of people were waiting for the carriages. After a lot of pushing and shoving, Mia and Dexter managed to get into a small carriage. "I always thought it was remarkable. The horseless carriages. It just moves by itself," Dexter said. He was heaving his heavy trunk onto the carriage with a lot of effort whilst Mia was easily carrying it onto the carriage with the help of her wand. What do you mean? Mia asked curiously. Did she hear him wrong? She clearly was looking in front of her at a winged horse with a skeletal body. A face looked very similar to one of a reptile. It had large leathery wings like a bat's. They looked completely fleshless. Their eyes were pupilless, which she found a bit unnerving. Were they even alive? The thought of it made her jump a little. It was like a monster in a child's nightmare. Most people would faint at the sight of it. Whatever it was, Dexter heaved his trunk in after much effort and sat down in the carriage and asked her. What were you saying, Mia? Well, she began. You know when you said that there is nothing there, well, I'm most certain that you are wrong. She was looking at the creature once more. It just moves all by itself. Though, Dexter muttered undoubtedly as he pointed it out to her. Mia shook her head and pointed at the creature. She began to gesture its humongous widespread wings looking around them. The clearness of bones made her realize that it was dead yet alive at the same time. I can't see anything, Mia. He continued to say once more, becoming slightly fed up and concerned about his best friend's sanity. What can't you see, Dexter? Asked Jack as he joined their carriage. What's pulling the carriage? Dexter guessed blandly and Mia nodded. Don't act like I'm dreaming, Dexter. If you saw it, you wouldn't forget Dash. Oh my God. She paused. It was evident that she had just realized something. You were just joking, aren't you? So what are they? Dexter shook his head. Jack clearly had a brainwave and asked, Are you talking about Thestrals? I've heard rumors of some in Hogwarts. Thestrals. They both asked in unison. They have large skeleton-like bodies and they can only be seen by people who have seen death. Not many people around here can see them as they haven't seen someone die. They sound like incredible creatures, though. Jack informed them. Well, that explains why I can't see them, Dexter said confidently with a smile on his face. Then he turned to Mia and asked, You all right?
No.
Of course I'm not. Mia acted surprised that they hadn't already guessed what was troubling her. I can see Thestrals, yet I've seen anyone die in my entire life. That's unusual. Jack replied flabbergasted. Don't tell anyone, please, she said, and they both nodded. The three of them went on to the train and the trio saved a seat for Ginny. They saw her running towards the train and hurried to come and sat with them. Want to play a game? Ginny wondered. None of them mentioned the Thestrals to her. Coming from a large, well-respected wizarding family meant she could easily tell her family all about it. No, Dexter said. I don't feel like it. Nor me. Mia added. Nah. I'm going to find Ethan wherever he is. And Jack left the compartment to go and find him. They just sat there talking for a while. It was like they all did. At least it took their minds off things. Then the door opened.
Mia, Jean, Dexter.
How are you? Said Annalise in her relaxed voice. It was surprising as they had not seen her like this before. Hey, they all replied. How are you? Mia asked. The only two people who knew the whole truth was Mia and Annalise. That was what they were talking about. After eavesdropping, Dexter knew pretty much everything, but Ginny was totally clueless. Great. Braveheart insisted that I go home for Christmas. I don't usually. I prefer being at school. My father is always busy at the ministry. He never pays attention to me. My mother wishes she could spend more time with me, but she's a healer at St. Mungo's. She explained. Mia, do you want to come with me and find food? Annalise asked with a wink that only Mia understood. It was true that Mia had known her most out of the three of them. Sure, she said as they both left. Dexter and Ginny were left alone in the compartment. Ginny had found her chance and asked him. She always had that look. The look that she wanted to find out the whole truth without a word of invention. You're acting strange. All three of you. Tell me why. Ginny said in her usual bossy voice. It wasn't like Malfoy's voice. It was much different. She sounded cute and like she was begging. Just like a cat's. She could sense their feelings. What do you mean? Can you actually mind your own business? Dexter argued. A sign that you are lying. Ginny accused him as if she was playing a game of Cluedo. Can you actually stop playing detective? Dexter said, annoyed. Not everything is to do with you. What's that meant to mean? Ginny asked in her questioning sort of tone. Why don't you investigate that for yourself, rather than your best friends? Dexter suggested.
I'm sorry.
I just hate when people hide stuff from me. She began explaining. All my siblings claim I'm too young to hear all about the wizarding wars and stuff. Don't want to teach me anything. Sorry. I kinda understand how you feel. My father didn't want me educated here. Didn't want me to be a wizard because he thought I'd regret it like he did, but I wanted to, so he disowned me rather than accept it. Dexter said. The last person he wanted to tell was Ginny, yet she was the person he needed to tell was right next to him. I forget that you totally understand how I feel. You are someone I can talk to, but I don't take advantage of it. Ginny apologized. Lucky you, Dexter said sarcastically. Can we play a prank on Malfoy? He's on the train. I saw him sitting in his compartment. Being king of the world. Ginny persuaded. Sure, he said, but then he quickly changed his mind. No, actually. Since when did you become so boring, Dexter? Ginny moaned, hoping that she was able to have some fun. You used to love this stuff. It was right up your street. It's not because of that. Dexter spat at her angrily. Yeah, of course it's not. What is Ginny began. If we are caught, they may suspect Mia. If they do, she'll be moved down a year. Dexter defended his best friend. They won't though, she told him persuasively. Not us either. Nobody. What makes you say that, genius? He queried, unpersuaded. I have the cloak of invisibility. Ginny reminded him. Only you, me and Mia know of its existence. I haven't even told Charlie yet. Gin, a quick question? Why did you get it and not your siblings? He queried.
I do know.
Ginny replied, and then she started for the first time in her life question why. Maybe guess. Use your detective skills, Dexter playfully replied. Because I'd keep it quiet. I wouldn't tell the others as they don't involve me in anything. They always keep secrets from me. And I hate it. I really do. I always complained when I was young. My parents never listened to me. Only Alia did. Maybe that's why. She guessed. Well, that's probably why. So, what shall we do? Dexter asked, prepared. I have a fanged frisbee. Ginny told him as she held it up to show him. Are we just going to go to that compartment? Dexter asked. I mean, never mind. Of course, why not? Ginny asked in her overconfident tone, hoping he wasn't going to cook up another reason to become boring. They'll notice, won't they, if we open the door? He pointed out to her. Then we'll have to wait till one of them leaves. She suggested. Let's go now before we arrive there. Both of them were certain that nothing was going to stop them. The unstoppable duo they'd be called. Maybe she could beat everyone. They both rushed up the train, and then they finally went under the invisibility cloak. To their delight, they did not see Annalise and Mia, so thought that they must have gone back to the compartment. They saw many people they knew as they walked up the train. One was very recognizable. She was a Ravenclaw girl with waist-long, caramel brown hair which was slightly curly. She had hazel eyes. She looked familiar to him, yet he had not remembered meeting her before. She was obviously popular as she was sitting with a lot of other students, and she was very cheerful. It was evident from her large, wide smile. Who's that? Dexter asked Ginny, interested. Her. You don't know who she is. She's Husna Sedat. Ginny replied in shock. She rolled her eyes. It was expected of Dexter to not know anything. What's with being shocked? Dexter questioned, taken aback. Dexter, do you ever pay attention? She asked rudely and judgmentally. Of course I do, he replied before continuing. Do you need proof, Ginevra Weasley? You are one of 7 siblings. You have one brother called Alex. You also have 5 sisters who are Martha, Alia. Listen, Ginny, I forgot the rest. Maybe you have a point. Good to know I'm right, she replied. Anyway, my other 3 sisters are Lola, Sabrina, and Alexis. Alexis is my favorite. She's the only one I ever see. All of them are working. Alia's a ton of fun and she's around quite often. At least for now. She's becoming an Auror. What were you saying before? Dexter cryptically reminded her. Do you know Naomi? She asked him after going back on track. She's a Ravenclaw in our year. As it happens, I do. Dexter replied, but he didn't go into more detail about it. Well, the two of them got in a fight. Naomi kept on insulting her. Everyone felt so bad for her, so that's why she's popular. She complained. What year is she in, then? Dexter asked. Second. But listen, if for every time we were insulted, we had one more friend, we would be friends with everyone in the school. She replied with a smile. That includes Malfoy and his bunch of jerks. What's that supposed to mean? Dexter asked her. He was hardly on board with anything she said. If he wasn't her friend, he would tell her to shut up every time she opened her mouth. However, this seemed like one of her more wise words. It means we insult each other all the time. Almost too much. She replied in a guilty way.
I'm sorry, Kropka.
You haven't done anything wrong, Dexter asked, confused. It was way too nice of Ginny. He'd have expected Mia to say something like that. For before. She added in explanation. I get it, Dexter replied. My father will never forgive me for choosing magic over family. Not forgetting about all the insults he gave me with it. We fought a lot. My anger came in the form of magic. His punishment came in the form of disownment. He'll never forgive me. He won't. Dexter explained quietly whilst feeling slightly embarrassed and shocked. He was telling her once more. Maybe something will, change his mind. Not today, not tomorrow, but one day, he'll be thankful for you learning about magic. I'm sure of it, she replied. Dexter shook his head and said, You just don't get it. How could you? Ginny didn't want to upset him anymore, so they continued going up the train in silence. They then saw Malfoy. He had his blonde hair in a neat style as always. Dexter, have you got any extendable ears? Ginny pleaded as she got down onto her knees. I want to listen in to the gossip. Yes, he whispered as he searched his pocket for them and then quickly passed her one. They took one each and listened to their conversation. They all reckon my whole family are Death Eaters, Malfoy stated. Well, they're right, aren't they? Gabriella asked him inquisitively. Sadly not. My great-grandfather Draco was the last Death Eater. He did it reluctantly, not happily like his aunt, Bellatrix. Draco's parents Lucius and Narcissa are the same. Malfoy complained. But Lucy went and said to you there are no Death Eaters left. I mean, she has a point. Gabriella argued with Harrison. Bella understands, don't you? Malfoy asked her. She was sitting down next to Malfoy, messing with her long curly hair. Call me Bella one more time and you'll wish you'd never been born. It's Bellatrix. I don't want to be associated to that Gryffindor. Her name is Bella, she complained as she threw a tantrum. She's probably friends with those kids that attacked us and you, Harrison. They did it in the middle of the night. My apologies, Bellatrix. But as my dear cousin Malfoy continued, Dexter and Ginny were in shock. It was so surprising that they'd missed the rest of his ugly voice. Malfoy and Bellatrix were cousins. They knew they were going to find out more. Yes, I know. Just because the Dark Lord fell, the Death Eaters didn't. He informed the others as Bellatrix sat once more, not bothering to pay attention. Many went to Azkaban. Many died, killed by Aurors. Shacklebolt, who was Minister for Magic at the time, tried to get rid of us. Failed dismally. Death Eaters are now known by a different name, as is who they work for. Bellatrix, your parents did tell you, right? Who? Gabriella sat up and asked, wanting to know more. Gabriella, we can't tell you. But if we did, you'd have to be killed. Bellatrix laughed cruelly. Surely not, said an unfamiliar voice. Spat Bellatrix. Shut up, Mercury. I prefer Joel, he complained to them. And I prefer purebloods, Gabriella replied. Gabriella, that's rich from you, Joel defended, saying that you're not pureblood yourself. Only half-blood. Where are you going, Joel? Bellatrix asked curiously as they saw him jump out of his seat. Toilet. That a crime? Joel asked innocently. No, Malfoy said suspiciously. They both hurried to put away their extendable ears. Joel slid the door open and walked out. They were both under the cloak so no one could see them. Dexter made sure the door was left slightly open and rapidly chucked the fanged frisbee near Joel's vacant seat. Bellatrix went to close the door, annoyed at Joel. Meanwhile, the others felt the train beginning to slow down quicker. Wanting to see the damage they'd caused, they hid in a nearby compartment. They could see the robes were torn and books laid on the floor devastated. About to leave, they saw the locked door and decided to stay quiet so they weren't caught by Malfoy in the act. Nothing would make it worth it. You go, Bellatrix. I'll meet you outside, Malfoy said. She nodded and rushed away. He opened the door of their compartment. He could tell someone was there. A long, thick red strand of hair lay on the seat. Observant of his surroundings, Malfoy had noticed who it belonged to in a heartbeat. Weasley, is it? Malfoy guessed. They didn't move. They stayed as still as possible. Perhaps he'd be fed up of this game and run away. Dexter. Ginny. Where are you? A voice was yelling from outside a compartment. Then someone wandered in. It was Mia with a Ravenclaw girl. Now Dexter remembered her. It was the same girl who was in the library. Husna. Hello, Malfoy, Mia said in a sassy tone. Pleased to make your acquaintance once more. Malfoy replied with an evil grin. Heard of the chaos this afternoon? It is very bad. But for a mudblood anything is bad. He grimly spoke. None of them cared what he was referring to. Shut up, Malfoy, and get a life, Husna yelled. Everyone was surprised as nobody had seen her shout before. Naomi was right about you, Malfoy said. I'm referring to a prank played on me. I am reporting it, and if you were part of it then you'll be moved down a year if I hear correctly. So, be honest, did you do it?
No.
She was with me the whole time. Come on, Mia, let's go. Annalise is waiting for us outside. They both left hoping that Ginny and Dexter were waiting outside. Malfoy did the same. After he left, they both rushed outside. We've left our stuff, Dexter said, relieved that they were outside before them.
No.
We got it, Annalise said, handing their trunks to them as quickly as possible. Well, I need to go. See you guys at school, Annalise said as she waved at them and gave Dexter a quick smile before turning away. Where were you? Do you know we spent ages going to find you? What you been doing? Mia asked as Husna hurried off with a run. I'll tell you later, Dexter whispered to her so quietly that Ginny couldn't hear what he said. They all headed out of King's Cross Station, and they all headed to her mother's car as their trunks followed them obediently. What's that? Ginny asked, pointing at the large vehicle that stood between them. Have you never seen a car before? Dexter asked with a laugh. They were talking about the silver Kia Sportage that Miss Mainley owned. It was parked in the car park, and Ginny looked around in shock as she had never seen such an invention before. Are you being silly? Ginny replied with a laugh. Problems were occurring to her. She wasn't being honest to them. They all walked to the car. Mia let Ginny get in the car first as she looked the most tired out of the three of them. How does this thing open? She asked as she was finding out how to open it. Gin, stop. You don't want to break it. Let me do it, Dexter replied as she moved aside so he could open it. He simply pulled the handle. That's what it's for, she said with understanding as she kept on nodding. Before saying unpersuasively, I knew that. I definitely knew that. Yes. It's a door handle, Ginny. Mia reacted, annoyed and amused at her lies. It was obvious that the door opened something. And how she was the only one annoyed. She found it upsetting, and if she could even think so disgraceful to the Muggle community. And how Dexter did not react, she knew he had grew up in a Muggle-acting family. Then when he caught her eye, he quickly winked at her. She now thought he felt the same. He was just coping better than her. Hello, Miss Mainley said as they all finally got into the car. Took you long enough. Ginny was admiring the car. Mia explained to her with a sweet smile of sarcasm. You must be rich, Mrs. Hazelwood, to be able to afford such an expensive automobile. I've always wondered how Muggles survive without magic. Dexter gave her a look which was telling her to stop talking, but she didn't get the point, and Ginny continued. Come on, Dexter. You know, at a flick of a wand we can have everything. As a half-blood, you should know that. Thanks, Ginny. But For future references, please call me Miss Mainley, not Mrs. Hazelwood. The driver replied. Can I ask a question? Ginny asked, and Dexter rolled his eyes in annoyance because he had learnt it was impossible to shut her up. Sure, Miss Mainley replied ecstatically. Why do you have different surnames? She asked. Dexter nudged her as hard as he could in the ribs. He was sitting in the middle at the back of the car. To Ginny's surprise, it was Mia who answered her question. It's my father's surname. The only thing he ever gave me. He abandoned me and my mother. I do not remember him. Also, there are loads of legal documents you need to go through before you change your name, and you can't change your child's surname, but they can when they're older. She fully clarified. Thanks, Mia Hazelwood, or do you prefer Mia Mainley? Ginny asked he jokingly. I actually prefer Hazelwood, it sounds better. It reminds me that I have a father even if he wasn't there for me. She added. All right, Hazelwood. Ginny bellowed at the top of her lungs, and they all laughed. Miss Mainley began to drive the car, and they put the radio on in the car, and they were listening to Heart radio station as they heard many song coming out of all the speakers in the car. What's that? Ginny asked, attempting shut out the sound. It sounds terrible. What do you mean? It's amazing. Can I guess who it is? Dexter asked. Yes, I already know. Mia added to him as they both ignored Ginny's suffering. Is it Benson Boone? He asked. Yes. I didn't know you listened to his songs. She replied happily. Excuse me, Ginny yelled. What? Dexter asked her, slightly annoyed that she was being ignored. I'm still here, you know? Ginny reminded them plainly. It was typical of her. She'd make a scene and say a few words. Nothing much, she just wanted to be fully remembered. That was all. That's music in the Muggle world, Dexter told her. Ginny didn't say anything aloud but was muttering about how bad it was, so Mia and Dexter continued their conversation. Kendrick Lamar is okay though? Yes. Dexter replied, not paying attention to Ginny, who sat throwing a bit of a tantrum. Kendrick or Eminem? Who's better? She asked him, excitedly wanting to know his opinion. Is that even a question? Dexter asked, surprised, before answering without hesitation. Eminem, of course. Ginny thought they were totally nonsense. She realized that there was only one way to stop them and that she could do it. M or Kingsley? Ginny asked, bewildered. They both started laughing hysterically. During this conversation, it was the first time they had discerned she was there. M are those gross sweets, right? She looked at Mia and realized that she wasn't laughing, not yet anyway. And Kingsley was the minister after the Wizarding Wars, right? Of course I'd choose Kingsley. Those sweets made me puke. No, they're rappers. They're a type of singer. Miss Mainley clarified to her. Ginny sat in the corner in a bit of a strop and went back to her thoughts. Malfoy had said something she couldn't take out of her mind. There was still Death Eaters at large everywhere. For the rest of the journey, they all slept as there was so much traffic and it was late at night. It was a very long journey too. It was too long. At about 2 a.m., they had arrived and they all got out of the car and entered the house. Ginny got in quickly and they all headed to the living room while Miss Mainley put their trunks upstairs in their rooms. Wow, Muggles use flue powder too? Ginny asked, surprised as she saw a fireplace. No, it's a way of generating heat, Dexter said as Miss Mainley came inside to talk to them. I'm going to bed. You can do what you want for now. However, I advise you to have a nap, she said.
I'm tired.
I'm going to bed too, Ginny replied. Evidently, she didn't want to talk to them anymore that evening. This left Mia and Dexter alone in the living room and they both sat on the sofa. But then, Mia got up to get some snacks from the kitchen. What do you want to watch? She asked him. What V you got? He asked her in curiosity. Loads, actually. Mia began explaining to him as she handed him the remote. We have Netflix because Mother is always traveling, so she can watch it easily on the go. Plus, it has everything. Epic. Just let me have a look, Dexter said, and he began to browse through some of the films and series. Imagine how Ginny will act, he began telling her with a laugh. She'd probably blow up the TV. Wouldn't do your mother any favors. Yes, I should be careful, she said. Thanks for reminding me. Look at all the new content which has come on since the last time I looked. What about Home Alone? he suggested. Sure, she replied, even though I've watched it 10 billion times already. While they were watching the film, Mia had a message on her phone which she had not used for ages. She saw it sitting on the table. She missed her home comforts, and not having a phone was the hardest thing to give up. It was a relief that it was still there and worked. It was like being reunited with an old friend. She read the messages on her phone with interest. Who are you messaging? He asked her. Dexter said as he saw her typing hurriedly on her phone. She put the phone down before continuing. Just my friend Abby. She knows I'm back in town and wants to meet up with me. Mia explained to him moderately blithely. When are you meeting up? He asked her. Can't. The whole group's meeting up on the 19th. She told him as her face turned to misery in an instant. You're still friends? Doesn't she know about, magic? He said the last word in the whisper. He knew everyone in the house. Knew, but he acted as if somebody was listening in to the conversation.
No.
Nobody does. Out of my muggles friends, that is. I only experienced magic for the first time when I was 10. At least that I knew of. Mia explained to him pretty hesitantly compared to normal. She hadn't told anyone about her life before Hogwarts. Preferring not to tell others, she would move away from the conversation or pick up a good book. Really? That's quite late by what I've heard. Dexter said, shocked. Yes, a girl was annoying me. She dyed her hair blonde with highlights of orange and red. Then, I was so angry that her head turned into a volcano. I mean, she was so pathetic. She said before turning to him and sweetly asked, what about you? When did you first realize you were a wizard? Me? My father covered it all up, and my mother was forced by him not to tell me anything. I guess she got blackmailed. So, I'm not entirely sure. He began. But the first that I recall is when I was by myself in a lake near my house. I hated Dern Valley, the village I lived in. They all hated me. Nobody was my age. There were lots of big houses, mansions and all. My school was a while away. The kids there didn't like me. Thought I was different. Not helping at all. One kid, though, was called Claudio, was pretty nice to me. He told me that the owner of one of the big houses had framed his parents for a crime and wanted me to go there and get evidence. Dexter said, quite upset. He was my friend. He couldn't go, so I did. He told me no one would be there. But instead, these people were looking frantically for an intruder. I found out Claudio blackmailed me. I had to escape, but they were in the room I was in, and they opened the wardrobe I was hiding in, and they couldn't see me. It was amazing, but crazy. Had no clue at all what happened. Dexter concluded. How old were you? Mia asked him, concerned. About 6, maybe 7. Dexter replied. And what did Dash? Mia began. I wasn't caught, so they couldn't tease me about it. Claudio knew I knew everything. I couldn't believe I didn't realize he was showing off. He cut in. Whoa, and I thought I had a hard life. Mia told him with a little giggle. I should go to bed. Dexter said. Before that, you need to tell me what you two were up to on the train. Just like you promised me. She reminded him. He should have known this moment was coming. She always reminisced everything. He nodded and went on explaining everything from the trick they played and what they heard from him. Every single key fact. Malfoy and Bellatrix are Dash? She asked in extreme shock. Yes, cousins Dash, he told her. But Bellatrix has a harsh reaction to being called Bella. He added. What's that supposed to mean? She challenged him, wanting to hear his theory. Why would she automatically think of Bella? Like she said her. Yes. She despises her, but instantly thinking her. Dexter added. She's also pureblood. She pointed out to him. You know how all the pureblood families are interrelated. Maybe they know of each other's families. Ask her then. When we go back. Say I said it. Dexter suggested.
Mia replied sarcastically.
Seriously, Dexter, what do you think I'm gonna do? Speculate without proof. My bad. Dexter replied. They both went upstairs and Mia showed Dexter his bedroom where he'd sleep, and then she rushed to her room to go to bed. She had forgotten what had happened after that and remembered being woken up by vulgar screams the next morning. Hazelwood! Hazelwood! Get up! OMG, this ain't working! A voice yelled, upset. What time's it, Ginevra? She asked as soon as she realized who the voice belonged to. Who cares? It's Christmas, she excitedly replied. Mia jumped out of bed and rushed downstairs. They were pleased when they saw snow outside. There hadn't been snow on Christmas for a long time, so were pleased when the opportunity came. They both went downstairs in a hurry to open their presents. Ginny, you got me a new quill. Thanks, Mia replied as she held it up with a big smile. It was a phoenix feather quill that was extremely rare. Not just any quill, Mia, it writes automatically whatever you think. Cool, right? Ginny replied. Mia smiled weakly. Where's Dexter? She asked Ginny curiously. I want him here when I open the present he got me. Wait then, Ginny yelled as she opened Mia's gift of a snow globe. What is it? She therefore asked. That's a snow globe. It's a muggle thing. Mia answered. Dexter got me these weird things. Ginny showed her as she held up a small black box with a pattern of a bitten into apple on top. What in the world is it? He got you some AirPods. Cool. You can listen to music on it. But you've got to connect it to a device such as a phone or iPad. You know what? I'll give you my old one, Mia said as she rushed upstairs to get it. She walked into the room where she had left her old devices, which happened to be the room that Dexter was sleeping in. She then headed into Dexter's room and yelled, Get up. It's Christmas. He looked up and said, I know. I just don't want to talk to Ginny. She really is starting to annoy me. I heard her now not knowing about AirPods. Plus, she didn't want me there. I may as well just go to school tomorrow. Dexter East. Mia began. Do you understand what you are suggesting at this very moment? You really want to leave? Come on. You don't have to talk to her. Maybe we can talk about it. He didn't answer her immediately, so she went to get the iPad she promised to give to Ginny and held it in her hands. She was looking at Dexter, wanting to hear what he had to say for himself. You're right. I'll talk, Dexter replied, and they both rushed downstairs to open their presents. Dexter opened Mia's gift first of a broomstick cleaning kit that she found in a magazine. Epic. Thanks, he excitedly yelled. Then he looked for Ginny's gift, which was absent, and instead opened Charlie's gift of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and began eating them. I couldn't get you a gift. I ran out of money. I'll get you something next year though, Ginny promised Dexter. If we're still friends, Dexter quietly said under his breath so nobody could hear him. However, Mia did and nudged him as hard as she could in the ribs. Are you secretly hating me? Ginny asked, having also heard what he had said. No, I am fed up of your nosiness, Dexter explained to her. Just hate, basically. Ginny muttered, offended. You know how annoying you are? He complained to her, throwing tantrums about the stupidest things. Are you being serious? Ginny mocked him. Sure. You're not secretly hating me? He accused her angrily. Why, Dexter? Explain why. She challenged him once again on her serious tone. Because you're not giving me a gift, or treating me fairly. He started to explain. You're my best friend, She began muttering to defend herself. He whispered. Funny. You don't treat me like one. Really? Is that what you think? Dexter East. She sneered. You're such Slytherin material. You know Ginevra Weasley. I wish I'd never met you or been your friend. He added. Who'd want to be best friends with someone like you? Someone who's Slytherin material? Nobody. Dexter. Mia yelled paled. Up until this point, she had not uttered a word. Her best friends were arguing and she had no clue who to back. She just wanted to be both their friends. And of course you were involved, Mia Hazelwood. She instantly accused her. Talk about being melancholy. Dexter whispered quietly to Mia so that only she could hear. Both of you are the dream team, aren't you? Ginny yelled. I didn't Dexter began. Why do you need me? Especially if you have Charlie doing all the little things for you. Goodbye, Mia, Dexter. Ginny dramatically ended and she walked out. She couldn't care less. She had gone upstairs to get her stuff. Mia raced after her. Ginny knew she would do this, but nothing was going to change her mind. Mia went into the room with little hope, but she knew that she may be successful. All right? She asked. Do you think I am? She asked as she hurriedly packed all her stuff in her trunk. Listen, Dexter dash, she started. I don't give a damn what Dexter says. Ginny replied angrily as she locked her trunk and got up to leave. There's no dash, Mia continued. You don't get it, the both of you. You're two little bullies, you know that. Ginny continued as her face turned the color of her hair. Bullying me for not knowing about muggles and their idiotic ways. I don't care. Farewell. She pushed Mia aside with so much force that she fell to the floor. Ginny's red hair darted outside behind her. She never intended to return. She wasn't going to. She hated it. She was just gonna run wild, at least until term continued. Meanwhile, Mia and Dexter were discussing what to do next while sitting in the living room in front of the cozy, blazing fire. I'm worried about her, she said to Dexter. She's only been gone 10 minutes. Dexter pointed out, trying to make her relax. Remember what Malfoy said? She continued. Which bit? He asked in a mood. He's said a lot out of his big mouth, hasn't he? He said the Death Eaters are returning only by a different name and by a different master. Remember the portrait. They're looking for someone. What if they find her to get information? The letter. What about that? Dexter, dangerous times are ahead. She doesn't understand it fully because we didn't tell her. Why? I wonder why. Dexter asked her innocently. He was right that she didn't want to tell them. It was none of their business. Did it concern them? No, so why give Ginny and Charlie the burden too? Now, guilt was filling up inside her. It was partially her fault. We knew she would investigate. I didn't want the hassle. She stayed quiet for a second before continuing. I'm going to look for her. And she went to get her coat and phone and headed off. Mia Hazelwood, you must be crazy. Dexter yelled as he followed reluctantly. It's freezing out there. No one said . She replied as she realized he was chasing her out of the door. But I want to go. Dexter replied. There's a forest here. A good hiding spot. Let's go. Mia said as they both ran off. You look like it is unfamiliar. Dexter told her as he examined her worried looks. I never came this far. She replied. She had never been here before but recognized a much more youthful version of this forest. She saw a stream and was certain her suspicion was true. She dared not tell Dexter. Let's split up. It'll be quicker. Mia suggested. He nodded as they went their separate ways. She walked down and saw the very same waterfall that Becca had disowned Felicity. She saw the part of the branch which was bent to save Becca's life. Then she realized something. Felicity lived in her hometown. There were no other villages nearby. Did this mean Becca lived nearby still? Perhaps they'd met? She carried on searching Snake Woodland even though the sun had come down. Her mother always told her be back before late. But she had to find Ginny. Kid, come here. She came obediently and saw grown men. He was wizards in Mia's opinion, as they had not seen the phone she had before, and their clothes did not fit into what muggles wore. What's your name? One of them asked. Tilly Flower. She said calmly. How old are you, Tilly? He asked.
I'm 13.
People normally said Mia looked more mature for her age, so she knew saying she was older would not spark suspicion and concern. Why are you here? He asked. I'm playing with my cousins. She told him innocently and plainly. Here? He asked her. Yes, that's what I literally just said. She replied annoyed. Are you deaf? I'm a police officer. He told her. Where's your uniform? She asked him as she became even more alert and suspicious. Do I need it to save your life? The man asked her in a serious tone. He was no longer treating her like a young, dumb child. I know where my uncle's house is, thank you very much. She told him as she turned to walk away. We found another kid earlier who may be your cousin. The man said. She turned around and was surprised. Could it be Ginny safe and sound? Was Dexter in danger? I must be getting home. Aunt Lillian will be worried. The girl said innocently. Who are your cousins? The ones you're looking for. The man asked. Ginny and Dex . She began without thinking, and she had given away her friends. Ginny and Dex? Not seen anyone with that name, Tilly. he continued. He tried to act cool. Her name isn't Ginny, my cousin. Her name is actually Georgina. She prefers Ginny though. Mia played along and lied. It's her nickname. I see, and what about Dex? The man asked as he nodded. Is it any of your business? Tilly asked. I'm a police officer. The man reminded her once more. Sure you are, she said sarcastically. Then, just as she was about to grab her wand, she heard something blow up in the far distance. The man stood still as she ran away. He was whispering words. The same again and again. Come. Join me, my fellow friends. Reunite. She saw Ginny hiding in the distance and came running up to her. There was no missing that vibrant red hair. It was impossible to miss. Where's your stuff? Mia asked her. I lost it, Mia. I'm so sorry. They stole it. Ginny replied. She stood next to her, sprinting as she spoke. Her friend was next to her. Pale as a sheet and freezing to the bone, she was becoming a skeleton. My name's Tilly and you're Georgina. Dexter is Dex. Mia explained. You gave us away on accident? She yelled, annoyed. Yes, Georgina. However, now is not the time to argue. We need to find Dex. Tilly, where's Dex? She asked, worried. It was the first time that she had thought about Dexter since she had stormed out of the house dramatically. How she regretted it. Mia took her coat off and handed it to her. She instantly pulled it on. Dunno, she heard Mia say. She raised her arm in panic. She waved it in the air, whispering an incantation, and a portal to a new world appeared. They both rushed into it. They had left the danger, but what was bad was they left Dexter. Wow, what was that? Ginny asked her. Just a bit of wand work I read about. Didn't know it would work. Mia explained. It's awesome. Ginny yelled as they both began to laugh. Mia, where are we? She asked curiously. I'm not sure, she honestly said. I think maybe the Scottish Highlands. Then, they saw someone standing nearby admiring the scenery. The travelers had only just realized how beautiful it was. Do you know where we are? She asked politely. Well, we're in Smeel Beach, ain't we? The middle-aged lady said. She was about the height of Scarlet but was much older. Sorry, I still don't quite understand where we are? Ginny questioned. You kids ain't from here then. We're in the Isle of Man, she clarified. Thank you, Ginny said, and the two of them walked away. She was confused, but Mia looked as if she understood. But there was still concern lingering on her face. What's wrong? She asked when she couldn't take the suspense any longer. We have to go on a boat. We have no passports or anywhere near enough money. Mia explained. I have a broom, she said, and took it out of her small bag. My father put an undetectable extensive charm on it. But what about being undetected by muggles? Mia whispered to her concerned. Ginny reasoned. We're going over an ocean. What about the underage wizardry? Mia asked. We are breaking the law. You're not putting any charms on the broom, are you? Ginny asked, annoyed. Ginny then handed Mia the broom. They both hurried on and flew across the ocean. Mia, it's night time. Fly high but directly to the forest. Her friend suggested to her. Snake Woodland? She asked, confused. They may still be there, and so is Dexter. Don't you want to help him? Ginny angrily complained. Fine, Mia replied, and she carried on flying into the forest. It looked deserted. Nothing could be seen but green trees for miles. There'd be an occasional animal too. A cute white rabbit hopped around gracefully, eating grass from time to time. They both watched as a bold bear came bolting at it. Hesitating, it was caught in between its vicious teeth. Gravely injured in an instant. Stick together. Ginny whispered, scared, as they both landed back on the ground. What do you think I'm gonna do? Run away, Mia suggested with a laugh. There's a reason we're in Gryffindor, Ginevra. Why are you calling me Ginevra? She asked, as she had only just realized that her best friend had been doing it all that day. Because I didn't know if we were good enough friends for me to call you Ginny, she replied, quite upset. You saved my life. How can we not be friends? Ginny asked in shock and appreciation, because without Mia, she wouldn't be there right now. They then heard a branch crack in the distance. It meant someone had joined them. They were in danger once more. Mia was stressed once more. Ginny was anxious and scared, hiding behind Mia. Without question, Ginny grasped her hand and held it in Mia's. They trusted each other once more. Both of them needed each other to survive. "Tilly," a man said warmly, "nice to see you again after our last meeting. Great to know you're safe." The man continued after they remained quiet. "Oh, and this must be Georgina," he guessed as he gestured towards her. Ginny nodded shyly and in a distrusting way. "Remind me what school year you're in, Tilly?" The stranger approached her. "Year 8. She muttered confidently. "Do you mean second year at Hogwarts?" he asked. "Where?" she asked, pretending to be totally confused by his words, even though she knew all about it. "I saw you doing magic last time, don't deny it, Tilly," the man challenged. His face was turning red. Both of them noticed his hands clutching together. Aggression was growing in his expression. "No, I didn't. I was being kidnapped, but I escaped and hid here ever since," she justified as they both cautiously took a step back. "I'm just like you. I'm a wizard," he entrusted her. "I need to ask a few questions about Hogwarts, Tilly." "Sure," she said, partly forgetting what was happening and where they were. "Petrificus totalis." Someone yelled in the distance and the man fell straight to the floor. "Mia!" They heard a familiar voice yell to her. All of them turned to find the source of it. They walked and saw that it was Dexter. "Are you Dash?" "I'm sorry. I missed Dash. I was you fine." "Sorry." Mia began to cry when she saw him. "Take a chill pill," Ginny suggested to her in a whisper that all of them heard. "Just breathe," Dexter calmly suggested. She did that and then she went and they all walked back to her house. "I shouldn't have left you," she said apologetically to the both of them. "Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in this total mess." "I don't care. At least you're okay," he said. "Guys, can we get out of here? This place is really starting to creep me out," Ginny addressed. Dexter and Mia disagreed entirely and thought that she was joking. There was nothing scary about it. There was just lots of trees and seemed like a totally normal forest. But it was true that there may have been a wizard who was trying to kidnap them. "Gin, I've always wondered why you're a Gryffindor, because now you're acting like a total wimp," Dexter asked rudely. "That's not Dashta." Ginny was offended and was annoyed that he continued. She thought after all this that he would be nice to her, but she though and understood what he was trying to say. She never acted brave and strong. She always acted like that fish that's left alone in the ocean. "Maybe I'm not worthy yet, but I'll do something one day, you'll see," Ginny promised him. Dexter looked at her, his mind full of confusion. Was this really Ginevra Weasley? He expected her to yell and answer back, not be modest and reply. That was what he expected from Mia. They looked around and they saw the branches which were broken and the forest which was dangerous, and thought of all the dreadful creatures that there may be. "Dexter," Mia whispered to him after a long while. "Yeah," he replied. "Why did they want a Hogwarts student? Is the school in danger? Or are they trying to plot to attack the school?" she asked him, worried. Her whole body was shaking. Her eyes were red and puffy. It was obvious that she hadn't slept for days. More stress was the last thing she needed. Dexter thought about what he had heard of their conversation and the conversation he had heard the previous night, and tried to remember what the two people had said and began recounting it in his head. "Hello. On a job, I suppose?" a woman had asked the man while Dexter was hiding up above in a tree. "Yes, ma'am," he replied. "There is no need to use that language," she had continued, and Dexter saw a young woman with blonde mermaid waves. She was tall and treated the man as if she was superior. Her brown eyes were as dark as a tree's bark. She looked as if she would never give anyone a second chance or trust anyone. "I have information," said the man. He had a sallow complexion. His significant features included a hooked nose. His dark eyes were an abyss of black. His greasy and straight but slightly curly jet black hair rested comfortably on his shoulders. He looked rather stern but hard-working and seemed very accomplished in the dark arts. "And?" she asked, annoyed and bossily. "3 students have been in the forest. If all that's been done already hasn't worked, We may as well ask one of them. Perhaps force them. He shared. Dexter sat on the tree worried. Mia and Ginny were both in trouble, and if they were searching for them, he needed to act fast. He risked everything to do what he did. She argued with upset and confusion at why he would defy their leader's plan. He's stupid. He doesn't love her. He's despised her as long as she's been alive. This was just his excuse to get rid of her if she dies. He explained to her. And chances are she will. Die. He's trying his best. We've never had this chance before. The chance to get ahead. We should dash. The woman changed, not daring to shift her opinion. Before she finished, he cut in and carried on complaining. He used to be an Or. He used to try and kill us all. Don't go saying you can trust him. He gave her a piercing look of hate. Fine. But the girl was a better hope. And two of them aren't too far away. Want to come with? She asked, holding out her arm. He took it and they both apparat somewhere else. Probably to where his two friends were. He then thought that it would be unwise to tell them. They'd probably be scared about who may have been affected, and thought it was unwise to share this information with anyone. Nothing like that. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. He reassured them both. Even though he himself didn't believe it, they were all in peril and they had to stay safe and be united. They were all in Mia's house, and it was the last day of the holidays, and they all sat near the warm fireplace drinking some butterbeer. Ginny had been sent by her oldest sister, Alexis. What's up, Dexter? She asked. This was the question that the two girls had been meaning to ask him. He looked slightly concerned about something. Their trip to Snake Woodland had changed him. He was worried, and they started to become worried about what they should do next. Nothing. He lied plainly. Angry and annoyed, he walked out and headed to his room. Mia looked at her surprised and confused about what was going on. He was acting very strange. Mia stood up and went upstairs to his room and entered. She went inside and sat on the bed that she used to play on when she was younger. This used to be her second bedroom and where she left all of her toys. She could see in the distance her version of Monopoly and Uno, which she would play with when Abby came over whilst they were listening to their favorite songs. Abby was her only friend. Nobody liked her much. She was never around enough. Everybody hated that she could escape and abandon them. The other children constantly insulted her, but Abby always stood by her side no matter what. All right? She asked him, concerned, as she sat down on the bed next to him. Nothing's wrong, Mia, he complained. He didn't dare look into her bright green eyes. It was easy for him to lie to himself, but he could hardly look into his best friend's eyes and tell them a downright lie. That'd be a miracle. So, I was wondering if you wanted to investigate that portrait we found? She asked. She always wanted an adventure, and he surely needed one, so she hoped that he would agree to come along.
No.
Not now, I know about dash. He cut off and realized that he had said a word too many. What do you know? She asked him, intrigued. They're trying to find a Hogwarts student. He answered. I don't want to be lurking around. Mia understood what he was trying to say and realized that he must be scared of something. But what? If something really bad was about to come upon them, then surely he would have mentioned it to them, as he knew that they would do likewise. You told me everything was going to be all right, Mia continued. Was that a lie? Dexter had to think what to say next. Mia would be furious if she found out he was lying to her this whole time, yet he wanted to comfort her and keep the secret safe. Sorry. He apologized. I don't mean to say anything. Just forget it. You're right, we should investigate. Dexter thought that this way he could put his mind at ease and make his worries a feather. Also, Mia and Ginny would not think that he was overreacting to their forest visit and wouldn't think he was acting strange. Mia left the room to go and sit in her room. She thought about when she had first used magic and tried to hide it from everyone, including her mother and her best friend, Abby. She remembered sitting in this very room when she had rejected Hogwarts. Only because she didn't want to leave Abby. She was about to miss out on everything. What would she do without Dexter, Ginny, and Charlie? Then she wondered about how Dexter was acting and realized that it was so similar. He was clearly hiding something from them. But the question was what? Mia had argued with her brain that it was unwise to tell or even give Ginny a hint of what was going on. She would just overreact like always. Mia, There you are. Ginny yelled as she clumsily rushed into her room. Hi. So what's up? Mia asked unenthusiastically. Whoa, you're in a mood. Your mother said dinner's ready. She addressed and rushed out of the bedroom to go to dinner. Mia sat there for a second longer. She then rushed down the stairs and she came and sat in the room. The living room was bathed in warm, golden light, courtesy of the twinkling fairy lights that still adorned the Christmas tree in the corner. The scent of pine lingers in the air, a gentle reminder of the festivities that have just passed. The fireplace crackled softly, casting dancing shadows on the walls. The majestic tree stands tall, its branches adorned with an eclectic mix of ornaments. Some were heirlooms passed down through generations, while others are whimsical creations made by little hands. The star on top winked playfully, as if sharing secrets with the tinsel below. The hearth was alive with warmth. Logs smolder, their embers casting a comforting glow. A plush rug lay before it, inviting anyone who enters to kick off their shoes and sink their toes into its softness. The sofas wore their holiday attire cushions adorned with snowflakes and reindeer. A knitted throw drapes over the backrest, its colors echoing the festive spirit. The armchairs, slightly worn but oh so inviting, beckon guests to sink themselves into their depths. The grand piano stands against one wall, its lid propped open. A sheet of music rests on the stand, forgotten in the midst of celebrations. Perhaps someone played carols here, their fingers dancing across the ivory keys. They all sat down knowing that something had changed. They all hid their secrets from each other. They had no clue what to do next. Confront each other, or keep their thoughts hidden. Excited for tomorrow? Miss Mainley asked the separated trio. Dexter didn't answer and just carried on eating and wasn't at all interested. All he wanted to do was keep his friends safe by not sharing what was on his mind with them. It was too much of a risk. Mia nodded and stayed silent. She kept on looking at Dexter hoping that he would give her eye contact, no matter how little. But he avoided looking at them at all costs, which Mia thought was even more strange. Ginny replied very. I love Hogwarts and all of its secrets. She was angry at both of them. They both weren't talking to her. What were they trying to hide? She had thought after all this time they would have trusted her a tad more. I hope you are all packed. Miss Mainley continued, and this time all three of them had sat in equal silence. They knew that she just wanted to make everything better, but they didn't really want to talk to each other. Not yet anyways. They ate as quickly as possible and they all rushed upstairs. Mia went to finish packing and Ginny came and joined her shortly after. Why can't you guys share whatever you're up to? Ginny asked Mia furiously as she chucked her Transfiguration book at her. Ginny was frustrated. She'd have thought that after Dexter had an argument with her, and he went to find her, that his attitude towards her would have changed ever so slightly, but this was not the case. Nothing. I'm just as puzzled as you are. Honest. Mia replied. She felt like she was stuck in the middle of a river being forced to follow the way of the current. Dexter had prevented her from helping him. He had been her best friend since the day they both got on the Hogwarts Express. Surely, if he didn't want to be her friend, then he would have told her beforehand, hinted it, not keeping it hidden. Ginny rolled her eyes at her. Really? She was unaware of everything. This had to be a flat lie, so she went to bed and ignored her. The two girls finished packing their things in silence. As she was packing, Mia picked up her Quidditch robes. She had nearly played for the team. She had been determined to win the game. The following day, they went onto the Hogwarts Express and sat down. Mia decided to sit with Annalise, Lucia, and Scarlet. Good hauls? Mia asked. Mine wasn't too bad. We went to my aunt's house and I just played wizard's chess with my cousins. But I've realized that I'm absolutely dreadful at it. Not doing a rematch till I ace the game. But I could easily beat them at Quidditch. Lucia stated, and everyone laughed at the end. Mine was good. We were able to do skiing, which is a common Muggle activity. I only really did it so I can add more information to my OWLS when I eventually do it next year. Don't give me that look, Annalise. They are going to start your preparations soon. Scarlet informed her. What about you, Mia? Lucia asked. She told them how they went to explore the forest near where she lived and they had fun exploring the different areas. but she never mentioned the people who were trying to find a Hogwarts student. Come on, Annalise, it's your turn. Scarlet pressured her, and everybody else was equally eager to hear it. I didn't do much, but I went and saw my father. He's an Auror, you know. He's always busy, so I never see him much, she told them. He was telling me this story of a loyal Death Eater family that he was trying to track down. Wow, I've always wanted to be an Auror. That's what I'm working towards. But my first passion is Quidditch, yet my parents don't want me doing that. Injuries. Scarlet shared. They carried on talking until they arrived at Hogwarts. All of them stayed on the train and walked out of the train together and headed to the castle. Ella mia. A voice said in the distance in excitement as they headed into the castle grounds. Mia turned around and saw Charlie standing there. Obviously, he was unaware of what they had experienced while they were on holiday. Oh, Charlie, how was your holidays? She thereafter asked. He hesitated and said, rubbish. I had to spend loads of time with Kian. You know that really stupid Ravenclaw kid? I tell you, a troll has more brains than him, and that's saying something. Mia wondered why he was talking to her. He was best friends with Dexter as he was his first Gryffindor friend, and he didn't mind Ginny as he was always interested with her theories. But he scarcely talked to her alone. What's up? She eventually asked as he saw his slightly concerned face. It's Braveheart. She knows all of you guys were coming back today, and she asked me to find you and take you to her office. She needs to talk to you about something. Charlie informed her. He was hopeful as she was a dictionary of information and he hated being left out, so at least this time he would be the first to know. Have you seen Ginny? Or Dexter? She asked, changing the subject as quickly as possible. No, I thought they were going to be with you as they were at yours. Surprised I am. Actually, I did see Dexter earlier. He was sitting in the common room by himself. Not good, as he took Scarlet's seat, so she isn't going to be happy. Charlie explained to her, remaining totally befuddled. Yikes. Mia reacted, well, we did have a bit of a, I can't find a word for it, disagreement, he guessed. Everyone knew that Ginny could be annoying and that Mia and Dexter had argument. Charlie, being their friend, was no different. Clearly, he had noticed things were a bit edgy between them before they left. No, more like adventure, she found herself saying to him as they continued walking. They walked to the office. Mia was slightly nervous. Had they found out about their little adventure and going to expel them? She then thought of Ginny and Dexter. If they were expelled, it would be all her fault. It was her who invited them to her house. There was nowhere else for them to do this. Or maybe about the magic used. But that wasn't her, it was Ginny. She knocked on the door to the office and Charlie carried on walking to the common room. She heard a faint voice say, come in. And she entered. Hello, Professor, Mia said in shock. Her heart had stopped momentarily. It was not Professor Braveheart. Completely confused that she wasn't in the office. However, the second she saw the teacher, she knew precisely who it was. It was the headmaster, Professor Penny. I needed to talk to you, Miss Hazelwood, he said. It was not a question. It wasn't even a command. His voice was friendly and welcoming. How come? Mia replied, not being aware that she was addressing the headmaster as a friend rather than her superior. She wasn't the only one shocked. It's about Miss Berrycloth and Miss Clearwater. She sat relieved and able to breathe again. It wasn't about the mischief, just about Flo and Annalise. How stupid of her to think she was going to be expelled. They are going for trial in a few weeks at the ministry and you have been invited to go. I'll go, she said, determined. But you have to keep up with your studies. He reminded her quietly. But you certainly will not be moved down a year. But I'd advise you to rejoin the Quidditch team. I have already written to Miss Wood. Also they were disturbed by a knock. Penny, need to talk to you, the minister said to him sweetly. Mia remained seated as the headmaster nodded and walked out of the office, leaving Mia alone. Alone again. Free to roam the office and see everything inside it. Whether she wanted to know or not. She saw a letter laying on the desk, and after seeing a familiar name, she couldn't help reading it. Dear Daphne Horse, surely you and the ministry have found out that the wizarding world is in danger. As minister, you must act. You remember what happened to Cornelius, and you do not want to end up the same way. You have probably heard that Miss Florence Pearl Clearwater performed the Cruciatus Curse on Miss Annalise Isabel Berrycloth in front of a first-year Miss Mia Hazelwood. Dark forces are entering Hogwarts. Daphne. The three of them have to keep it quiet until the court case. What am I to tell my students if they found out? Daphne, do the right thing and not the easy thing. Remember what happened to Cornelius. Do you really want that to happen to you? Yours sincerely, Professor Penny, Hogwarts headmaster. Mia stood shocked yet confused. Dark forces are trying to enter the castle. Did this mean Florence putting the Cruciatus Curse on Annalise? Was something else going on that they didn't know about? She put the letter away and sat where she was before, pondering on her thoughts and whether she was going to tell the others or not. The door opened and Professor Penny re-entered the office and sat back down opposite her, wholly oblivious that Mia had read the letter. Sorry about that. I just needed to talk to the minister, he informed her. It's fine, sir, she managed to say. I was about to tell you about how you should not tell anyone about what has happened, as there will be even more worry amongst the wizarding community. He said. Even more? What is everyone already worrying about? She asked Professor Penny curiously. You know about who, I presume? He caused the 2 wizarding wars. There has been bad people in between who were even worse. For example, Grindelwald wanted worldwide a pureblood community. It is so terrible. He continued. There has been rumors of someone much worse. Horrid. Absolutely terrible. Nobody knows what though. All we know is it involves dark magic. It won't affect the school, right? We'll be safe here, she asked him. Professor Penny looked at her with confusion. Why would she think that? Unless he thought for a few moments what to do. But he decided to be kind, as she was very intelligent and may be part of this in the future. A little twinkle in his gray-eyed showed that he understood something. It was like he was attempting to put A and B together. We don't know until they strike, but we have enough enchantments on the school. Please do not mention this to anyone at all. You should only tell people you fully trust, as I don't want everyone finding out and stressing. He concluded. She took it as her cue to leave and thereafter left the office and decided to head to the library. Somewhere for her to relax. The library was fuller than normal, but she still found what she was looking for. Or more like who she was looking for. Hey Dexter, Mia began. We need to talk. He gave her a side eye and said, What about? You're acting different. After everything. I want to know, what? She then continued in a faint whisper so nobody nearby could listen in. There is someone dangerous out there. If we put it together, we can keep safe. Get the Aurors to stop them. But I need your help. Ginny is too nosy and annoying and Charlie never talks to me much, so I want your help. Please. I wouldn't ask unless it's important. What do you know that is so secret? He asked her, intrigued. Professor Penny to tell nobody. Nobody except somebody she trusted fully. There wasn't many people like that at Hogwarts except 4-. I went to visit the headmaster and dark forces are trying to enter the castle this very moment. He told me Dexter. It is a problem. He was talking to the minister about it. She argued passionately. You've known this for ages though. I have too. Since we saw the portrait. He said to her, not impressed by the information she'd given to him. His brain flickered and he was back in the forest. A day after they initially started to look for Ginny, who had stormed off and saw a man and a woman. The same 2 as before. You failed. 2 vulnerable, dumb little girls in your hands. She yelled, distressed. Not that much. Tilly is advanced. Never seen such good magic from a 13-year-old. Has the brains of a Ravenclaw. He replied. Dexter was hiding in a bush near the campsite. He was glad to hear they were safe and probably using code names to disguise their true identity. Surely Mia was Tilly. She was constantly told she should be a Ravenclaw. But what about Ginny? I said weak, not advanced. She continued. An attempt of a Cruciatus Curse would scar them for life. Be enough to make them one of us. Tilly would have been useful. She scolded. I'm still suspicious, he said, expressing his concern. About why she was there, she answered. Playing with her 2 cousins. I heard her. One was called Georgina. A girl, of course. Probably in or about to start Hogwarts. The boy we know nothing about. He's probably the oldest. Boys always turn out to be older. No use to us but is good at evading us. He continued, she's a weird 13-year-old. Teachers would tell them in second and third year. I expect. Probably even in first now. The woman's hair stayed just the same as she laughed, full of malice and evil. The ministry are completely ignorant, Lucifer. They don't want to alarm all the wizards about another war. Remember old Cornelius Fudge. They haven't changed one bit. She said and added, to our delight.
Chilpan.
It's Dash. The man comforted her. Instantly, she realized he had said something wrong. It's Pandora. Just because I'm helping you doesn't make us best friends. Clear. She pointed out to him in the most scary way imaginable. Lucifer stood aside from Pandora, who was scared and full of nervousness. Dexter could tell from the bush which he was hiding in. He was an earthquake. He treated Pandora as a superior. But surely, she wasn't his leader. Yes, ma'am. He replied, just as nervous as he was before. Pandora gave a cute smile. Dexter looked and didn't trust her. Lucifer also acted as if he was untrustful of her. To Dexter, she seemed vile, as if cruel. He was surprised. He thought the ministry would have stepped in and locked people up. But he knew Azkaban was nowhere near as bad as it used to be. Ginny had told them stories about Dementors and how they suck out your soul if they manage to kiss you. Pandora disappeared. Dexter looked confused in disbelief. She didn't apparate. Dexter saw plenty of people apparate. She didn't. Not this time. Lucifer was worried. His face looked full of fear. A second later, his legs had 2 large swelling puncture marks. It was as red as fire, and Lucifer had fell to the floor with pain. He was shrieking loudly in pain. He did not know what to do next. He cried like this was the end, and there was nobody who would save him in the abandoned, lonely forest. He then began vomiting on the floor. He tried to sit up, but his head was so dizzy he could hardly manage. He had nearly stopped breathing. Maybe he died. Dexter then saw him vomit more and thought he was certainly still alive. But only just. Lucifer was also in a swimming pool of sweat. He was still vomiting, but then he stopped. Dexter saw a river of blood beside Lucifer which had come out of the cut on his leg. To his surprise, he saw the culprit of this malicious actions. It was an inland taipan. Surely it could not live here. It didn't live in this climate. Then he saw it change. What sort of magic was this? It was Pandora. She killed Lucifer. How? By using poison. Her own poison. My dear sweetheart, I know how you used to love me. I will admit for a short time I did too. Worst mistake of my whole life. Pandora spoke. Her words may be sincere, but she did not say it as if she was truly sincere. She said it more sarcastically. She acted nowhere near like she had seen somebody been killed. Even if she did it herself. Pity didn't fill her face. Nor did regret. Her rock heart obviously affected her personality. All she did. All she reacted. All she said. All she did was laugh. Nothing else. But at least you will prove useful in death. Such a sad end. But you deserved it. For trying to start what we vowed to never do again. She ended as she kicked him as hard as she could in the head. She walked up to him and pulled a few hairs out of his hair. She spat at him and then she finally apparat. Dexter stood appalled. He knew she was going after Mia and Ginny and he had to try and find them. This women could kill them if they refused information. He knew Mia would be quick and use a spell to get them out of it. But Ginny would fight and refuse at all costs. They were in danger. He needed to save them before it was too late. He saw the dead body laying on the floor covered from head to toe in his own blood, which was penetrated with deadly poison. Dexter was still talking to Mia. He thought maybe the best way to keep them safe is to tell them, rather than keeping it quiet. Hadn't they both learnt their lesson of not telling Ginny the truth? I know. But I never thought it would be this bad. She replied, surprised and confused. She knew it. Yet she had many feelings. She was unsure. She was also not able to admit she was worried. She thought that the mirror was very irrelevant. She also had no clue what they would want with a bunch of average school kids. Dexter decided he was fed up and it was time to tell her the truth. I need to tell you something. Something you wanted to know for a while. But this message has a warning label. It will change your life forever. So, do you want to hear it? Can you check my essay? It seems really bad, but I don't know what's wrong. Dexter replied, puzzled. All of them were sitting peacefully in the common room that morning. The frequent sound of chaos was missed as Florence Clearwater was no longer stirring up trouble. Preferring not to be noticed, she was always in the dormitory or in the library reading. It's great. Why did you think it's bad? She asked in wonder as she handed it back to him, even more puzzled than before. You know, after everything, Dexter began. I can't concentrate anymore. I got so much on my mind. Without the worry. I can't. It's. Promise not to tell anyone. In all the time I known you I haven't. Why should I start now? She said with a laugh. You're right.
I'm scared.
Not just for myself. Not just for you. For everyone. Dexter continued. Mia sat and nodded. It was good for them to chat from time to time without Ginny butting in. This time, she was telling Charlie the recipe for the forgetfulness potion. What even Malfoy and his whole Slytherin clan. Like Bellatrix and Gabriella who started fighting with you so you got detention. She said with a laugh. She knew that the best way to cheer people up was with a joke. Even if it was the worst joke in the whole world. But at least this time, she tried to be funny. All right, let me correct myself. Most people. He finished. Listen, Dexter. It's not your problem. It's not for you to worry about. It's for people who are in charge. Like the minister. She replied in her serious but not bossy tone that she sometimes had. Dexter fully understood her point. He just ended up in this mess. If something bad happens, like what happened to Lucifer, then he shouldn't feel guilty. He had no authority. But are you going to do it? I mean, when you go tomorrow? He asked curiously with a lowered tone. Nobody knew what he was referring to. They were forbidden from telling anyone. If he was overheard, Mia would be in trouble. Not him. I've told you 1,000,000 times. If I can do it privately, I will. But if I don't have a chance, then I can't. But she is the only one who can stop this. We have to tell her. She replied. I hope you do. It will get rid of what? 99 of our stress and problems. Dexter hopefully added. What is your other one of stress about? She asked Dexter jokingly. Quidditch? Exams? Friendships? Dexter replied without a second of hesitation. It was as if he expected her to ask this question. You needn't stress about exams. At least you've done all your homework. Somebody hasn't even done one piece. She said in a clever, bossy, know-it-all way. That's what she always did. Who? Charlie? He doesn't care less. He doesn't mind getting a detention. Dexter replied calmly. One assignment, all right. He hasn't done any and we've had like 500. He'll fall really behind. She replied. After being friends with Charlie, she had begun to worry about him reasonably more. Listen, Mia. I'm not saying Dexter began. As he was speaking, a person forced themselves to sit nearby and gave a small smile to the pair of them. She was always lively. This was her way of saying she wanted attention. Additionally, the duo wanted her to be unaware of all their secrets. How are you doing, Scarlet? Mia asked. Good. Better you're on the team. We need another 2 players as Flo and Annalise can't play for some reason. Asked and they didn't say a word. Do you know Dexter? You act like you're hiding something, she accused. Dexter shook his head. He knew he wasn't supposed to know anything. Problem was that he was eavesdropping. Nobody but Mia knew this. She had kept her promise to Professor Penny, but he had all the information. It was a win-win situation. Anyway, Scarlet continued, I want you and Dexter to meet me on the Quidditch pitch. See how the new player fits in. Player? But aren't there 2 people missing? Dexter asked curiously. Well, Katie is one of them. And the other person did okay in the second set of tryouts. Just Flo and Annalise were better. Scarlet stated and rushed off. They both went to get their things and they both walked down to the pitch. Both of them had smiles on their faces and were fully excited. Who do you reckon it is? Dexter asked Mia. Dunno? I wasn't there when they did the tryouts, remember? She said angrily. Oh yeah, I forgot. Dexter said casually. But who did take part in those tryouts? She asked curiously. I can't remember. I think it was most of the first years and some other kids I have never met. Dexter replied. He couldn't remember who was there and who wasn't, but he was sure that all the first years were there. During trials, he was worried about Mia. He also had other things on his mind as he faced the other side of the pitch to see a vibrant face standing there. To his dismay, that beaming face wouldn't be watching them today. They carried on walking down to the Quidditch pitch. Some people had already began flying. She could see Lucia waiting for them to arrive. Scarlet was flying with Katie and Ted.
Y Lucia.
Do you know who the new Quidditch player is? Dexter asked her. They had not ever talked before much. Even though they were on the same Quidditch team. They didn't have to, so they didn't. I'm not sure. I've never met him before. Lucia began to say to the pair who just arrived before starting to squeal loudly. Look, that's him. Over there. He's amazing, she shrieked as they saw a person flying on a broom. Lucia was right. He was amazing. Nobody was more of a natural on a broom. Or at least they didn't know anyone who could be. He flew as fast as the wind. He finally landed. He was a short distance away from where they were. They saw a boy walk towards them. He was about 5'7". He had an athletic build and looked as if he was meant to be on the Quidditch pitch. His short jet black hair looked the same color as a chalkboard, but was very messy, probably due to the wind and the speed he was flying at. Wow, Jack, that was epic. Scarlet called from up above as she was about to land and join them. The mysterious Quidditch player was none other their friend and classmate Jack Wall. None of them had ever heard of his Quidditch greatness. Whoa, when did you get that good? Dexter asked as he stood there looking at him dumbfounded. Well, my uncle brought me a broom for Christmas. He owns loads of land and fields and we all went flying. They taught me all of these skills and stuff. He replied. Just lucky, you know? 2 months of flying is good. But didn't you learn before? Like, didn't your parents teach you? Scarlet asked curiously. Mia looked at him. He was unusually quiet and reluctant to answer. However, nobody but her seemed to notice. He was acting the same way Annalise did when they all asked her about her Christmas. Like there was something they didn't want them to know. Oh no, they were hopeless at flying. Hated it, he said and wandered off to start to fly again. Mia also got on her broom and started to fly laps around the stadium. She was trying to catch up with him. However, there was a reason he was a seeker. He was as fast as the wind. Wow, you're quite good, Mia. Hasn't anybody told you that? Jack appalled asked. Yes, but I'm nowhere near as good as you, she replied, and she could tell that she was starting to blush a little bit. Not much, just a little. Come on. We both know that's not true, Jack replied jokingly, but Mia shook her head. Jack smiled at her and she couldn't help smiling back. I was wondering, was it true, what you said back there? She queried as if an investigator. It was exactly what Ginny would have said, just in a politer way. He hesitated before answering, but when he did, he said, yes, very observant of you to spot that. My father is a squib and my mother is a muggle. Both hopeless at any sort of magic. I never knew, was all that she could say to sympathize him. She hadn't known what to expect, but she certainly didn't expect this. I don't tell Dash. I haven't told anyone, so please don't. I find it kind of embarrassing. So did my father, Jack replied in a low, upsetting tone. He hated being sent to a muggle school while his siblings were in Hogwarts learning spells and discovering secret passageways. Like every Hogwarts student. I'm still half-blood, though. Even though neither of my parents ever came here. My uncle went Hogwarts, though. He told me about the secret passageways and how to fly a broom. Until everything changed. What happened? She asked curiously. Well, it was the night before I was going to return to school. Me and my cousins finished a game of Exploding Snap and we all went to bed. None of us expected this. He was murdered in the middle of the night, he said. Do you know who Dash? She asked. He interrupted and continued. We don't know who, but we know what happened. He was bitten by a deadly snake. There were so many bites. We all think the snake strangled him so he could not yell for help. He died. The blood he lost. Nobody could survive that, and the fangs were poisonous. If anyone survived that, it would be a miracle. She felt sorry for him. It sounded familiar. It was like what Dexter said he saw in the forest. A deadly snake. But it was a person who transformed into it. Lucifer had died in the same way as Jack's uncle. Jack, have you heard of a person turning into an animal? She asked in curiosity, as she knew he had great knowledge on magic. At least it was better than her and Dexter's. An animagus? Are you thinking the snake is an animagus, too? Listen, definitely keep this between us. But my family knew for ages that evil wizards are coming back into the open. He advised her. This is why they always tell me to be careful. I figured it out a while ago, too. She replied but did not explain. She vowed to Dexter she'd keep it a secret and not say about the mirror or Snake Woodland. He didn't want everyone to know they'd been sneaking around. Of course you did. You're the cleverest person I know. You're obviously dashed up, he continued. But what Jack was going to say next, she would never know. Scarlet called all of them down and chose that Jack should be a seeker and that Katie should be keeper. Well done, she whispered to Jack as she gave him a high five. They all walked back up to the castle together and went to dinner. Don't worry about tomorrow, Dexter whispered to her. Nothing bad is gonna happen. Dexter, quick question. What do you think will happen to Dash? She began whispering in total silence. Mia Hazelwood. A voice yelled in her ear. It was Flo. Come with me. Just for a quick walk. No, Dexter, not you. Be a good boy and stay where you are. Stop with that unnerving look. I haven't done anything wrong yet. Mia went for a walk with her. Could be anything. She may need to visit the headmaster or anything. She did know that Dexter had to stay seated where he was as he didn't want Flo to catch him. Not now. They both knew what she was capable of. Excited, Hazelwood? Flo asked. What about? She questioned. Tomorrow. Flo continued. You're gonna hear what Annalise really did to me. Not the short duels that I started. The things she did. And she wasn't fully innocent like you think, Hazelwood. Flo then starting talking, confiding everything that had happened. All the crimes committed against her. She sped off and Mia went back to the Great Hall and began pondering on what Flo said. She was going to return to where she was sat before, but Dexter was no longer sat there, so she went to sit with Ginny and Charlie. She didn't feel much like talking to them, so she just stayed quiet and knew that later she could go and look for Dexter if she wanted. No way. You didn't do your homework again. Charlie, you're going to get in so much trouble. Ginny warned him once more. Ginny, I don't care. So no, he said, and he walked away without another word. Are you good? Ginny asked her. She shrugged. She wasn't in the mood to talk. She didn't know what to do tomorrow. She hadn't seen what Annalise did. Yet she knew everything that Flo did. She used an unforgivable curse. She could not think at all of a good excuse for it, or could she? You could tell me, you know? Ginny angrily yelled as she threw another tantrum at her. Confused, she asked. What? Seriously? Ginny began raging again. About you and Dexter being friends again. You could tell me what he was doing. He was mad at me too, remember? You should ask him. I'm really tired. I've got a long day tomorrow. I better get to bed. She replied. She was starting to get fed up with her once more. Don't try lying to me, Hazelwood. Tomorrow is a weekend. You've already finished every assignment and Katie says there is no Quidditch practice. So what are you doing? Or more like, why are you running away from me? Ginny verbalized angrily and confused. Before Ginny could say anything more, she stormed off. Why? Why did she need to do this? What was she doing wrong? All that happened was she was in the wrong place at the wrong time. She went straight up to the dormitory and went straight to bed, trying not to think about what was going to happen tomorrow for much longer. She awoke early to the vibrant sky blazing in the distance. It was only 4 a.m. She had another few hours to sleep. They just wanted them in Braveheart's office by 9. After walking around the dorm for several minutes, she decided to curl her hair to make it appear shorter and make it look smarter by using some hair potions that Ginny gave her for her birthday, which she said was to be for use on special occasions only. My sister Martha owned her own magic salon and she sent me loads of samples. I hate curly hair though. She remembered Ginny whispering to her after she opened it impatiently. Then she looked for her smart robes, which she had. The tailored outfit had trousers made of the finest material in jet black. She wore her normal shirt with her Gryffindor tie. She then put on her robes and traveling cloak. She then polished her shoes before she put them on. Thinking about how this was going to be the most stressful Saturday in her life, she decided not to tie her hair up and decided to leave it out, and then she headed down the stairs to sit in the common room, which she thought was deserted. She went to sit on the sofa closest to the fireplace to read the newspaper. But something distracted her. Somebody was wandering around. However, she took no notice. Then, Dexter came and sat down on the sofa too, next to her. "How are you?" she asked him casually. "Who are you?" he asked in total confusion of why a complete stranger was talking to him. "Seriously, Dexter. You've known me since our first day here, and you're still struggling to recognize me," she managed to say with a laugh. "Sorry, Mia. Look, you changed your hair and you look like a third year and a good-looking dashed." He then suddenly paused and realized that he was saying all his thoughts aloud. "What was that last bit?" she inquired curiously. "Never mind. How are you feeling?" Dexter asked, trying to change the subject. "All right, but where were you yesterday at dinner?" she asked. I didn't feel that hungry," he reacted after hesitation. He didn't believe a word he had said. They both went for breakfast and sat there for a long time. Then it was nearly 8:15. "I need to go. I'll see you later," she whispered to him, and with a smile she left. She wandered the halls, which were normally full, empty. Then she unexpectedly saw somebody, Jack. It was the first person she had seen on her long walk to the office. She said. "Oh, hello, Mia." He greeted her. "Where are you going really early?" "Just to get some work and stuff done." "You?" she queried kindly. "Oh, just to see Braveheart in her office. Got a question for her. Problem is, I dunno where her office is." Jack replied calmly. "Ido. I can take you if you want. I need to ask her something," she offered, and he nodded. "I was thinking about the last time we talked," Jack began. "About the animagus. The one who killed my uncle. We live in an area no snakes live. There is no chance it can get through the door. And he was sitting in a room with no windows. It must be an animagus." Mia stayed quiet, not knowing what to say as a reply and how to comfort him. "I agree. There's a good chance. It must be a targeted attack. Your family knew they were going to return. You wanted to fight against them. But who are they?" They walked for a moment in silence. Jack was considering what was best to say. "You know Death Eaters, right?" he began, and Mia nodded. "Of course you do. Sorry, I forgot who I was talking to." She began to blush a little. It was funny, the way he joked around. Yet he knew his stuff and took everything seriously. "Well, as you know, who has disappeared and his followers are still around. I mean, look at Malfoy and his mates and family, and that tells you all about that, hopefully." They both burst out in laughter. And Mia knew she was blushing a bit more now. He continued, "Well, they supposedly are looking for a new leader. There is one, and they want something. Have no clue what though." "Wait, Jack. What if Dash?" Mia asked after a long while of thought. "There's a connection?" He finished her sentence. "That's what I'm trying to find out. But what can we do? We can't go sneaking into their lairs, can we?" "You're right. Could be dangerous. But the ministry could. If they were clever enough to realize what is going on. It is literally being presented to them right in front of their eyes." She moaned. Time was ticking. It was 8:50. She was going to be late. She wouldn't be able to save her. She must leave immediately. There was no hesitating. "Sorry. Need to go to the bathroom," she muttered as she sprinted off towards Braveheart's office. She entered the room. She wasn't willing to see it again. It gave her an unnerving feeling, like she was going to be in trouble. Even though she had done nothing wrong, not this time. Annalise and Flo were standing on opposite sides of the room, and Professor Penny was with Flo and Professor Braveheart with Annalise. She knew they were both worried. They were too scared to look each other in the eyes. "Well," Professor Penny began. "Now Miss Hazelwood has joined us. We shall leave to go to the ministry. The room filled with tension as if it was a poisonous gas. Not only was Flo and Annalise scared, everyone was. What would be of Hogwarts after this? He lit the fire in the room and saw Braveheart go to the ministry. Mia looked in surprise and curiosity. How could someone just disappear like that? I assure you all know how to use flu powder, Professor Penny stated. Flo and Annalise nodded, keeping their eyes attached to the floor. Mia was the only one who shook her head. Flu powder is a magical way of traveling. Annalise began. Shut up, Berrycloth. She barked before saying. Hazelwood, it's when you say where you want to go clearly. You then drop the powder on the floor and you travel there like that. Flo clarified. Remember, say it clearly so you don't end up at the wrong fire. Annalise added. Flo pretended not to hear her. She didn't react. Quiet. That was all she did. She didn't want to be punished. It was her only option. She had to use the Cruciatus curse. Nothing was going to work. Not even that. The others went through the fireplace one at a time. Mia then stepped and went through. It was not a comfortable experience. She definitely preferred using a broom. They all walked down the crowded corridor. It was jam-packed with ministry workers in suits. Annalise and Flo continued to ignore each other. They were never going to be friends again. The chances of Flo going to Azkaban was sky high. All of them went into the lift and went down to the underground levels. It was quiet. All you could see were a few ministry officials prowling around in navy blue robes. By what Ginny had told them, they were unspeakables. She had no clue what it meant, and nor did she. Obviously, they couldn't say what they did. They entered an old courtroom. Flo was asked to sit in the front of the courtroom for questioning while the others sat on the side of the courtroom in silence. They saw many people entering the room. Finally, the Minister for Magic entered. She was dressed smartly in some dark blue robes which clashed nicely with her medium-length straight but slightly curly blonde hair. She had blue eyes which was like the sky, and she had a kind smile. We are here today to decide the next steps for Miss Florence Alia Clearwater, who has used the Cruciatus curse, which is an unforgivable curse against Annalise Isabel Berrycloth. She began. The whole room was shaking, dumbfounded of the potential danger of the students. Penny had a point. Who would want to go to Hogwarts if things like this were expected to happen? Flo knew there was no saving her. Miss Clearwater, what evidence do you have for the court? The minister asked. I'll share it, but I don't want Annalise here. She burst out in a bossy way. Everyone was confused. The minister started to wonder why this was necessary. It was no way to address the Minister of Magic. But to everyone's surprise, she nodded as Professor Braveheart and Penny escorted her out. Mia stared at Flo. This was what she meant last night. She was going to find out the truth. You all need to hear me out. Flo began. It is a long story. It started this year. She made up all sorts of things. One was she had a boyfriend and I wanted to steal him from her. But neither was true. She changed everything about her. For example, she wanders out of dorm every night to go somewhere. She leaves her homework, and when she goes to get it, she'll be back 30 minutes later. She doesn't talk much anymore. I don't want to go on about what happens when I mention her father. I met him in my first year, but she says she never sees him. Something has changed. She continued fighting furiously. This wasn't what the room expected, but what she was about to say would surprise everyone. Something Mia was certain was true. Minister, you know they are returning. The evil forces. I can tell. I no longer feel safe like I did when I was in my first year. Nobody does. You need to do something. Try to track them down. You'll regret it if you don't. Flo finished and sat in silence. Horse sat silently and said, Is that all you wish to say, Miss Clearwater? Yes, she whispered faintly. One of the ministry officials headed out to call them back in. But what Flo had said was right. Dark magic was attempting to sabotage the school. What they saw Pandora and Lucifer do in Snake Woodlands was clear evidence of that. Miss Berrycloth, she began sweetly. Please, can you tell the court what happened leading up to the events? I only went to the Ollery. She asked how my friend was as if it was invisible. So I asked how her grandmother Penelope was. She always talked about her achievements. Annalise told them clearly. I told you she died, Flo exclaimed as tears filled her eyes. Silence, the minister declared. You may only speak when spoken to, Miss Clearwater. All of them sat there. None of them had seen a court case that had got out of hand. It was somewhat expected. After all, they were only school children. Please, Miss Berrycloth, explain what happened next, the minister requested. After you asked about her grandmother? Then she did it. The worst pain I'll ever feel in my life. I struggled. I never knew she was capable of it. Who could have taught her? Perhaps she has dark wizards in her family. She convicted. Perhaps you forgot my grandmother was petrified by a basilisk when the Chamber of Secrets was opened, Flo claimed. Of course, your minuscule brain can't understand it. Miss Clearwater, please do not speak unless spoken to, Mrs. Horse replied. What about a secret family member? Your grandmother was half-blood. My father told me. Annalise reacted. That's enough, Miss Berrycloth. The minister interceded. We shall hear what Miss Hazelwood has to say about it. She got up and sat down for questioning while she could see Annalise and Flo shaking in fear for differing reasons. Flo didn't want to be expelled and Annalise felt she was at risk of attack. You are Miss Mia Hazelwood? She asked. Yes. She spoke. You are also a first year? She said once more, slightly bewildered. She answered. Yes, right? She muttered before inquiring. So, how do you know Miss Berrycloth and Miss Clearwater? Well, she began. We were all on the Gryffindor Quidditch team together. Plus, we're all in the same house. We talked from time to time. I see. Tell us about that day, the minister requested. Well, she began. I was in the Ollery and I saw Annalise. She looked a bit troubled. I am her friend, so I asked her what was wrong and she started telling me how Flo started dueling her in the bathrooms. Then, Flo came and they started yelling at each other, neither acknowledging I was there. Then she used the Cruciatus curse. I was scared of what would happen if she found me. I didn't know if she'd do the same to me. So I ran away. Thank you, Miss Hazelwood. The minister recognized. Please raise your hands if you wish to say any more. None of them did. Mia went back to sit behind and they beckoned for her to sit in the center of the courtroom. She was shaking like an earthquake. Very well, the minister whispered, then turning to the other ministry officials. Those who think that Miss Clearwater should go to Azkaban and be expelled from Hogwarts, please raise your hand. Now, every person in the room raised their hand. The little color left in Flo's face disappeared. She had lost all hope. Nothing could help her. They all exited the room. Mia saw a note on the floor. She found the handwriting on it familiar and picked it up and pocketed it. They traveled back to Hogwarts. It was now midnight and they were all exhausted. Mia walked alone to the common room as the headmaster went to talk to Annalise more about the events. Once she was in the comfort of her own dorm, she closed the curtains on her bed and took the note from her pocket and flattened the crumpled piece of paper and began to read it. But she was distracted by Ginny, who came up to her, and she hid the letter as quickly as possible. Sorry about yesterday. Nearly Headless Nick told everyone where the three of you were today. I never liked Annalise much anyway, so not a big loss. She smiled as she sat down next to her. Do you mean Flo? She's been expelled and sent to Azkaban. She corrected her. Oh yeah. She nodded and Ginny went to her bed and went to sleep. Mia was assured she had privacy and began to read the letter that she had found. Do something before it is too late. Mia was shocked by the bravery of her friend. They knew it was dangerous, but something was oddly familiar to her. It was Jack's handwriting. Whom was he writing to? Why did she find it in the Ministry of Magic? She knew none of his family worked there. She got up and walked downstairs to the common room and sat there. She wasn't tired, but she was dying to talk to someone. She needed advice from someone she trusted. She saw Scarlet wander into the room and sit alone by the fire. When did you get back? She asked with a loud yawn. Just after midnight. She whispered, slightly exhausted. You're aware Nick told all the Gryffindors about Annalise and Flo, right? Scarlet asked. Yeah, Ginny told me. She whispered. There was something else that happened yesterday, Scarlet announced. What? Mia asked once more.